Under the leadership of the big man, 14 people quickly found the outside of the cave where Zhang Bufang and the others were. They looked at the footprints under the towering tree, and doubts flashed in their hearts. They felt that this could not be their breakthrough, because these footprints looked like monkey footprints. Human footprints could not be that small. At this moment, they saw several monkeys on the tree grinning at them, as if provoking them. This group of guys saw a look of disappointment flashing across the faces of the monkeys. They were almost certain that these footprints were left by those monkeys. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel happy in vain. They were full of confidence and wanted to catch those people, but they didn't expect that a few little monkeys were playing tricks on them. At this time, even the boss was full of disappointment. He originally thought that based on his many years of experience, he would be able to find the hiding place of those guys, but he did not expect to be happy in vain. This was a huge blow to him. And those little monkeys seemed to be able to understand the psychology of these guys, and they smiled at them, as if they were provoking them. These mercenaries are people who kill without blood. Their lives are worthless to them, and they can kill anyone at will. So when they saw these little monkeys provoking them, the guy with extremely low emotional intelligence fired a shot at one of them. The bullet shot directly through the heart of the little monkey and fell to the ground. When the remaining little monkeys saw that the monkey was actually killed by this group of humans, their eyes were full of fear. They screamed a few times and fled directly into the cave. When he and the group of mercenaries from the King of Hell team saw the direction in which the monkeys were escaping, a flash of doubt flashed through their hearts. They clearly saw that there was no cave nearby. But why those little monkeys ran in that direction was what puzzled them the most, unless there was a hiding place there. Thinking of this, the boss felt a flash of excitement in his heart and followed the direction in which the monkeys were escaping without hesitation. After all, the boss was faster. He watched the group of monkeys pry open the leaves and escape into a cave. The boss was very excited when he saw the behavior of these monkeys. He knew that the hiding place of those guys was here, but it was just hidden by them, and it was so good. The target is very likely to be here, and they are very likely to be hiding in this cave. When the boss spoke to the group of guys, his tone was full of excitement and excitement. The group of guys were also very shocked after hearing what the boss said. They did not expect that there were other places behind the towering tree. The 14 people looked at the small cave entrance and were full of excitement. They felt that the target was probably inside the cave. At this time, Zhang Bufang and the others who were in the cave mechanism suddenly heard the siren. Alarm! Alarm! There are alien creatures breaking into the cave. There are alien creatures breaking into the cave. Do you need to activate the defense system? Do you need to activate the defense system? A cold mechanical voice sounded in the laboratory, and there was no emotion in the tone. At this time, even Zhang Bufang, who was immersed in the production, returned to normal. When he heard the siren, he was very shocked, but he didn't expect that the group of guys could find this place so quickly. I didn't expect that they would be able to find us so quickly, but according to the mechanism of this cave, it is impossible for them to find us. Even if they can find us, there is no way, Zhang Bufang said, with a touch of disdain in his tone. He felt that even if these guys could find this cave, they would never expect that there would be a mechanism in this cave for them to hide. However, what he was worried about was that the group of laboratory guys were guarding the cave. Even if they wanted to go out, they would have to encounter those guys. Are they here? How come it's so fast? Taylor also heard the siren. He didn't expect those guys to come so quickly, but suddenly Taylor's face turned into a solemn look. Shin-hee, who was standing aside, saw Taylor looking like this and thought she was sick. Concerned, he asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Shin-hee's tone was full of care. Apart from his own parents, he had never had such a tone towards anyone else. After hearing Chun-hee's words, Taylor felt a warm current flow in her heart. She felt that he had not treated her well in vain. At least this guy still knew how to care about her. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered that something seemed to have fallen into that cave. I was afraid that those guys would find the thing and guard the cave. Taylor's words were like a thunder that instantly woke up Chun-hee and Zhang Bufang. How could you be so careless? Are you sure there is really something left behind in the cave? Zhang Bufang felt very bitter after hearing Taylor's words. He never expected that he had not calculated this situation. He originally thought that even if the group of guys could find the cave, they would not be able to find traces of anyone who had been there. But now that something like this happened, the group of guys would definitely guard the cave. When Taylor heard the bitterness in Zhang Bufang's words, she felt very guilty. She felt that she had caused trouble to Zhang Bufang. If she hadn't been careless, maybe Zhang Bufang wouldn't be like this. So at this time, Taylor felt very guilty and sad. She felt that she was holding them back. If they were killed because of her carelessness, she would be very sad for the rest of her life. She would live in the shadows for the rest of her life, with no way to get out. I didn't mean it. I was just careless. I dropped a small scrap of cloth on the ground. When we came here before, I accidentally scratched my clothes. I have been holding on to that little piece of cloth, but I found that after entering the cave recently, the little piece of cloth was no longer with me, so I thought I left it in the cave. Taylor's tone was full of guilt and sadness. She didn't expect that she was so careless. With such important things in the cave, if those guys find them because of this small thing, Taylor will be very sad. After hearing what Taylor said, Zhang Bufang felt full of bitterness. However, it is not the time for Zhang Bufang to blame Taylor, because he did not mean it, and no one would notice such a small thing. All he could do now was pray that the guys in the laboratory wouldn't search so carefully. Only in this way could they escape. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Taylor lowered her head with a look of remorse. If she had been more careful at that time, maybe this thing wouldn't have happened. The other party is coming menacingly, and if they are caught, the consequences will be disastrous. It took a lot of effort to finally get a chance to breathe, but because of my own delay, it is very likely that the people around me will also be put in danger. Taylor bit her jade teeth lightly, and her eyes could not help but turn red. Tyler, this matter has nothing to do with you. Zhang Bufang put down the work at hand and said softly, after all, the other party is an experienced mercenary. It will be a matter of time before we are discovered. Taylor, you don't have to blame yourself. And they are not necessarily because of you. Zhang Bufang was a little confused now, but he didn't show it on his face, soothing Taylor's emotions. This is his charm. The more critical the situation, the calmer he is. Shinhee on the side also quickly responded. Yeah, maybe they just entered by mistake. Taylor, it's okay. Cloth. For a moment, Taylor's voice was choked. Okay, it's okay. But then, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. There was a trace of solemnity in Zhang Bufang's eyes. The strength gap between the two sides was too huge. You must know that the other side is a well-trained mercenary, and the other side's equipment is very sophisticated. And they only have a few pistols that they just designed, and these alone are not enough. If the opponent is really anxious and wants to blow this place up, then no matter how good the weapon you design, it will be of no use. Taylor didn't speak and stood quietly beside her. Although no one blamed her, she was deeply blaming herself in her heart. Shinhee glanced at her a few times and sighed softly. By the way, I remember I saw something just now. Shinhee suddenly remembered something, slapped his head, and hurriedly walked towards the console next to him. If this is an experimental base, it is impossible not to have some monitoring equipment. Although he had never seen some of these instruments, the basic structure could still be found. Shinhee looked around and finally locked a controller. He pressed it lightly, and instantly the scene outside the cave appeared on the screen. Although this place has been abandoned for a long time, the machines are still running. In this way, at least we can understand the situation outside, and we will not be completely passive. Zhang Bufang nodded to Chun-Hee and couldn't help but praise him for doing a good job. Judging from the surveillance footage, although those people discovered the cave, they were obviously safe for the time being. It seems I have to hurry up. Zhang Bufang thought to himself. They definitely can't go head-to-head with those mercenaries, so now they can only place their hopes on some weapons. At the very least, this can increase their winning rate. Taylor, on the other hand, was not very interested. She was stroking the pistol that had been specially made for her. She didn't know what she was thinking. Chun-Hee is also responsible for monitoring here. If anything happens, tell me immediately, Zhang Bufang warned. Then he started to get busy on the experimental bench again. He was making bullets. After all, without this stuff, the pistols he just designed would have no lethality. Outside the cave where they were hiding, everyone in the Yama team had serious expressions and were ready to go. Boss, this cave is so hidden, could it be? One of them lowered his voice and cautiously gestured with the corner of his eye. As the leader of this team, he had naturally already considered this. He frowned slightly and looked at the open hole thoughtfully. Boss, how about I take a few people to go and explore first? The second brother was the first to lose his temper and wanted to take people in. After all, even if they are powerful, there are only 3 people. One of them is a scientist, an experimental subject, and a woman. The second child was puzzled. Wasn't it just to arrest these 3 people? Even the King of Hell's team was dispatched. You must know that this team is the elite of the elite. It has never failed since the mission, so he really doesn't understand what the charm of these 3 people is that would lead to such a big move from above. Boss, if they are really hiding inside, I will catch them right away. The second brother loosened his bones and sat down to warm up. The boss glared at him calmly. Just give me peace of mind. Don't be so impulsive. As soon as the eldest brother said these words, the second eldest brother immediately felt at ease. Although he was a little reluctant, he didn't dare to say anything. After all, the boss's prestige and ability are on display here. You guys follow me. The boss thought about it for a long time. He didn't feel comfortable leaving this matter to anyone, so he decided to do it himself. Everyone, please be careful and don't underestimate any opponent. Finally, the boss reminded him uneasily. Everyone responded immediately. Pack it up properly and have the bullets loaded so that you can respond promptly to unexpected situations. Several people formed a defensive formation and carefully explored the cave in front of them. The entrance of this cave looks small, but it is a cave of its own. It can accommodate 100 or 10 people. The team is very quiet. As well-trained mercenaries, they know how to deal with any incident. The boss was leading the way. This cave must have been there for many years. There is a gap at the top, so the cave is not very dark. It's strange, boss. At this time, everyone had searched around, and the cave had reached the end. The burly man who was called the boss did not look back, but stared at the huge stone in front of him in trance. You just ran in with the monkey. Why is there no sign of the monkey? One person said. The boss was also very confused. After all, if it weren't for those monkeys, they wouldn't have been able to discover such a hidden cave. But it was clear that the monkeys were running in here, and the only way out was the way they came from just now. So why were those monkeys missing? Is there any other exit here? The boss looked around again to make sure he didn't miss any key. This is also an indispensable habit for him to achieve what he has achieved today. That is to not let go of any clues, because it is very likely that it will become another existence in the next second. This should be a very ordinary cave. After all, this kind of cave exists due to the movement of the Earth's crust and the petrification of wind and sand. Lao Wu pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and analyzed. The boss knocked on the wall, and judging from the echo of the sound, it should be solid. In other words, the person they are looking for may not be here at all. Boss, do you want us to go look around nearby? One of the younger brothers suggested. They roughly estimated that people should be hiding around here, but they couldn't determine the specific location at the moment. I don't know where these people can hide, the boss said thoughtfully with his hands behind his back. However, he believed that it wouldn't be long before those 3 people couldn't hold on any longer. You guys, go take a look outside. Remember, don't miss any suspicious place. The boss sent several people to conduct a fan-shaped search to investigate. They were not idle either, using wireless headsets to contact people on the plane. In order to better prevent problems before they happen, they divided into 2 teams. One is responsible for the ground and the other is responsible for the air. How is the situation over there? Have you found any trace of those 3 people? Soon, a response came from the other side. The report shows that everything is normal so far. Well, continue to monitor. After cutting off the contact, the boss took the tablet used in the field and entered his current indicator position. Now they have everything ready. As long as Zhang Bufong and the others show up, they are waiting to be captured alive. Everyone, please look around carefully for me. Don't let go of any clues. The boss ordered. He always had an indescribable feeling. It seemed that this cave was not that simple. His sense has always been accurate, and because of this, he has saved himself and himself several times. The others responded and scattered in all directions. Zhang Bufong, who is being focused on at the moment, is completely obsessed with his own experiments. Here, these are bullets. He pointed at the small silver object placed next to him and said. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of the other 2 people. They came over, and He couldn't wait to take out a few rounds and put them into his own chamber. Because there are not too many materials, we just made these. Zhang Bufong explained. However, Although the number of bullets is not very large, it is enough for them. Chen couldn't put it down. He held the gun and aimed it there for a while, then weighed it carefully and asked, I found that the weight of this bullet is somewhat different from ordinary ones. Zhang Bufang nodded and replied, yes, it is heavier than ordinary bullets. Because the pistol I designed has a relatively high lethality, bullets of the same specifications may float, which may cause inaccuracies. By increasing its weight, this situation can be avoided. Chen nodded. He couldn't put it down with the gun in his hand. What's wrong? Taylor always had a more delicate mind. She found that Zhang Bufang's expression was still tense, so she asked aloud, are you worried about returning to our exchange of fire? Zhang Bufang shook his head. In fact, he was not worried about this problem. He was worried about the design of the weapon. If we talk about a fight, I'm not that worried. Looking back, I'm afraid that if they're right, they'll just send out positioning anti-missiles. And I haven't figured out how to deal with it yet. This was the problem that bothered him. After all, the opponent is a ruthless mercenary. In order to achieve the goal, it can be said that he will do whatever it takes. It is precisely because of this that everything must be considered. If those mercenaries really use such extreme measures, they must find a way to face it. We can't stay here forever. We must find a way to break out. Zhang Bufang said thoughtfully. Although there are vegetables and all self-sufficient food here, they can stay here for a while without any worries. But they can't do that. Well, we all listen to you, Taylor said firmly. Although it was full of dangers, as long as the man in front of her was there, she felt that none of this was a problem. Even though it was a battlefield outside where someone could lose their life if they were not careful, she was not afraid. This is indeed a problem. Chen also slightly restrained his love for guns and thought seriously. This is obviously the worst-case scenario, but they have to consider it. If the opponent uses reverse missiles, maybe we can also use anti-tracking and interception. Although he said that he had been staying in the laboratory, he could still understand some of what those researchers said. Zhang Bufang was silent. He was imagining the design drawings of the latest weapons in his mind. You must know that he is a scientist and has a general understanding of the basic structures of these. It was just that he had not had time to think of this inspiration just now. Now, after Chun-He's reminder, the ideas in his mind gradually began to become clearer. I thought of it. He clapped his hands together fiercely and immediately turned back to the workbench, where he began to design his own weapons. Chun-He and Taylor looked at each other, and they both agreed not to disturb him. The two of them were not idle, and kept getting familiar with the pistols in their hands. After all, it might not be long before they started fighting. They could see the situation outside the cave very clearly. But precisely because of this, they could not take it lightly. It can be seen that the boss of the mercenary opposite seems to have some suspicion and has been in this cave. Although he hasn't noticed anything unusual yet, no one can be sure. Others searched around outside the cave and found nothing. Boss, I think this is just an ordinary cave. Maybe they are hiding somewhere else. The second brother looked here for a long time and felt that the boss was too cautious. After all, although this cave is not small, it is only such a big place. If you really want to hide someone, you can see it at a glance. The boss ignored him, but he also had some doubts in his heart. Did I really think too much? The voice of the person who had just been dispatched came from the wireless headset responsible for contact. Boss, we have discovered another particularly hidden cave here, and it feels like it has been artificially hidden. After the boss heard this, he immediately ordered, you guys stay at the entrance of the cave for now, we'll go over there soon. After cutting off the contact, he briefly explained the situation to several other people. Boss, I think those 3 people are probably hiding there. After all, as I said just now, the cave entrance is very big, and there are many intersections inside, which is very convenient for hiding. The second child took the lead. It can be seen that he is a little geared up, but the boss has his own plan in mind. After the brief fight between these 3 people just now, he did not think that the other party would use it as a hiding place. After all, sometimes things that are taken for granted may be traps. However, they don't have any clues here now, so they might as well go over there to take a look at the situation. Even if they don't find anything, it will make Zhang Bufang relax a little. As long as he takes it lightly, the traps will be revealed, and finding them will be easy. You two stay here, the others follow me. The boss ordered in a low voice. The other people obviously didn't understand what the boss was doing. After all, this cave has no value anymore, and of course I don't know why the boss insists on it. But it was hard for them to say anything. The boss probably had his own intentions in doing this. In fact, not only others are confused, but even the boss himself is a little confused about what is going on. But he still believed in his feelings. Several people came to the entrance of the cave. Since it was also in a dense forest, it seemed very shady. The thick trees blocked the sky and blocked most of the sunlight. At this time, a breeze blew by, and the boss walking in front suddenly squinted his eyes and looked in one direction. I saw him taking 2 strides forward, taking out a dagger from his waist, peeling away the messy grass, and using the tip of the knife to pick up a small piece of yellow cloth. This is... Several other people also came over, took a look at the material, and understood it instantly. It can be said that if it hadn't been for the gust of wind just now, this small piece of inconspicuous material would have been difficult to spot. This piece of fabric is still very new, and among the 3 people they are looking for, one of them is particularly suitable. The boss squatted down, seeming to be looking for something. The other people didn't dare to disturb, and then the boss made a discovery. Someone has tampered with this place. The boss picked up a piece of soil from the ground, twisted it in his hand, and said, although he hid it very carefully, he didn't expect it to be discovered by him. There are traces of people walking here in a hurry. It can be seen that those people were in a hurry at that time, and based on a rough estimate, it took no more than half an hour at most. Because the soil here is still moist, the boss took out his computer again and checked the area. After all, with the distance that the 3 of them could walk in half an hour, and the places where they could hide nearby, the boss was basically sure that it was all around here. If you go further, it will be flat ground. It can be said that it is not suitable for hiding at all, and the best hiding place is here. This is also a central area with a lot of bushes, so many times, some holes will be covered up. If you don't look carefully, you can't find them at all. Everyone, cheer me up, the person we are looking for is around here. The boss's voice was full of confidence. Then if you look at it this way, where they are going should be. The second child followed the mark and looked forward, and his voice stopped abruptly. The boss also turned his head and stared at the cave they just came out of. If we really look at it this way, the cave in front of us, which obviously has no problems, can now be said to be highly suspicious. Although I haven't figured out what's going on yet, there must be something fishy. It's just that they haven't discovered the existence of this trick yet, so they think it's impossible. Let's take a look at this place first, and let's go to another place first. The boss ordered. After all, instead of wasting time here, it is better to look for a breakthrough elsewhere, and you might be able to find out where the trouble lies. Follow the outside of this cave and see if there is any place that has been missed. The boss thought for a while and ordered. At present, it can basically be concluded that these are the only places where they can hide. So what they have to do next is to find all the exits and then block them. In this way, it can be said that it is impossible to escape. Several people took the order and quickly explored along the path. Fourth, you guys take out the detector, check it out, and see what you find. The boss said again. If all possibilities are eliminated, the answer is only impossible. The boss did not take it lightly because of the other party's identity. On the contrary, he was indeed more careful. He didn't believe that an ordinary scientist would let their team, the King of Hell, attack. This can show how troublesome this scientist is. In other words, because other teams have failed in their hands, they were dispatched this time. Of course, all this is just speculation, but if you think so, it seems that this person named Zhang Bufang. The boss had doubts in his heart, and they quickly checked the cave. It can be said that nothing was found. And while the mercenaries were looking for traces, Zhang Bufang's plan could be said to be gradually coming to an end. This is so handsome. Chun He, who was originally responsible for monitoring, was suddenly attracted to his attention and sighed. Although the design is not yet completed, just the appearance is breathtaking. Because it's so cool, Zhang Bufang wiped the sweat from his head. This thing was a waste of his mental energy. This is the reverse sanction thing I designed based on what you just said, and added my inspiration. If the other party does not launch, this can also be used for escape in emergency situations. And I also designed a smoke system in it, so that there will be enough time for us to escape. Zhang Bufang explained. Although its appearance is not very big, its power is not small, so Zhang Bufang can be said to have spent a lot of effort when designing it. And we almost failed just now. Fortunately, we relied on years of experience to save the day. After all, in this laboratory, there are not many materials that he can use. Many times they are gone after they are used up. Moreover, their weapons are not carefully designed, but are directly made into finished products, which is naturally difficult. The coefficient is several times higher. By the way, how is the situation outside? Zhang Bufang asked. He has been immersed in designing weapons, so he has no time to be distracted. He is unaware of the current situation outside. Now he has time to take a rest. It's safe outside for the time being, but the other party has become suspicious. I'm afraid they will be discovered soon. Moreover, the other party has particularly sophisticated electronic equipment. I'm afraid. Chen Yi didn't say the next words, but Zhang Bufang also understood. After all, in a laboratory as big as this one, and with these instruments, the electronic magnetic field cannot disappear. If it is detected by a professional instrument, it can be said that it cannot escape at all. It's okay, we still have time. Zhang Bufang took a deep breath and then began to devote himself to the final finishing work. After all, time is running out now and he can't stop and rest. The bright sun climbed high into the sky, and the rugged mountain road was covered with fallen leaves. As soon as you stepped down, a deep pit appeared. The captain in charge of this operation squatted on the ground and carefully looked at the path in front of him. This is a place where people rarely interact with each other. Generally, people with some experience in wild survival can easily hide their traces as long as they pay a little more attention. Boss, the monks can't run away from the temple. With their physical strength, it's impossible to leave here in such a short time. After ruling out being rescued, they can only choose to hide, but the one named Zhang Bufang is indeed a bit tricky. Compared with the second child, the sixth child is more cautious in his character. Although the other party has not received professional training, it seems that he still has a certain sense of anti-reconnaissance. The man known as the boss had a piercing gaze. He patted the dirt on his hands, turned around and asked, "How is the monitoring done by the electronic instruments? Did you find anything strange? After all, this is a dense forest, and their number is limited. If Zhang Bufang really wanted to hide in a certain place, it would be a waste of their time. Their team has established a temporary command and combat platform here. The people in charge of computers have assembled the instruments and started further measurements." With a hint of bohemianism in the corner of his mouth, the man took off the headphones hanging around his neck, looked in the direction of the boss, and shook his head temporarily. Nothing has been detected yet, but judging from the electromagnetic wave data, there should be a circuit here. The man analyzed. "Continue to monitor. We must find them." The members of the Yama team were furious, and their voices full of murderous intent aroused the resting birds on the side. They spread their wings one after another and fled in all directions. "Captain, we have searched around, and the roads out and in have been blocked." Others also performed their duties and came back to report. "Okay, I don't believe it. We can't catch them this time." The second brother clenched his fists, and his muscles and bones made a gurgle sound. His fighting spirit is very high. In fact, it can be said in one word, that is, rush. As the captain, he sometimes said to the second brother that he should be a little more prudent, as he would suffer losses if he took responsibility. But the second son was still like that, and over time he stopped saying it. "It's just that when I usually perform tasks, I will pay more attention to him." But I have to say that the second child's comprehensive combat level can be said to be on par with mine, but it's still quite impressive. Zhang Bufang, who has been inside the Shandong laboratory, is not so clear about everything that is happening outside. The distance they can monitor is still limited. I wonder if there are other exits here. Taylor leaned on the corner of the table, looking around with a pair of beautiful eyes, as if talking to himself. It would be great if there was one. We wouldn't be so passive and blocked here. Chen He wiped his gun in a very precious way, but it was obvious that Taylor's idea was unrealistic. Just now, while Zhang Bufang was busy there, he also wandered around the laboratory left by his parents. It can be said that except for the only way out blocked by those mercenaries, there is no other exit. This also indicates that a battle later is inevitable. Who wants our lives? Chen Yi found a place to sit casually and rubbed his temples. It can be said that they were in a state of escape all the way. Many times they were forced into desperation. Fortunately, Zhang Bufang's quick reaction saved them. To be honest, Chen He can be said to admire him extremely now. After all, People can still remain rational and make correct decisions under stressful situations, which is obviously something ordinary people cannot do. When this issue was mentioned, Taylor's expression changed slightly. And the other party obviously doesn't want to do anything too extreme, but judging from the current situation, as long as it doesn't harm our lives, it's feasible after looking at other things. Taylor said, in this way, it is tantamount to at least having a protection. But this does not mean that they are absolutely safe. The more this happens, the more it proves that the other party is someone who is difficult for them to guess. I don't know how he views this matter. Taylor raised his head slightly. His eyes fell on the busy figure, and he couldn't help but feel a touch of tenderness. However, Zhang Bufang didn't notice this at all at this moment. He was speeding up the finishing work here. The anti-thing he designed is very small, and if he wants to achieve his intended lethality, it is tantamount to adding a certain degree of difficulty to the original one. And this is not like he is usually in the laboratory. He can design the drawings first and make repeated revisions and refinements. Now he does not have the time to polish these in detail. It can be said that he relied on the imagination in his mind and his long-term rich experience to successfully design such a beautiful thing in such a short period of time. There are still some things that are not very good. It should be improved. However, for Zhang Bufang, it was obvious that he was not very satisfied with his design. If there were other scientists present, they would probably be embarrassed by his words. Alarm, alarm, a detection object is detected, and the system automatically turns on the hidden mode. Suddenly, the vibrating sound of the alarm sounded, startling the three people present. What's going on? Taylor looked a little uncertain and asked in a panic. Shinhee hurried to the console, but he was not very familiar with this instrument and did not dare to press it randomly because he was afraid that if he accidentally pressed the wrong button, it would bring some terrible consequences. After Zhang Bufang heard the alarm, he temporarily stopped what he was doing. It should be that the other party couldn't find where we were hiding, so they used some detection methods, which also happened to trigger the alarm. At least for the time being, we are safe. Zhang Bufang's brows soon relaxed. At least the situation in front of him was not very bad. But at this moment, he admired Chun-Hee's parents even more. To be able to build such a sophisticated laboratory with such high-end controls, what kind of people are his parents? This also made Zhang Bufang full of curiosity and doubt. If his parents were so powerful, then why did they let Chun-Hee stay in the laboratory for so long and even become the subject of research by those people? When he thought of this, Zhang Bufang couldn't help but look at Chun-Hee, who was actively studying the instruments next to him. It seems that secrets are something that many people have. For these questions, I am afraid that I have to meet his parents to know the answers. However, Zhang Bufang's brows that just relaxed were slightly frightened because he didn't know what he thought of. What's wrong? What have you thought of? It can be said that Taylor's focus is on Zhang Bufang, so when he saw his serious expression, he immediately asked nervously. Zhang Bufang looked at the screen and explained after a long time. Currently, it is impossible to hide the magnetic field generated by electromagnetism. At most, genes may reduce its frequency. Ordinary equipment can temporarily fool it, but like some, even at a professional level, you will still find something wrong. I just hope they don't find out. Of course, I'm afraid it's impossible. Zhang Bufang added in his heart. If it were any ordinary person, there would be no need to worry about being discovered. The problem for him now is that the other person is not an ordinary person, so the situation in his imagination does not exist. In order to ease the tense atmosphere, Taylor pretended to smile casually. Actually, it's okay. Even if they find out, it will take a while to determine our location. We still have a chance. Well, you are specifically responsible for the security. Zhang Bufang glanced at Taylor, then turned around and threw himself on the workbench. Taylor, on the other hand, looked at the busy figure with some obsession and couldn't help but become distracted. The man in front of me is obviously so ordinary, but he has an irresistible charm, and the feeling he brings to people is so reassuring. It's like no matter what you face, you can easily solve it in front of him. When Chun-Hee saw this scene, he shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Let's strengthen our relationship with this gun. He thought to himself. Chun-Hee actually still has some confidence in his marksmanship. Although he can't practice shooting now, he can still do it after several previous battles. Why do you feel that this data is a bit strange? A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the person responsible for monitoring these data. The data display proves that there must be electronic equipment nearby, but the strange thing is that there is something wrong with the signal. It's like it's been artificially tampered with. It feels impossible. After all, he is a master in this field, so he is very sensitive to these data. It is precisely because of his sensitivity that he feels that the monitoring of these data is too wrong. But for a while he couldn't tell what was wrong. Did you find something? The boss next to him naturally saw his changing face, so he came over and asked. This? The man thought for a moment, and then explained, we have detected a set of data, which proves that someone must be using electronic instruments nearby. However, there are some problems with the monitoring of this data. The man gestured. The boss also looked at the screen. What appeared in front of him were some wave charts such as polylines, which made it easier and faster to see the problem. Boss, look at the frequency here, and then compare it with this. Following the direction he pointed, the boss's eyes followed. Initially, he didn't notice any problems at the time, but of course after an explanation, the boss was keenly aware that something was not right. I always feel that these data are a bit too perfunctory. Although you can't see anything at first, after repeating it a few times, you can find some irregularities in it. Of course, as for what these unreasonable places are, professionals in this field are still needed. Let me decipher the location of this place. Obviously, his fighting spirit was aroused, and the man was eager to try. If they can take the opportunity to decipher the coordinates, they might be able to find the other party's location. Obviously, relying on this, the important task of finding someone has been entrusted to him many times. Many times when those people are on the phone or even remotely controlling commands on the computer, they don't know that their location has been locked at this moment. Although these electronic devices will bring them a certain degree of protection and can reduce the risk of being betrayed, at the same time, for some of the masters, they are nothing more than a moving target. Sometimes you don't even know what they did after they hacked into your computer. Of course, what's even scarier is that sometimes you don't even know when they hacked into your computer. The person in charge of this aspect here could be said to be fluent with his fingertips. He kept typing on the keyboard until he saw a dense series of numbers appear on the screen. It turns out there is really a problem. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, but his hands did not stop. Originally, he just wanted to roughly confirm the location. So he tried to follow the place where the data came from and start exploring, but he didn't expect that there was something interesting in it. It's up to you. Although the boss said he didn't have a comprehensive understanding of this aspect, he certainly knew a little bit about the basics. After all, when they were performing tasks, they also encountered many programs that wanted to self-destruct the computer. They needed to prevent the computer from being destroyed at the critical moment and then rescue some data from it. Looking at it this way, it proves that there is something going on. The boss patted him on the shoulder, and a confident smile appeared on the man's lips. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me. I will definitely be able to find their location. The man stared at the screen and said slowly word by word. At this moment, he was like a hunter, slowly looking for his prey. Alarm alert. The system is under attack. Activate self-defense mode. At this time, the alarm sound suddenly sounded in the originally quiet laboratory. At the same time, this sound also foreshadowed the situation they were facing at this moment. What? Have they already discovered our location? Chinny was obviously a little uneasy. He originally thought that he could at least hide for a while. After all, it was so hidden here that they came in by mistake. How could it be discovered so quickly? It shouldn't be possible, right? Obviously, these words were not very convincing, and even Chun-Hee himself was powerless. But this also proves that their situation is really critical. Every alarm from the system is like a reminder to tell them of the serious situation they are about to face, so that they can be ready to fight at any time. It's okay. We've already fought before, so we're not afraid of this time. Although Taylor was cheering, her fingertips holding the pistol had turned white, and she was obviously very nervous at the moment. In fact, I don't blame them. After all, they are just ordinary people, and the other party is a mercenary who has always been walking on the edge of a knife. The contrast can be said to be very obvious. Even if we face them, we may not necessarily lose, Taylor said, pretending to be calm, as he clenched the small and exquisite pistol in his hand. Chun-Hee nodded. Indeed. It's not like we were barehanded just now. At least now we have weapons in hand. It's still unclear who will win or lose. Now he can't wait to try the power of this new pistol and see how it works. Don't be nervous. If they want to crack this place now, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Zhang Bufang took some time to comfort him. He could feel that the two people were a little anxious. If they were left alone, it would most likely have some repercussions later on. They can't mess up their own situation now, so taking charge is really a disadvantage. Although Zhang Bufang said he was a little nervous, he could still maintain a certain degree of rationality. This is the laboratory of Chunhe's parents. Judging from the current situation, the security system of this laboratory must be very powerful, otherwise it would not have been discovered for so long. No one is more familiar with some systems in the laboratory than him. After all, he was a scientist in the laboratory before. What needs to be protected in the laboratory is the scientific results of careful research, which are often used in a wide range of fields. Of course, many people have their thoughts on the laboratory, so at this time, the security system can be reflected. The annual investment in security systems is often a considerable amount, and it is precisely because of this that the laboratory is sometimes one of the safest places. Zhang Bufang is not worried that they will attack now. Even if he knows where they are hiding, he still needs to formulate a combat plan. I know, we won't necessarily be at a disadvantage anyway. Taylor took a deep breath and forced himself to relax. Don't worry, I'm here, Zhang Bufang said seriously. This sentence seemed to have magic power, making their somewhat uneasy hearts gradually calm down. They believe that the man in front of them can definitely do it. Captain, it seems that I already know where they are hiding. The people in the laboratory here are racing against time to make weapons, and the mercenaries who have been outside are also sending new news at this moment. That's roughly knowing their scope. Where is the location? The boss asked impatiently. They have been stuck here for almost half an hour and have no clue. Now that they finally have a clue, they must find them as soon as possible. Although we don't know the exact location now, we can conclude that they are hiding in the cave in front of us. The man pointed at the cave surrounded by them and said slowly. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several people on the field changed slightly. What? But I've just seen it, there's no problem. Do you think this person is really hiding here? The second child scratched his head, obviously feeling a little unbelievable. I can basically conclude that they are inside. After all, the system was cracked. But I don't know why. The man was obviously confused. But everything now shows that the person they are looking for must be right in front of them. The boss remained silent, just thoughtful. Grandma, this is a ghost. It's obviously just a big cave. There's no way this person just disappears. Is there something wrong with you? The second child couldn't figure out this problem and scratched his head irritably. In the end, he thought it was still impossible. When the man heard this, he immediately said coldly, "Sometimes instruments are more useful than anything else." Okay, shut up. At this time, the boss spoke up, and everyone present suddenly became quiet and did not speak, quietly waiting for his instructions. What you two said is correct. If we can know why they disappeared, we can know their location. Second brother, please stop talking to me. The boss looked at the second child without any emotion. This guy always has this temper. Think about it. Electromagnetic waves and the like can appear in these barren mountains and ridges. Apart from the person we are looking for, are there other people? The boss actually has his own concerns, which is why he scolded the second boss just now. He had always felt that something was wrong with this cave. From the monkeys to the cloth and footprints found, everything showed that they must have entered the cave in front of them before and then never came out. Because just now he personally circled around the entrance of the cave, and except for some hidden footprints entering the cave, there was nothing else. Then where do you think they can hide? Our people have searched the entire cave, but there is nothing. Except for the wall. It is impossible to penetrate the wall. The second child clasped his hands in his fists and said a little depressed. Suddenly the boss seemed to remember something, and an idea flashed in his mind. It's possible to go through the wall. The boss said in a deep voice with his face shining brightly. They have encountered this kind of thing before. Many rich people always build secret rooms in their homes in order to protect themselves. And sometimes the door to a secret room is often the place that people tend to overlook. Boss, what do you mean? We are all masters in the Tao, so we naturally understand the meaning of his words. Yes, it's like a secret room. The latter nodded, which confirmed everyone's suspicions. But I still have a question that I don't understand. How did they know that there is a secret room in this cave? And who would be so troublesome as to go to this inhospitable place to find a secret room? The second child thought that this person was just showing off his brain. After all, he couldn't even think of doing something like this. Okay, don't worry about why. At least now we have found their place. You will continue to be responsible for deciphering, and the others will be responsible for following me and re-exploring the cave again. This time we must not let go of any suspicion. The boss coughed lightly and ordered. Okay. Everyone responded one after another, and then dispersed, while that person was responsible for continuing to decipher. Chun-hee, who was watching the surveillance in the laboratory, saw people going out and coming in. He couldn't help but panicked and said, "Oh no, I feel like they must have discovered something." Taylor glared at him, then glanced at Zhang Bufang, and found that the latter was not affected by this, so he was temporarily relieved. "Can't you just calm down for me? Don't be so startled, okay?" Taylor was already very nervous, but after such a scare, he almost screamed. "Hey, cheer me up. I don't believe they can hide for a lifetime." The second child spat, the fierceness on his face becoming more and more obvious. The golden-haired man here pushed his eyes, and his fingertips were tapping quickly on the keyboard, only to hear the crackling sound. The people from their team have surrounded the cave, and if Zhang Bufa and the others dare to show their heads, they will definitely be beaten into pieces. The leader of the team frowned, and the dagger in his hand made a sharp move, glowing with a cold light. "Boss, what if they really fight with us?" At this time, one person expressed his worries. The boss was worried about this just now. They haven't found the entrance yet, and they don't know much about the place where they are hiding, so the situation is unclear. If they really don't show up, they can't just waste their time here. It really doesn't look good. The bloodthirsty dark light appeared in the boss's eyes, with a hint of desolation, which made the man shudder uncontrollably. It can be said that in addition to the demon captain, the boss in front of him is also a terrifying existence. They don't know the name of the boss, but they know that he has strength and means. Although he is not as good as the captain, he can still scare many people. Otherwise, he would not be the leader of this team. Even though he has no strength, he can still be convincing. Although they also have various plans, cooperation is now a win-win situation. "Don't worry, I have my own plan." The boss made a beautiful move, and the dagger was held firmly in his hand. In the depths of this jungle, human traces are rare. Occasionally, there are wild animals scurrying among the grass, but it seems that their keen nature has noticed the blood in these people, and they can be said to have escaped quickly. The boss left 2 people to be on guard, and the others followed him into the cave. The boss looked at it carefully. The stone wall in front of him was rugged and cracked in some places. It looked like it was full of traces of vicissitudes of life. In other words, this cave was formed naturally? However, he did not jump to conclusions like that, but continued to observe. This time he really discovered something was wrong. In the corner of this stone wall, the dust is always on one side. The boss squatted down and slid his fingers carefully along the seam between the stone wall and the ground. Really, suddenly a smile appeared on the corner of the boss's mouth, and it seemed to be exactly what he had guessed. It is true that this stone wall was formed naturally, but it was improved later. But he was curious, who built it? You must know that this is a big project. It must have strong financial resources and personnel, otherwise, it will not be realized at all. And this is considered a primeval forest. It's not easy to move materials and other things in. Of course, he was just curious about this. The top priority now was Zhang Bufang and the others. Let's talk about the rest. You guys, blow this place apart for me. The boss sent 2 people and directed them to plant bombs here. Although they can't get in, they can just explode. He also looked at it just now. Although this cave is small, it has a strong bearing capacity. If it does collapse, it will save them trouble. As soon as the boss finished speaking, the 2 designated people immediately started moving very quickly and started preparing to plant explosives. Oops, something is going to happen. Chun-hee here naturally saw the other person's actions through the screen. When he saw him squatting down to observe, his heart skipped a beat, and his uneasiness just now was confirmed. "Shoo, you didn't see Brother Fong busy there. Keep your voice down. What's wrong? You're so panicked." Taylor made a shushing gesture and subconsciously glanced at Zhang Bufang. When he found that the latter was not affected, he breathed a sigh of relief. They can't add to the chaos now, and this weapon is nearing its end. The more so, the more critical it is. Because if there is any mistake at this time, it can be said that the previous efforts will be in vain. Shinhee was in no mood to care about this at the moment. He anxiously pointed at the screen and showed it to Taylor. What the hell? Taylor was stunned by his expression and knew that the matter was probably serious. Although I was mentally prepared, I was still agitated. Taylor's pretty face turned a little pale at the moment. She stared at the screen, her brows tightly knitted together, while he also became confused. What should we do? It seems that the other party has discovered it, and they are preparing to explode it forcefully. He tried hard to stay calm, but he was still a little flustered. Taylor's mind went blank for a moment. If the consequences would be really unimaginable. She unconsciously glanced at the busy man, wondering how he would solve the problem. Why don't you tell me? Shinhee's eyes darkened when he looked at Taylor, but soon returned to normal. Taylor shook her head. She didn't want to disturb Zhang Bufang at this moment. Actually, you would have found out if you didn't tell me when you look back. At this time, Shinhee said again. After all, the power of this bomb cannot be underestimated. It seems that the opponent does not intend to fight them, but wants to force a breakthrough. And I'm worried. Shinhee paused slightly when he said this, and then continued. I'm worried that this bomb will seal the exit of the laboratory. This was the reason why he was so flustered just now. You must know that there is only one way into the laboratory, and similarly, there is only one way out of the laboratory. If it was really sealed back, then they would be trapped here. Taylor was reminded like this and understood the seriousness of the whole matter. After all, today's severe situation cannot allow her to be so selfish. Just as they were discussing what to do, the time for the bomb over there had been set, and the countdown began. Boss, the bomb has been planted. After the two men finished it, they walked out of the cave and reported the progress. The latter nodded, indicating that he understood. Since the other party is so unwilling to come out, let them stay in forever. This bomb is very powerful, so I brought some specially, just in time for the opportunity. Boss, the code has been deciphered. The man with glasses here also gained something. Although the laboratory where Zhang Bufang and the others were hiding had undergone some encryption, it was still somewhat broken. This place should be a place similar to a secret research place. I found a large number of electronic instruments and equipment inside, and some of the equipment is running at the moment. Although they had hidden defense measures, they were still invaded by me. The man with the eyes snapped his fingers, his expression full of confidence. Very good, well done. The boss patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. With this harvest, Zhang Bufang's position was further secured. In fact, it has been concluded now, but these are just to make it more credible. The numbers of the bombs on the stone wall were beating every second, and this also indicated that there was not much time left for Zhang Bufang and the others. Otherwise, I'll fight them. Shinhee was a little annoyed. They had been hiding all the way. Now that they had hid in such a secret place, the other party still wouldn't let them go. Don't be impulsive, calm down. Taylor is much more rational. They still have some time at present, and there may be a turn for the better. After all, based on their strength, even though they have some weapons in their hands, if they really fight, they will definitely suffer. Taylor didn't care whether Zhang He listened or not. She just looked at Zhang Bufang. No matter what he decides, he will choose to support it. And the person she was staring at was finishing the work in an orderly manner. Because Zhang Bufang understands that the more anxious you are, the more things will happen. Even if they rush out now, they may not be able to escape. So the only thing they can rely on is the weapon in his hand at this moment. Although it may not be possible to get rid of all the mercenaries, at least it can delay their progress and buy them a certain amount of time. After they leave here and contact their own people, they will be safe. But before that, what you need to do is to make sure that taking care of yourself is the most important thing. Done. Although Taylor and He were on the sidelines, they were in a hurry. Because they didn't understand this at all, they had no way to help. They could only watch Zhang Bufang busy there alone. At this extremely tense moment, Zhang Bufang heard a voice of relief, which also brought good news. Very good. Shinhee's excited voice seemed a little distorted. Now their weapons are ready. Although they were made in a hurry, they are no worse than those carefully polished weapons. Moreover, in such a short period of time, they also added new functions that other weapons do not have. This is really Zhang Bufang's outstanding achievement. If such a terrifying genius were to truly become his enemy, it would be such a frightening thing. But also because of this, how many people want to get rid of him? Avoid future troubles. What should we do now? Taylor and Chun He were both looking at Zhang Bufang, waiting for his next plan. The latter pondered for 2 seconds. He had also considered this matter just now and had several ideas in his mind. But in the end, he only kept one. Because other methods were too risky, he could only choose this most conservative method. The two of them looked at Zhang Bufang and did not rush him, but waited quietly. Now that he is here, their panic mood has gradually stabilized. This is probably Zhang Bufang's own charm. Taylor thought so in his mind. We can't stay here any longer. We must leave. Zhang Bufang said seriously. If they were really trapped here, all advantages would be gone. And although there are some ingredients here, they can't just live without seeing the light of day and die here. So, you have to go out. Okay, Taylor nodded. Anyway, for her, as long as Zhang Bufang is by her side, she can be fearless in everything. But what about those mercenaries outside? If we just break out like this, wouldn't we become living targets? Chinny still had his own opinions. Although they had to go out, the other party was not a vegetarian. And by going out hastily like this, even their advantage became a passive disadvantage. I have also considered this, Zhang Bufang said. He took out a few small bottles from under the experimental table. Looking at the puzzled looks of Taylor and others, Zhang Bufang explained. This is a fog bomb I made based on some principles. And I also mixed some paralyzing ingredients into it, which can also create a favorable space for us. Zhang Bufang had carefully considered these things, so he came up with this safest method. At the very least, their disadvantages can be minimized. Let's throw this out first, and then shoot to make them incapacitated. Don't be too eager to fight first. Our main focus is to break out. Zhang Bufang glanced at the two people and continued. The terrain here is a bit complicated. It can still be convenient for us to hide. However, the conditions are not so good not far ahead, so we must keep our distance. After resting in the laboratory, their physical strength recovered slightly, and they were able to cope with what happened next. Okay, let's do it like this. Several people looked at each other and nodded solemnly. You can see through the screen that they have 5 minutes left, and when this time passes, it will be time to bury everything. So now they must race against time. Several people quickly packed up, and finally Chun He looked at the laboratory again with some reluctance. After all, this place was the only clue left by his parents, but now he has to. Suddenly he felt 2 eyes, and when he turned around, he realized that they were Zhang Bufang and Taylor. Looking at their concerned expressions, Chun He smiled slowly and signaled that he was fine. Okay, I'm ready. Chun He adjusted his mood a little, then nodded. Okay. Zhang Bufang took a deep look at him and then said one word. He believes Zhang He can do it. There are some things that others cannot give any help to. So there are some things that he can only rely on himself. Zhang Bufang carried the anti-missile that he had just developed after a lot of effort and carried him on his back. This thing was also for emergencies. In fact, it's not heavy at all. He also took convenience into consideration when designing it, so he reduced some weight. Unfortunately, this thing can only be used once. After all, this material can only be used temporarily. If he is given a little more time, maybe he can improve it and achieve more shots. But now I can only make do with it. Several people stood at the door of the stone wall, next to a fingerprint button. Once pressed, the door to the stone wall will open, and they will completely leave this comfort zone and enter a tense fighting state. The stone wall door in front of you separates 2 realms. And now, they have to face the environment outside that door. Let's go. Zhang Bufang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Do you think they will come out? The mercenary guarding outside touched the person next to him with his elbow and whispered, Who knows, we'll find out soon. The person next to him crossed his arms and said happily, He doesn't care whether the other party comes out or not. He just knows that he has to complete the task. Yes, you are right. To be honest, if they didn't come out, it would have saved us a lot of trouble. But it's a pity. The man shook his head, with a trace of talent showing in his eyes. After all, the other party was also an outstanding talent, but it was just ruined. Put away your unnecessary pity and remember your identity. The person he asked gave him an indifferent glance, and his tone was cold. Hey, don't worry, I know this. I still have sense of propriety, but it's really a pity to lose a talented person. The man laughed and said. The people next to him stopped paying attention to him and gave him a reminder, which was already the end of his kindness. He didn't have the time to care about anything else. After all, they all make a living on the edge of a knife, so it's good to be alive. Many things have become numb, and the most taboo thing for people like them is to have extra emotions. Otherwise, it won't be someone else who dies. Time is passing slowly, and the same time brings different feelings to two different people. These mercenaries always feel that time passes very slowly at this moment. But for Zhang Bufang and others, they feel that time is not enough. Some of the mercenaries outside seemed very casual, but the sharp eyes showed that they were still on alert. Careful. At this time, the boss roared, and the moment he finished speaking, several bottles were thrown out of the cave, and their trajectory was towards where they were. Those who were lazy just now immediately took a few steps back, and at the same time took out the guns at their waists as they retreated. Load, aim, shoot. In just this moment, all the actions were completed in one go. The moment they had just stopped, gunfire rang out, followed immediately by the sound of bottles breaking. The fragments fell to the ground with a crash. Zhang Bufang, who was hiding in the cave and carefully watching their every move, saw this scene and his eyes moved slightly. Originally, he planned to shoot first when he was not paying attention, but it seemed that he was not needed now. The bottles just now were broken into pieces and scattered on the ground. And at the moment it broke, the moment the contents in the bottle came into contact with the air, thick white smoke was produced. In just the blink of an eye, the smoke had already blurred my vision, making it unreal. This was specially developed by Zhang Bufang for these mercenaries. After all, the other party was very cautious, and they retreated a few steps, which also gave them a good opportunity to escape. Everyone, be careful. The boss's voice came from the mist. It has to be said that the mercenaries with rich experience can still maintain their composure in the face of such a situation. They are simply well prepared this time. Otherwise, it would be a headache for them to confront them directly. The white smoke spread very quickly, but in just a blink of an eye, it was already a vast area. Everyone, be careful of the white smoke. Living on the edge of a knife, they were naturally very cautious. They quickly covered their mouths and noses, trying to avoid too much contact with the smoke. Regardless of whether the white smoke is poisonous or not, there is nothing wrong with being careful. Damn it, I rushed them all. As the boss spoke, he had already touched the gun on his waist. At this moment, he seemed to know the opponent's tactics. He deliberately used the white smoke to delay their time, so as to provide conditions for the latter's escape. If you want to run away, there is no way. The boss snorted coldly. He is just an ordinary guy with no strength. If he can't teach them a lesson, then his team can go home and farm. Zhang Bufang was waiting for this opportunity. He waved to the two people behind him, indicating that he should start taking action now. Taylor's heart was pounding, and suddenly Zhang Bufang's voice came from in front of him. Follow me. Be careful. These words made her stunned for a moment, and then warmth emerged. Although he did not look back, Taylor obviously felt that this was Zhang Bufang's concern for her. Actually, he still cares about me. Taylor thought about it, and instantly felt that everything was no longer scary at this moment. Bang! Before Taylor could immerse himself in it for too long, a sudden gunshot sounded so harsh that it startled the birds perched on the tree nearby and spread their wings to flee. At this moment, it seemed that the fuse was lit, and the mercenaries fired a steady stream of gunshots. In the white smoke, the muzzles of the guns spraying fire could be seen. Zhang Bufang roared, "Run!" The moment he finished speaking, Chun-He and the others, who had been prepared for a long time, sprinted 100 meters without hesitation. Just as they were running away from the cave, a bullet hit the place where they were standing with a roar that broke through the air. It can be said to be a slight difference. While they were running in the group, Zhang Bufang fired several shots in the back without looking back. Immediately afterwards, a muffled sound was heard, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. He no longer loves fighting. After all, he just wants to slow down the opponent and then break out. Find me a bunker and break out of this smoke. A few veins appeared on the boss's forehead, and he rolled on the spot and quickly hid behind a thick tree. Now that their line of sight is blocked, they dare not act rashly. How come they have weapons? This was the question on the boss's mind at this moment. It seems that these weapons should have been obtained in that cave. Otherwise, they would have counterattacked just now, and they would not be hiding in this deep mountain and old forest. But the boss was only half right. To be precise, these weapons were made by them, not in the laboratory. The boss gritted his teeth secretly. He felt that the other party must be trying to escape time. The moment he just poked his head in, A bullet was flying towards his eyebrows. Fortunately, his instinctive reaction over the years allowed him to dodge, but the burning pain from the bullet grazing his cheek made him dare not make the slightest move. They can only hide temporarily and wait for the white smoke to dissipate. After all, no one knows what will happen if we break out now. Hateful. The boss is a little unwilling. Obviously, he knows that the other party does not dare to confront him head-on, but now he can't take a step, which is really aggrieved. And the situation now is different from before. Now they have weapons in their hands, so he has to think more. There was deathly silence all around, and all that could be heard in Zhang Bufang's ears was the whining of the wind and the dead wood crushed by their full run. The white smoke can't stop the mercenaries for long, so they have to race against time and find a way to escape as much as possible. But obviously, in a jungle full of thorns, this is not an easy task, especially the land under their feet that was covered by dead leaves. It was very likely that when they stepped on it, they would be filled with rancid mud, which caused great inconvenience to them. Walk along. Since they were surrounded by towering old trees at the moment, they did not have any guiding tools such as compasses. Fortunately, Zhang Bufang still knew how to identify the direction of the sun. He wiped the sweat from his head and looked up at Mingming in the sky, and he could still get a rough idea of the direction. The roads he chose were as hidden and easy to walk as possible, because they didn't have time to clean up the traces left behind. Bang! There was a loud noise from behind, and then some rustic fog and dust could be seen. Needless to say, it was obvious that it was the bomb that the mercenaries pressed just now. Several people turned around subconsciously, feeling fear in their hearts unconsciously. If they had been delaying for a while, they might have been trapped inside now. Okay, let's go quickly. Zhang Bufang coughed lightly and called their attention back. After all, they are not out of danger at this moment, so they cannot take it lightly. Bah, don't be caught by me, or else they will die without their bodies intact. The dust mixed with the mist, and several members of the Yama team were choking and spitting. They had eaten a mouthful of dirt. The boss was leaning against the big tree. He was relatively far away and was not affected. But at this moment, his face looked a little gloomy. Due to the impact of the explosion, a lot of the fog developed by Zhang Bufang was dispersed. He took advantage of the moment it dispersed to find that the other party had disappeared. It goes without saying that he ran away. At that moment, he subconsciously wanted to chase after him, but suddenly he felt dizzy and his vision became a little dark, so he hurriedly used the strength of the tree to stabilize his body. Damn it! The boss cursed in a low voice. This white mist is not an ordinary smoke bomb. There is something crawling in it. Boss, we don't have the strength to deal with that kid's dirty tricks now. The second child was furious, but there was nothing he could do now. Unexpectedly, the anesthetic component in the white smoke was so strong. Although they have had this experience before, they usually develop a little resistance to it after a long time. But obviously, this time it wasn't very good. Everyone, keep breathing. The boss's condition is relatively good, thanks to the fact that he didn't inhale a lot, so he can barely stand now. As for some other people, especially those closer to the smoke, they were already sitting on the ground. However, everyone is still awake, but their movements are restricted. We must not let them escape this time. The boss clenched his fists with a cold look in his eyes. Because the cave was affected by the power of the explosion just now, some rubble fell down, completely sealing the entrance of the cave. Slowly the smoke dissipated a bit, but at this moment they could only stay where they were because of the anesthetic component in the mist. This time, their team, the King of Hell, was provoked. Not only have they escaped from them time and time again, but they have also killed some people in return. If this spreads out, they may not be able to hold back their dignity. Boss, what should we do now? All the brothers have been tricked, and now they can't move at all. Are we just going to watch them leave openly? One of them said angrily. Just now, Zhang Bufang took advantage of them not being able to see and fired a few shots inside. At this moment, the bodies of those people were lying there. A blood flower has bloomed between her eyebrows. Boss Tianzi also noticed this situation, and his eyebrows knitted together tightly. It can be seen that the boss is in a very bad mood at the moment. After roughly scanning the corpses, he found that all of them had been killed by a single shot. This made him a little puzzled. This scientist's marksmanship seems to be quite accurate. Although they can hit each other when their sight is blocked, it is still a little difficult to hit the center of the eyebrow so accurately. And It can be seen that the guns they use are very powerful. Fortunately, I hid quickly, otherwise I would have just wiped off a layer of skin. With their physical strength, they can't run very far. The most important thing for us now is to get some rest first. We won't be able to look as good as them by then. The boss said the last two words very seriously. In fact, it is not difficult to see that he has a strong murderous intention at this moment. I could play with them before, but now, I only have one thought. That is to kill them. Everyone also knew that it was useless to worry about this kind of thing now, so they could only suppress their anger, sit on the ground, and restore their physical strength. At this moment, a breeze blew through the mountains, causing the leaves to sway. At the same time, the wind also blew away the remaining white smoke. My eyes suddenly became clear. This is good for their situation, because they can get rid of the anesthesia faster. Here Zhang Bufang drove quickly in front, trying to go as far as possible in the shortest time. Taylor and Chun he followed closely behind. Since this was a dangerous situation after all, they also unleashed their potential. Be careful. Because he was in a hurry, Taylor didn't pay much attention to the path under his feet. He accidentally tripped over a vine and exclaimed. Zhang Bufang in front turned around subconsciously when he heard the sound and saw Taylor rushing towards his arms. And she seemed to subconsciously close her eyes because of fear. Zhang Bufang didn't say anything. He directly hugged the waist with his big hands. The latter still had his eyes closed, and Zhang Bufang asked worriedly, "Oh." Only then did Taylor react. At this moment, she was being held in Zhang Bufang's arms, and this position inevitably made the little deer in her heart bump wildly. It's always the person you like. However, she was still a little thin-skinned, so her pretty face was slightly red, and she looked a little embarrassed. She quickly stood up straight from Zhang Bufang's arms and said with some stumble, "Well, I'm fine, really." Zhang Bufang confirmed again uneasily. The latter was straightforward. "Well, let's go quickly." In order to relieve his embarrassment, Taylor urged. Zhang Bufang was stunned, obviously confused by Taylor's attitude. But he didn't think much about it. Just like Taylor said just now, the most important thing for them now is to hurry up and get out of here. Although I am very confident in the anesthesia effect I prepared, no one can guarantee whether any accidents will happen. Chun He, who was in charge of cutting off the rear, shook his head. After all, as the saying goes, authorities are confused, but bystanders are clear. Then be careful. Zhang Bufang finally warned her again worriedly. After receiving the assurance, he turned around and started leading the way again. Taylor, who was following him, looked at the back in front of him and couldn't help but be a little obsessed. The eyes were right on him at this moment. He was obviously not very strong, but it gave him an inexplicable feeling of being reliable and reassuring. And just now, my own contact with him. His arms are really fascinating. Taylor, what are you thinking about now? Come on, cheer me up. Now is not the time to be distracted. She shook her head violently, getting rid of all the messy thoughts in her mind, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Although I am very happy about what happened just now, they are not out of danger yet, so they should not be distracted by thinking about it. Contact me the aircraft responsible for patrolling. The boss suddenly said. Huh? Boss, do you want to? The man with gold-rimmed eyes asked tentatively. He could roughly guess what the boss was going to do. The latter snorted coldly. Since they want to leave here so much, they might as well stay here forever. Wouldn't it be great if I gave them a ride? As he finished speaking, his bloodthirsty smile made people shudder. Okay, contact me quickly. Tell them my instructions. The boss said in a very cold voice without any emotion. The gold-haired man naturally did not dare to waste time, and he was also very unhappy with these people. After all, they were a small team, and they all prospered and suffered losses. It all goes hand in hand. They enjoy the glory together, but they also have to bear the price of failure. The man with golden hair is also one of the luckier ones. It happened that he was hacking the computer at the back, so the impact was very small, and the computer was right in front of him, which saved a lot of trouble. Tell the brothers on the plane that if you see them, take action directly. Good. The gold-haired man originally wanted to nod, but suddenly felt dizzy, so he had to respond loudly. He had regained some strength at this moment, and they all had passwords specifically responsible for contact. On the one hand, it was for safety, and on the other hand, it was also to facilitate contact when necessary. It just happened to come in handy at this moment. They had left a few small teams on the plane before, and after all, they thought there should be no problem with them. But who would have thought that such an accident would happen? Now that most of their combat effectiveness has been lost, they can only use this foreign aid. After typing hard on the keyboard a few times, and then pressing the Enter key, the screen showed that the message had been sent. After doing all this, he raised his head and signaled to the boss, who nodded slightly, indicating that he already understood. At this moment, Zhang Bufang was completely unaware of all this. The helicopter that had been hovering in the sky also received the latest order from the boss. It immediately changed its direction and chased Zhang Bufang and the others in the direction they had just escaped. What's wrong? Taylor had been following Zhang Bufang. Seeing that he was walking well, he suddenly stopped and asked with some confusion. But at this moment, Zhang Bufang did not answer her in a hurry, but turned his head towards them and made a hissing gesture. Listen. He pointed to the sky. Taylor and Chun-He immediately held their breath and listened. The surroundings suddenly became very quiet, and the only sound that could be heard was the wind blowing through the leaves. They were able to endure it. After all, Zhang Bufang must have had his own intentions in doing this. Really, the next moment they heard the sound of a helicopter overhead, and it seemed to be coming in their direction. Those mercenaries. Taylor's face changed slightly, and he looked at Zhang Bufang with a little uncertainty and asked, "It should be right." Chun-He also had a complicated expression on his face. Unexpectedly, they have not escaped from the tiger's mouth yet, and have fallen into the wolf's den again. Then what do we do now? Taylor asked. Zhang Bufang was also thinking of a way. After all, they were helicopters, which were different from the mercenaries they faced on land. After all, the latter is standing on the ground like them, while the former is in the sky. If they were entangled by this helicopter, they might not even have a chance to escape. Let's hide first and wait until this helicopter passes by. The sound of the propellers overhead was getting louder and louder, and they couldn't delay here any longer. Zhang Bufang quickly looked around and finally located a relatively low-lying slope. There happened to be some lush bushes on it, which could block their bodies. Hide in there quickly. Zhang Bufang took the lead and ran towards the hiding place, and at the same time stretched out his hand to greet Taylor and the others. There is another reason why he chose this place. That is, the space here is relatively large. It can hide the three of them very well. Just a second after they hid in, a helicopter flew over their heads. The huge air currents caused the surrounding plants to sway. Fortunately, it was dense enough here and they were not discovered. The helicopter hovered in the sky for a long time before heading forward again. After confirming that the plane had indeed flown far away, Zhang Bufang and the others stood up. Let's leave quickly before the plane comes. They seemed a little embarrassed at the moment, but they couldn't care less. Now they were in a situation where there was a wolf in front of them and a tiger behind them. No matter which side they fell into, there was only one word for their consequences. That is death. Zhang Bufang knew that the plane had not seen any trace of them when it reached the front, so it would definitely return the way it came. And he believed that this was what the mercenary boss told them. But we can't hide while walking like this. After all, it's a waste of time. Chun-He's brows twitched, and he said, "I know this. It's just that they are on the plane after all, and our weapons have no way of hitting them." How could Zhang Bufang not know what Chun-He said? But now there is no better way. Not to mention, those people are really good at hiding. I haven't noticed them all the way here. The pilot on the plane controlled the control stick while tilting his head slightly to observe the situation below the plane from the window next to him. If they can, they will hide for the rest of their lives. If they dare to show up, I will beat them to pieces. The co-pilot smiled and said something that made people shudder. Although the two of them were chatting here, their eyes were keenly watching every move in the forest. There is no display on the radar yet. The driver's eyes looked at the small screen in the middle of the console. The height of their branches is very low, allowing for better observation. They had been in hiding just now. If they were discovered by some other forces, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Don't worry, our fighter is not a vegetarian. Besides, it's not like we haven't killed those planes tracking us before. If they discover us, I'll turn them into toasters. The two people couldn't help but burst into laughter, which could be described as extremely wild. They are wanted by some countries. They have already become desperados. They live a life on the edge of a knife every day, so they don't care about this. But where can the three of them hide? The person on the co-pilot murmured. He was holding a submachine gun in his hand, and its dark appearance was frightening. Looking down at this primeval forest from above, everything is in sight. Not far away is a large and rolling river, and beside the rushing river, there are some wild beasts living. Among them were several burly black bears, drinking water there. If you can get one and raise it someday, you'd say Doryman, right? The driver saw this scene and said to the co-pilot, if you could marry a black bear as your wife, you would be even more awesome if word spread. You idiot, why don't you marry one? I want to, but I'm afraid the black bear won't be able to bear it. The corner of the man's mouth raised a lewd smile, and the driver glanced at him sideways. When he was about to say something, the co-pilot suddenly widened his eyes and moved toward the window again. Turned sideways. What's wrong? Have you found any trace of them? The driver also leaned forward and looked, but from his side, he saw nothing. No, you go down a little further. The co-pilot greeted, leaning his submachine gun next to him and picking up another sniper gun. He aimed his sniper scope through the glass at the ground blocked by the bushes, changing his position from time to time. The driver knew at a glance that he had found some trace, and quickly stabilized the position so that he could observe better. I see there are footprints here. The co-pilot put down the sniper scope in his hand and said loudly, it seems that we are quite close to them. The pilot followed the found footprints and flew forward. Their speed is very slow, so as not to miss any clues. And obviously this has had a big impact on Zhang Bufang and the others on the ground. After the sound above his head was a little too quiet, Zhang Bufang slowly poked his head out, made sure before waving behind him, but he did not dare to be careless. After seeing the gesture given by Zhang Bufang, Taylor and Zhang, he cautiously poked their heads out. It is simply not an option to continue like this. Taylor lowered his voice, feeling very worried. If they go at this speed, it won't take long for them to be chased down. And now they have to face another dilemma. That is, the helicopters that are constantly patrolling back and forth above their heads. It's just a matter of time before it's discovered. Are these people born in the year of the dog? They are so persistent in pursuing them. Taylor wiped the dust from his face, his voice filled with anger. At this moment, the three of them looked extremely embarrassed, and their bodies were covered with some mud. However, at this moment, they had no time to worry so much. They only thought about how to get rid of these people's entanglements. While they were talking, the roar of airplanes came again overhead. Zhang Bufang's face was also a little gloomy, and he hurriedly said, hurry up and hide. It was obvious that he was very anxious at this moment. As he spoke, he took Taylor's hand, then put it into his arms, turned around, and hid it aside. He also reacted very quickly, jumped aside quickly, and then hid himself. A faint fragrance comes to your nose, mixed with the smell of earth after the rain, but it smells even more pleasant. If it were normal, maybe Zhang Bufang would be a little excited. After all, he had to know that the beauty was in his arms. But now that the situation is critical, he can't control it so much. Taylor nestled in his arms. The distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's temperature and breathing. The mature masculinity coming from Zhang Bufang made her blush instantly, as if she was drunk, and she was indeed more alluring. At this moment, Taylor could clearly hear Zhang Bufang's heartbeat. He is so stable and powerful that people can't help but believe in him. Taylor didn't know what he was thinking, but he subconsciously wrapped his arms around Zhang Bufang's waist. At this moment, she was already dizzy. Zhang Bufang, who was still paying attention to the situation above his head, suddenly felt a soft and boneless touch on his waist, which instantly made his body stiffen. I could still keep calm just now, but now I was beating a few times uncontrollably. Taylor, Zhang Bufang swallowed subconsciously. He was just in a hurry, so he pulled her into his arms. But now, the soft Jade Wenxiang actually took the initiative to hug his waist, which made him not know where to put his hands for a moment. Oh, please stop talking. Taylor was shy and anxious at the moment, which made her face bury even deeper. Zhang Bufang was a little bit dumbfounded. You're tightening it a little tight. Although he didn't want to speak, something really made him breathless. You. After Taylor heard Zhang Bufang's voice, her beautiful eyes widened, but seeing that he was indeed a little uncomfortable, she reluctantly relaxed a little. He hid aside and shook his head helplessly when he saw this scene. He felt inexplicably sorry for himself for 3 seconds. Obviously, this is a picture of 3 people, but it seems that I am so unworthy of having a name. Call. Feeling the strength in his waist decrease, Zhang Bufang took a deep breath. Taylor was angry and anxious with him. The originally good romantic atmosphere was completely ruined. Well, should we go? He coughed lightly and reminded him bravely. He felt that if he didn't do something, these two people would have completely ignored him. And the way they look now, they seem to have forgotten the atmosphere they are in at the moment. As soon as He finished speaking, he felt a murderous gaze falling on him. Looking up, he saw that it was Taylor looking at him angrily. He smiled dryly and scratched his head, while the latter stared at him fiercely. Okay, you two should stop making trouble. Zhang Bufang had a headache. He glanced at Taylor's hand still on his waist and felt that he should give a necessary reminder. But when he just said 2 words, Taylor snorted coldly and stood up straight from his arms. Zhang Bufang felt a little embarrassed now, but he didn't think much about it. But suddenly there was no tenderness in his arms, which made him feel a little unaccustomed to it for a while. It can even be said that the moment Taylor left, he felt a little empty in his heart. What's wrong with you? Zhang Bufang was a little confused, but there was no time for him to think about this problem now. So he put all other emotions in his mind behind him. Be careful. The round-trip time of this plane is much shorter than before. I'm afraid they discovered something. Zhang Bufang looked up at Weiland's sky and said seriously. In fact, his guess was good. It was indeed because of this that the plane kept hovering back and forth between them so frequently. Look carefully, they must still be here. Okay, I know. The co-pilot held the sniper rifle again and kept looking at the ground in the air. Although Zhang Bufang and the others have been careful enough, the secrets have finally become loose, and their spirits are now highly tense. To be honest, it is not a good thing for them. When they faced mercenaries, they had no physical advantage at all. And now, due to their tense emotions, they are losing physical strength at a faster rate, and naturally they will lower their vigilance. No, if this continues, we can't leave here. Now the physical exertion of the 3 of them is huge, and they have no way to rest. The reason why they are still persisting now is all because of their faith. They didn't know how many times they had to hide. During this short journey, they had already wasted more than 10 minutes just dodging the plane. And Zhang Bufang was even more impatient, because the anesthesia effect he was studying could only last half an hour. Now it is estimated that the effect of their medicine has dissipated a lot, so before long, their situation will be even more dangerous. We can't hide like this anymore. Zhang Bufang looked solemnly at the departing plane and said slowly word by word. But what can we do against these planes? He sat on a stone nearby, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and panting. Who said we can't do anything against them? Zhang Bufang suddenly said in a mysterious manner. At that moment, an idea popped into his mind, and he might be able to give it a try. After all, if they hide like this, they will end up dead in the end, so they might as well just fight it out. Maybe there is still a chance of survival. Then what are you going to do? Looking at Zhang Bufang's expression, he was also aroused. You know, usually when he says this, he must have an idea. Don't worry, I'll take a look when they come over next time. Zhang Bufang just has this idea now, but if he wants to implement it, he needs to think more about it. After all, this method only has one chance. If it fails, they won't even have a chance. Therefore, Zhang Bufang did not dare to try it rashly. It's okay, we'll just follow you. He believed in him very much now. Although Zhang Bufang didn't seem to want to say more, he didn't bother to ask. When it's time to know, you will naturally know. A few people were not walking very fast, so they took this opportunity to take a rest. Not long after, the familiar spiral sound came from above their heads again. Several people had already skillfully found a hiding place, and then waited for the plane to pass. Zhang Bufang has been looking at the plane hovering overhead this time, and at the same time he is making gestures with his hands, as if he is calculating the position. Taylor and he stared at Zhang Bufang's actions curiously. No, the height is still a little bit off. After a rough estimate, Zhang Bufang's eyes darkened. It would be nice if the altitude of the plane could be lowered a little more. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Taylor asked, blinking her penetrating eyes. Zhang Bufang did not answer her anxiously, but considered it carefully. The 3 of them got together, and Zhang Bufang also informed him of his plan. Planes have been patrolling here, which is very inconvenient for us. So we must get rid of it. Zhang Bufang said seriously. The key is its location, but it's in the air. How easy is it to get rid of it? After hearing this, Taylor felt that this plan was a bit unrealistic. That's right. Besides, we don't have that equipment. This is simply a fantasy. Chunhee also opened his mouth. Who said we don't have equipment? Zhang Bufang's expression became enigmatic, his eyes slightly raised, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Where? Are you sure? Chunhee searched around and followed his gaze and finally locked onto the anti-missile that they had always forgotten. He pointed at the thing on Zhang Bufang's back and said with some disbelief. The latter nodded towards him. No, is this possible? Chunhee's eyes widened, but seeing Zhang Bufang's expression that he was not joking, he believed it in his heart. It seems that he has already made up his mind. But Chunhee still felt it was a little too incredible. How is it possible to use this anti-missile to attack aircraft specially used for criminal combat? Although he still didn't believe it in his heart, it was clear that Zhang Bufang was now ready to make this possible. I have already calculated that when the plane drops to a certain altitude, the anti-missiles will attack its fuel tanks, and that's it. Attacking the place where the aircraft lands may not necessarily cause fatal damage, but the fuel tank is different. Like this one, all the disadvantages are in the fuel tank. Because if the fuel tank is attacked, the resulting explosion can instantly disintegrate the entire aircraft. This can be regarded as a mayfly shaking the wood. Brother Fong, are you really sure you want to do this? Even Taylor seemed a little unconvinced this time. This is not surprising. After all, no one thinks it is possible. Zhang Bufang responded lightly, but with overwhelming affirmation. He took off the anti-object from his back, and Taylor and Chunhee also saw that he was serious. Although he wanted to say something, he didn't say it after all. Brother Fong, I believe you, but... Taylor seemed very confused and conflicted. Zhang Bufang smiled. He actually understood. Leave it to me. He had a confident look on his face, looking so dazzling and magical. Taylor Chunhee just stared at him and responded unconsciously. Hey, turn around quickly. The people on the plane suddenly raised the decibel level and signaled to the pilot. Upon hearing this, the man didn't hesitate at all, and the plane turned over. What's wrong? The man asked while controlling the plane. The man in the passenger seat had a sinister smile on his face. I have found them. The cunning prey cannot escape the hunter. He laughed so hard that he could only hear the sound of a bullet being loaded while he was talking. The driver looked in the direction he pointed and found traces. Let's just wait and see. After letting them live for so long, they should be satisfied. The driver's voice seemed unusually indifferent, as if in their eyes, he was deciding the life or death of an ant. Hey. The co-pilot also smiled sinisterly, with a look of madness in his eyes, as if everything that happened next was a party to him. Listening to the roar above his head, Zhang Bufang's mouth curved in a strange way. He was just afraid that those people wouldn't take the bait. Now it seems that he was obviously overly worried. If everything goes according to his plan, a lot of effort can be saved. Now that the hunter has become the prey, it will be a good show. It's inconvenient to use a gun. If we come, we have to give them a hard blow. As the co-pilot was about to open the plane door and get in, the pilot stopped him with a voice. Okay, let's do as you say. The man also took back his gun. Although the driver's face was still expressionless, he could vaguely see that the corners of his eyes were trembling with excitement. He seemed particularly interested in what happened next. My favorite is meat sauce. Watching the driver press a few buttons on the console, the driver sitting next to him snapped his fingers and said something very happy. After hearing what he said, the man in charge of control raised his eyes slightly and seemed to be in a good mood. Brother Fong, we're still a little short. Chunhee, who had been hiding aside according to Zhang Bufang's instructions, made a gesture towards him and then yelled. The latter's heart skipped a beat, and he knew that if the distance was not enough, the impact would be huge. What should I do? Taylor squinted his eyes, very anxious. She could see that the people on the plane had already taken an offensive stance, which meant that Zhang Bufang might be in danger at any time. Her heart was beating wildly, and her mind went blank. At this moment, she was thinking, Brother Fong, something must not happen. Zhang Bufang naturally felt the wind brought about by the rapid rotation hitting his body, causing some pain. He gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned his head, and he was directly facing the plane. Brother Fong, Taylor couldn't help but exclaimed. She was extremely anxious and worried now, and so was Chunhee next to her. But they all still kept in mind what Zhang Bufang told them before. Follow my instructions and don't show up no matter what happens. Taylor bit her red lips tightly, and there was a trace of mist in her beautiful eyes, which made me look very sad. At this moment, the two people on the plane were stunned by Zhang Bufang's behavior. I'm afraid this kid is out of his mind. The man sitting in the passenger seat cursed in a low voice. The pilot flying the plane was also stunned for a short time, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. He's just a dying person. You just heard him snort coldly. I want to see what other tricks he can play before I die. The man in the co-pilot also laughed with his face. You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. They have seen many people who are not afraid of death, and it is not unusual for people like Zhang Bufang. Ha ha, looking at him like that. He could be trying to stop the plane with his bare hands. The co-pilot burst out laughing, as if it was a particularly funny thing that was placed in front of him. Although the driver's face was still expressionless, his eyes had already betrayed what he was thinking at the moment. He also thought this was a fantasy. Zhang Bufang just stood there upright, with an indifferent expression and no fear. Although in front of him was an armed combat helicopter. In that case, let's see if he has the skills of Iron Man. The co-pilot's eyes suddenly turned sinister and vicious, but the pilot who had been in charge had already taken action. Taylor was so nervous at this moment that she felt like she was about to stop breathing. She clutched the anti-machine barrel tightly, her palms already covered with sweat. Zhang Bufang was also very nervous, but his face showed no trace of it. At this moment, the plane in front of him has started attack mode. The dark barrel of the gun was pointed at Zhang Bufang. As long as a button was pressed, the thing would rotate rapidly and hundreds of rounds of bullets would pour out. Its lethality was enough to turn him into a puddle of flesh in an instant. By now, the pilot looked a little crazy, although they had just wondered why Zhang Bufang was the only one. But even if the other two people hid, it would only take a little effort for them. As long as the person in front of me is dealt with, those two people are not worth mentioning at all. Quick, let's get ready. Although Taylor was worried about Zhang Bufang, when he saw him making a gesture, he almost screamed subconsciously. She hurriedly fixed the counter thing, and then forced herself to check it carefully to make sure there were no omissions. Then she looked at Zhang Bufang. Now that they are all ready, they are just waiting for a full blow. It is no different that this process is long. For them, every second at this moment is like frying on a hot pan, which is very painful. Zhang Bufang is more impatient than them. The aircraft has not yet reached the range of anti-east-west attacks, and the opponent can press the attack button at any time. The situation now is critical, and he must find a way. But is there any way to make them lower down? Damn it! Why didn't Brother Fong give me a sign? Since there was no movement here, Taylor became a little anxious. She wanted to poke her head in to take a look, but she remembered Zhang Bufang's instructions, so she could only suppress her impulse. Die! Just when the pilot was about to press the button, the co-pilot suddenly stopped him. Don't worry. Looking at the dissatisfied eyes of the people next to him, he laughed evilly and explained, it's rare to meet someone who is fun, but sisters, just kill him directly like this. What a waste. The bloodthirsty light in his eyes flickered, and after hearing what he said, the pilot's expression softened somewhat. Let's just scare him first. The man chuckled, then stepped forward to take aim, and at the same time pressed his hand. Da-da-da. There was a low roar that broke through the air, making people's eardrums feel a little painful. All the white bullets were shot out, leaving a circle of bullet holes on the ground. Zhang Bufang was also shocked, but he quickly calmed down. Many bullets flew past his head, and some even hit his face. Only when the machine gun stopped did he feel the burning pain on his face. Ha ha ha, that's so funny. The co-pilot slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. Look at what he did just now. He looks like a grandson. He was completely sarcastic. Although they were far apart, Zhang Bufang could still see their expressions. He remained silent from beginning to end. In fact, he was confused just now, and his ears were still ringing now. He knew he couldn't wait any longer, so he made an action that could anger them. Zhangbu looked sarcastic, just like what they did just now. He just stared at the two people, mouthing silently and slowly speaking four words. A bunch of trash. Very good. Naturally, those people could see it clearly. They laughed angrily and said several good words in succession. It seems that we need to give him some color to see, so as not to be ignorant of the sky and the earth, the co-pilot said. He didn't need to say this at all. The personnel controlling the plane had already adjusted the inclination so that they could see the scene of Zhang Bufang's smashing more intuitively. That's it. This scene was naturally what he wanted to see. The plane continued to descend, and Zhang Bufang also counted down silently in his heart. 5 meters. 3 meters. Bang! As a rapid bright light appeared, there was a loud noise. What? The co-pilot was shocked, and the hands they were about to press down immediately took off due to the inertia. The fuselage shook violently, and the control panel showed that some positions were out of order, which made them secretly say, "Not good." Parachute. The two of them made a decisive decision and immediately took a wise approach to protect themselves and tried to jump out of the plane. However, at this height, skydiving is actually useless. The parachute could be opened because it was not strong enough to support it, but if they had not parachuted, at this height, they would probably have been thrown to death. And the driver glanced at the console, and his expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, he jumped down while watching the door, followed closely by the person next to him. The moment they jumped out, the plane exploded with a boom and turned into a gorgeous mushroom cloud, which was extremely spectacular. The fire caused by the explosion is like the most dazzling fireworks, spraying tongues of flame to form a beautiful scenery. Against such a magnificent background, Taylor and Zhang Bufang were closely attached to each other, and at this moment, their eyes only reflected each other's shadows. The warmth coming from between the lips makes people feel palpitations in their hearts. Human lips have millions of tactile nerves, so at the moment of contact with the opposite sex, all the nerves are stimulated and explode, and the pleasure you get at this moment is like a refreshing feeling on a hot summer day. It makes your pores feel refreshed. Taylor was stunned, and Zhang Bufang was also stunned. "Hey," I said, because Chun-Hee didn't want to eat too much dog food. He just turned his head to the side to give the two of them some space. But after such a long time, there was still no movement between the two of them. They were wondering in their hearts. He just turned his head and half of what he said was stuck in his throat. He stared at the scene in front of him with some disbelief. What is going on now? Chun-Hee suddenly had mixed feelings in his heart. He wanted to shout to the two of them, "Brother, there are still soldiers chasing behind you. Why did you kiss just now? And now that they are like this, what should I do? Interrupt or pretend not to see?" Suddenly, Chun-Hee fell into a difficult-to-make stage in his life. Kiss, kiss. Taylor's face was completely red, hotter than the burning fire. Her mind was completely blank at the moment, and all she could see in her eyes was the enlarged face of Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang's current condition is no better than Taylor's, and Taylor's figure is bulging forward and backward, the best among the best. Zhang Bufang was fascinated by the tender and soft lips like jelly. He couldn't help but want to deepen the kiss and have an in-depth communication. But fate is just a joke to you. There were dense footsteps in the distance, and you could tell at a glance that the mercenaries were chasing after you. Chun-Hee was so anxious that he scratched his head and quickly ran to their side, and then said to them as gently as possible, "You too. Calm down first. Someone is chasing you now. Can you be patient for a while? Move your mouth." He tried his best to keep his tone as robotic as possible, feeling a little relieved to tell the truth. After all, who allowed the two of them to harm others unscrupulously here? Chun-Hee nodded, feeling that he was speaking out for poor people like him. This sound made the two of them who were still intoxicated with each other suddenly wake up from a dream and immediately separated like their buttocks were on fire. Taylor stood up first, but the force seemed a bit too strong, causing her to stumble before she stabilized her figure. Her face was so red that she could drip ink, and Zhang Bufang's heart was beating very fast. "Ahem, what's wrong?" Zhang Bufang coughed and asked, pretending to be calm. Just, did something happen?" Taylor quickly echoed, but he felt that his words were a bit hot. Chun-Hee was a little frustrated, which meant that the two of them didn't listen at all to what he just said. Feeling disappointed, he briefly explained the situation again, and then pointed in that direction, which would also help the two of them understand their current situation more clearly. Following the direction pointed by Chun-Hee, Zhang Bufang also saw the situation in the distance. Although the whereabouts of those people could be said to be extremely cautious, they could still tell that someone was approaching them. Zhang Bufang frowned. This situation is not good now. Not long after they took down the mercenary combat aircraft, The mercenaries behind them are catching up again. It's like a fly, it's annoying. By the way, where are the two people on the plane? Zhang Bufang asked quickly as if he suddenly remembered something. He remembered that the two mercenaries seemed to have parachuted down before the plane exploded. If they were okay, there would be two more hidden dangers for them. When Chun-He heard what he said, he subconsciously puffed up his chest, his expression a bit arrogant. Humph, you should thank me more. You? Zhang Bufang and Taylor were both stunned and looked him up and down, a little confused. Yes, you two were still concerned about those mercenaries just now. Fortunately, I was smart enough to shoot them twice, otherwise. Chun-He didn't say the rest, but they also understood. Ahem, you did a good job on that one. Keep up the good work next time. Zhang Bufang relied on his shamelessness and patted him on the shoulder to show encouragement. But Taylor was different. Her face, which was already red due to shyness, deepened a few degrees. Zhang Bufang even thought it could be used as a barbecue board. TCH. No need. I just hope you guys can be more careful next time. After saying that, Chun-He hummed a few words. Zhang Bufang turned his head and looked at the mercenaries in the distance. Now we have to find a way to deal with them. Zhang Bufang said solemnly. With their physical strength, it's too late to run now, so they can only find a way to solve it on the spot. After all, their physical fitness is still much weaker than that of the mercenaries, so it is better to just fight it out. Maybe there is still a chance of survival. But you don't have many weapons now. Taylor's eyebrows were twisted into a splay, but she was also talking about the current situation they were in. Moreover, the only lethal weapon in the past was the anti-machine weapon, but now it is useless because it bombs planes. The only thing they can rely on now is these pistols, but obviously these equipment are not enough. You must know that the opponent is well prepared. Although their pistols have intelligent recognition systems, they cannot defeat the opponent's large numbers. Therefore, it is impossible to fight head-on. We can only find ways to outwit them. But it's easier said than done to implement. How to outsmart this is a tricky question. What should we do? They are very close to us. Chun-He said, if it hadn't been for the explosion just now, maybe they would have been safe for a while, but the impact of the explosion was that their location was exposed. Don't move, let me think about it. Let's find a nearby bunker to hide first. Zhang Bufang didn't have a good idea now. Although he was thinking about it, due to limited conditions, many methods were just thought of and could not be realized at all. There's no hiding place around here. It's a bit difficult now. Chun-He had already held the pistol at his waist with a vigilant look on his face. Taylor was also very nervous. She was holding on to Zhang Bufang's sleeves, and her big eyes were halfway out, looking at the figures of those people in the distance. Everyone, hurry up, everyone behind me, follow up. The team of the King of Hell was moving very fast here, and the boss's voice came from time to time, telling them not to relax at all. But now the expressions on the faces of Team Hell are solemn. They are not as relaxed as before. When I catch those three people, I won't let them die so easily, the second child said through gritted teeth. Although several other people did not speak, they obviously agreed with him. They haven't caught anyone yet, but the entire team has already suffered many casualties, and now even the fighter plane has been blown up by them. If this matter spreads, their team, the King of Hell, will no longer have to hang out in the mercenary world. Just pack your things and get out. So obviously everyone was holding their breath this time. After all, this matter was related to the overall face of their team, the King of Hell. Everyone, please cheer me up. They are probably not far away, so please be vigilant. As soon as the boss finished speaking, the entire Yama team had already formed a defensive formation. They were holding black pistols tightly in their hands and were very cautious. This defensive formation allows them to take effective protective measures immediately when facing emergencies, thereby reducing casualties. Now each of them feels a little angry. You must know that there are only 3 people on the other side, and they were several times the number of the opponent, and they were also experienced mercenaries with combat experience, so they fell into the hands of those 3 civilians. Obviously, he couldn't take this breath anymore, and he could only recover with the blood of the 3 of them. Brother Boo, do you think we will just stay here forever? Suddenly, Taylor, who was silent, said. Her voice was not as relaxed as usual, but more solemn. Zhang Bufang was stunned when he heard what he said, then turned to look back at her firmly and said seriously every word. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I will definitely ensure your safety. When he said this, there was seriousness and solemnity deep in his eyes, which made Taylor's eyes slightly red, and a warm current surged through my heart. She nodded, her voice mixed with some sobs. Silly girl, things haven't gotten that bad yet. Maybe there will be a turn for the better. Zhang Bufang smiled fondly at her and reached out to remove the dead leaves from her head. Well, Brother Boo, I believe you. Taylor took a deep breath and his tone was extremely serious. Zhang Bufang didn't say anything. He absolutely believed that everything would be fine. This is a kind of self-confidence. Although it is clear that they are at a disadvantage, he does not feel depressed because of it. Sometimes everything is still unknown until the last moment. After all, no one knows what will happen next second. Let yourself calm down first, then everything will feel solved. Although their current situation is still a bit dangerous, at least it is better than being trapped in the cave before. Moreover, the forest here is relatively dense, which is also a good place to hide. At the same time, these hidden places can also bring them certain benefits. Just like, they can make some traps and stuff. Zhang Bufang had this idea because he suddenly thought of the hunters hunting in the forest. It was just a good opportunity to imitate them. Although those mercenaries were not prey, they were almost in that situation now. Although it is more accurate to say that they are prey, while the mercenaries are hunters. Ah, there are bees. Go away, Taylor suddenly exclaimed, then crawled into Zhang Bufang's arms, as if this would make her feel safe. Please, this is not a bee. This is obviously a wasp, okay? Chenny took a look at the wasps that were constantly spinning around Taylor, shook his head, and called out. No matter what it is, just let it go away. And why does this wasp always circle around me and not around you? Taylor cautiously poked her head out of Zhang Bufang's arms and saw the particularly large wasp staring face to face with her. She immediately got goosebumps all over her body and hid in Zhang Bufang's arms again. Chenny seemed to be gloating. Because who wants you to be the most fragrant and sweet? It's natural that wasps don't like the stinky sweat on our bodies. Who can you blame? After finishing speaking, he shrugged helplessly. You. Taylor was a little angry, but when he heard the sound of the wasp flapping its wings, he suddenly became weak. She hid in Zhang Bufang's arms and shivered. Seeing Taylor looking so pitiful, Zhang Bufang felt soft in his heart. Okay, Chenhe, don't scare her. You know, wasps can sting people to death. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through his mind. Hornets sting. I thought of a way. Zhang Bufang clapped his hands suddenly. Thanks to Taylor, he was able to think of this way. What? Apparently, the two people didn't react and looked confused. Zhang Bufang did not rush to answer their questions first, but leaned out from the grass and looked around among the trees, as if he was looking for something. Brother Fong, what are you looking for? You can tell us, and we will help you. Taylor cautiously opened his eyes and found that the wasp had flown away, so he gained courage. After seeing Zhang Bufang's appearance, she asked aloud, where there are wasps, it proves that there is a hornet's nest around here. I am looking for the hornet's nest. Zhang Bufang answered them while looking for it on the other side. I found it. Zhang Bufang's eyes lit up, and his gaze was fixed on a relatively dense tree. Under the leafy leaves, there is a particularly large hornet's nest hanging there. At this moment, you can see many wasps working hard there. Huh? Brother Fong, you don't want to poke a hornet's nest, do you? Taylor's little face changed instantly when she saw the hornet's nest. Obviously, she didn't have a good impression of the hornet's nest. After all, little things like this can really scare girls. Zhang Bufang smiled brightly. It seemed that this was his plan. After all, you must know that you cannot go head-to-head. Although those mercenaries are powerful, you must know that all things are equal. Even if you can destroy a base, you may be helpless against a small flying insect. As the saying goes, no matter how good your skills are, you are still afraid of kitchen knives. In fact, for many things, what can be used without the bells and whistles is actually the unpretentious part inside. In nature, there are many things that save people, and similarly, there are also many things that contain deadly poisons. Brother Fong, what are you going to do? Chenny has looked away now anyway. No matter what Zhang Bufang wants to do next, he can accept it now. After all, if you can even fly an airplane, what else can't you do? Anyway, now he seems to be taking things as they come. Roar! Just as Zhang Bufang moved toward the wasp, a low roar came from deep in the forest. The sound was very loud, and it was probably a beast. Brother Fong, what do you think it could be? Taylor's heart suddenly rose again after she had just calmed down. She fearfully stuck to Zhang Bufang's side, as if this could bring her a sense of security. Chenyi shook his head and sighed. Anyway, it is now normal for him. It's okay, just follow me. Zhang Bufang carefully pushed aside the trees blocking the way, and now he could clearly see the source of the roaring sound just now. Bear! Taylor exclaimed in a low voice. Zhang Bufang did not expect to encounter a black bear here. Yes, what was in front of them at this moment was a clear river, gurgling there. Several particularly ferocious and strong black bears were lying there drinking water, and occasionally they roared, which was extremely frightening. You must know that the black bear's attack power is particularly frightening. With one strike of its paw, the person who was slapped by it can be said to have only half a life left. When encountering such extremely lethal animals in the wild, the best way is not to anger them and then move away from them quickly. If you go to provoke them without weapons to defend yourself, it will only prove that you are impatient. Shoo, let's be careful. Zhang Bufang softly made a hissing gesture and then cautiously stepped back. Taking advantage of the little time they still had, they simply used some of the surrounding terrain and environment to arrange some small dangerous situations. Although it is not fatal, it can at least slow down their pace temporarily and allow them some time for their subsequent plans. The boss who was leading the team suddenly made a gesture, and the team that was walking quickly stopped suddenly. From this moment on, everyone is on alert at all times. Following the order, everyone's expressions tense together. Boss, what did you find? The second brother came up and asked. His eyes are like those of an eagle, not missing any clues around him. Not yet. But there is nothing wrong with being careful. The uneasiness in the boss's heart showed signs of emerging again. He looked around. Everything was calm, but the more so, the less careless he could be. He no longer regards Zhang Bufang as an ordinary scientist. On the contrary, he regards him as a comparable opponent. Although he is not as good as the mercenaries in some aspects, as a scientist, he has one skill that they do not have, and that is brain. It can be said that for Zhang Bufang, his smart brain is his ultimate weapon. Sometimes, what a scientist studies is often the key to determining the outcome of a game. Therefore, many times, the extraordinariness of scientists is highlighted. Therefore, it is always right to be cautious when dealing with such people, because they are actually more difficult to deal with than those who are more powerful in force. I don't know when, but mist started to drift in the forest. In fact, this is very common in forests. Because the humidity between forests is very high, and the sunlight is too high, a certain temperature difference between inside and outside is formed. However, this mist forms quickly and dissipates quickly. Zhang Bufang and Taylor were hiding in the dark, and the mercenaries were already in front of them. However, these people were very careful and were always on guard against their surroundings. God is really helping me. Zhang Bufang naturally saw the layers of mist and was secretly happy in his heart. Due to the lingering fog, visibility was naturally affected to a certain extent. For them, this situation can invisibly increase their chances of winning, which is also more conducive to his plan. All the mercenaries of the King of Hell's team were cautious, and they moved forward bit by bit in a defensive formation. Everyone spread out in a fan shape, and be sure to search carefully. They can't run far, said the boss. Zhang Bufang peered through the gaps between the bushes and looked at them carefully. Although the hired dads are scattered, they are not very far apart from each other because there is mist between the trees at the moment. This is also for better safety. What an embarrassment. The second child viciously kicked away the tree branch in front of him, but was tripped to the ground by a sudden vine. Fortunately, he was more agile and supported the ground with one hand, and then stabilized his body and stood up. After the boss heard the commotion, he glanced at him. What's wrong? He asked. The second child waved his hand, indicating that he had nothing to do. After receiving the response, the boss turned his head again. Grandma's. The second child spat, stepped on the vine as if to vent his anger, and kicked it out with great force. The vine drew a green arc in the air, and at the same time as the second child kicked the vine out, a black object above his head suddenly fell down and rolled twice on the ground. The second child was naturally very keen, so when he felt a crisis on his head, he immediately took a few steps back. The thing fell on the road full of dead leaves, making a dull sound. Although the sound was not loud, it was extremely quiet in the forest now, so this sound seemed very abrupt. I hit. Taylor seemed very excited, and his lowered voice could be heard. Zhang Bufang does not dare to be careless now. His top priority now is to wait for the opportunity. What's wrong? The boss was originally walking in front of the team. After hearing the sound, he immediately turned his head and asked the team to stop and put himself on guard. Something just fell from the tree. The second child said matter-of-factly. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and carefully explored what it was. This was when his ears moved slightly, and he heard the sound of humming. After taking a closer look, it turns out that the black shadow that just fell down turned out to be a huge hornet's nest. Now these wasps looked very angry. Someone actually destroyed their home. Naturally, they wanted to seek revenge. They flew out from the hive on the ground, followed by a dense mass of them, which made people's scalp feel numb just by looking at them. And those bees had obviously formed an attack pattern. For a moment, the only sound that could be heard was the wasp flapping its wings, which could be described as loud. "I'll go. Why is it a hornet's nest?" the second child yelled, while shouting and running quickly to the side. These wasps look like they are wild, and their fighting power should be particularly strong. If this is a sting, it will be refreshing for several days. Although they hold weapons with full lethality in their hands, they still have a headache when facing these. Naturally, wild horse bees are no gentler than domestic wasps. At this moment, they only know that these people in front of them are the ones who destroyed their hive, so we must not let the saboteurs go. The second child's reaction speed can be said to be extremely fast, and the other mercenaries also quickly looked for a larger hiding place the moment they heard wasp. After all, their flesh and blood bodies are still a little unable to withstand these thousands of wasps. Despite their decisive speed, wasps are obviously not vegetarians. They gathered into a large formation and began to spread out to look for the mercenaries. At this moment, for these wasps, as long as they find someone, they will go. What a mess. The boss's face turned black, but at this moment he had to find a place to hide first, and then wait for the wasps to fly away. After all, once the wasps can't find you, you will be safe. But actually hiding from wasps is not an easy task, because these wasps have particularly sharp senses and can completely tell your direction. So when encountering wasps, many people will jump into the water. Because the water can smell them, they can't find them. Those who reacted faster were better off, but those who were a little slower were stung by the wasps in front of them. Naturally, there was such an unlucky guy in this team. At this moment, he saw a wasp flying towards him. The sound of its wings flapping was like that of a bomber, causing pain in the bone marrow. "I'm going. This is going to be terrible." His expression changed instantly, and he ran away without saying a word. He seemed to have heard a sound similar to water flow just now, which meant that there should be a river nearby. If he could run into the river, he would be fine. Although his speed is very fast, it is affected to a certain extent in the jungle. Because tree roots may be exposed on the ground, and there are some hanging vines, there are certain restrictions on his speed. Pain. He took a breath and grinned. It turned out that a wasp chased him from behind and stung him on the back of his hand. Immediately afterwards, the man felt an anesthetic sensation coming from the back of his hand. The man didn't dare to delay, so he immediately ran faster. The other mercenaries who had been hiding had not yet breathed a sigh of relief. The wasps seemed to know their thoughts, and some of them actually stayed in place. This situation is not favorable to them. After all, there are these few lone horses watching here. It can be said that if they act rashly, these wasps can fight back at any time and then call the wasp brigade that is not very far away. In fact, all this was a strategy devised by Zhang Bufang just now. He deliberately used this to get the wasp down. Originally, he didn't have high hopes, but God would help him. The man did this unintentionally, and it was considered a big help to him. But even if they didn't get hit, Zhang Bufang still had a trick up his sleeve. But it wouldn't be needed now, so I won't talk about it now. Damn it! Why is this wasp still lingering here? The second child revealed an eye from the bushes on the side like a thief, and glanced around nimbly. Although he had reacted quickly, he still had some injuries on his body. He had been stung a few times by wasps, and now the stung areas were still burning with pain. He has a rather impetuous personality to begin with, and he never thought that his impulsiveness would not cause such a thing. But it's too late to say anything now. The only hope is that he can learn from it and gain wisdom. It's a lesson learned. Zhang Bufang, who was hiding in the dark, could be said to have witnessed their embarrassing situation just now. Humph, that's right. Taylor raised her little pink fist and muttered softly. The reason why those mercenaries are experiencing such a situation at this moment is all because they brought it upon themselves in the past. I used to pursue them relentlessly, but now the situation has changed, and it's finally reversed. They ran all over the mountain to be chased by such wasps. If the environment they were in at this moment did not allow it, I am afraid they would have clapped their hands and praised them. Everyone, don't be chaotic, stay firm. The boss whispered, while a sharp cold light emerged from his sinister eyes. He was thinking of ways to deal with these wasps. Although Ma Fang's sudden appearance just caused some minor chaos. Of course, the mercenaries with super strong psychological quality quickly returned to their previous state. You have to admire them for this. No matter how you say it, mercenaries have much more experience than ordinary people, and the money they earn is based on knife-edge work. If you don't have the basic calmness and composure, it proves that you, as a person, may be in danger. To increase several times. Those wasps were very big, and they kept circling back and forth in the jungle. Their buzzing sound was like patrolling fighter jets, and they were very powerful. The mercenaries did not dare to act rashly for the moment and could only hide themselves temporarily. The unexpected appearance of the wasp also disrupted the boss's original plan. It's too much of a coincidence that the wasp appeared. The boss narrowed his eyes slightly and said thoughtfully, "Sometimes some coincidences are actually more like designed accidents." They had arrived at the site of the plane explosion and saw the remains that were still burning on the ground. In other words, the uneasiness I felt just now was completely in response to my call. I didn't expect that scientist to have some skills. The other mercenaries naturally noticed it, and one of them said in a slightly complicated tone, "I really have a lot of emotions at this moment." Because they discovered that this ordinary person with the name of scientist was not really an ordinary person. Everything he has done so far is actually completely comparable to those difficult and dangerous missions they have performed before. They had always seemed careless, but they discovered it after a series of events. It made them underestimate the enemy too much. This is obviously not a good thing. After all, on the battlefield, the most taboo thing is to despise the enemy. But now they have committed this taboo, and they have paid a heavy price for it. Brother Fong, do we still have to wait here? Taylor blinked. In fact, she couldn't wait in her heart now and wanted to continue reading. That's right, they actually prepared a second gift. Anyway, now they can't reveal their position, so they can continue to watch the show unfold here. Well, it should be soon. Zhang Bufong seemed particularly patient, especially when he looked at Taylor's little devil expression and his eyes were full of doting. Ever since their gentle kiss, their relationship has always been in a particularly ambiguous atmosphere. But they did not pierce this layer of window paper, but gave it a feeling similar to a veil looming. Cheney's eyes were open and his nose was concerned. It could be said that he was not squinting, and he did not pay attention to some things that happened between them at all. After all, he has been through too much right now. Cheney was a little worried. If the two of them continued like this, the wasps would probably change their course. After all, isn't this sweet taste the wasp's favorite? Now let's go back to the mercenary who just discovered that there was water around him. He could be said to have pushed his limit to the highest level and sprinted all the way. Due to his relatively fast speed, he actually carried a lot of fallen leaves away, where they circled around and then fell down again. Behind him were dozens of wasps the size of a thumb, and the scene was truly terrifying. Especially the particularly sharp long stings on the wasp's tail give people an inexplicable fear of being dominated. It's like what most people feel when they see a needle. There really is water ahead. Suddenly, the lush bushes suddenly turned around, and the area in front of us became wider. A rolling river was roaring and whimpering. Although the current was relatively fast, it was still in a relatively safe state. The mercenary was overjoyed. After all, he had provoked so many wasps because of his excessive movements. Fortunately, we found the water source. Otherwise, the consequences would be needless to say. Bang! The mercenary jumped into the water without saying a word. After all, the situation was critical, and he had just made a rough estimate. Anyway, the risk factor is not high. You must know that they had jumped over the waterfall before, and the water flow was several times this. I saw a splash of water overflowing, creating waves of ripples. The mercenary took a deep breath, and then suddenly fell into the water. Since there are not many people around, the river water is relatively clear. Although there are certain visual differences, it does not affect the mercenaries' observation. Buzz! Just when the mercenaries buried their heads in the water, the wasps also came. They kept turning around on the top of the river, making low-pressure sounds. Although the wasps did not want to let go of the mercenaries so easily, the river hindered their further attacks. They looked very irritable and kept flying back and forth on the water. The mercenaries and the wasp were in a stalemate with each other, and the wasp eventually lost. Although the wasps were very angry inside, there was nothing they could do. The mercenaries under the water naturally saw this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly stood up from the water, gasping for air. Call! The mercenary exhaled a stale breath and took a greedy breath of fresh air in the jungle. The holding of his breath just now had reached his limit. Although he secretly breathed a few times against the water in the middle of the journey, because the wasps were staring too closely, he was not as unscrupulous as he was now. Now that the wasp is gone, his current situation is safe. This wasp's sting really hurts, the mercenary said to himself. There were already several big bumps on his arms, all caused by the wasps. He will have to get the thorn out of the bag later, otherwise, it won't be cured at all. Just when he started to make this plan in his mind, there was a sound from the bushes. The mercenary in front of him immediately entered a state of vigilance. He watched carefully while his gun was pointed. Could it be Zhang Bufang and the others? Obviously, the one who made the sound did not say that he wanted to hide himself, and when they dispersed just now, there was no trace of Zhang Bufang and others. So they thought they might have run away. After all, no one would be such an idiot and wait to be caught. But the next second, the mercenary felt something was wrong. There's a problem. The alarm bell was ringing in his heart, and he didn't dare to blink. Because the movement in the bushes was getting louder and louder, some of the thicker saplings were broken to the ground, and all of this was not man-made at all. When he thought of this, the employer had an idea in his mind. Only some relatively large animals can cause such terrifying and destructive power. Just as he was thinking this, the bushes completely lost their cover, and what made the noise just now had revealed its true face. Roar! The roar was deafening and resounded throughout the world. That majestic body is like a small mountain peak, and his roaring teeth, which glow with cold light, have the power to destroy everything. That's right, there is a black bear in front of you. It's a bear that's even bigger than an adult black bear. This shows that we have obviously met the king of black bears. However, the mercenary at this moment obviously found that the black bear was not in a very good temper at this moment. As for the reason, the mercenary soon found out. Looking at the several wasps lingering on the black bear's head, and the black bear that kept baring its teeth and claws to try and squash the little thing that was causing it pain, it can be said that all this is already clear. It seems that this black bear wanted to steal honey, but failed to steal the chicken and lost all the rice. So it was stung by the wasps. Roar! There was another angry roar, and it was obvious that the black bear was extremely impatient at this moment. But at this moment, a person with the same appearance as the annoying guy appeared in front of it, and it instantly became furious. What's going on? The mercenary naturally noticed something was wrong with the black bear, and immediately there was wind under his feet. No matter what, he ran away first. Although his skills are sharp after all, against this jungle master, unless he is impatient, no one will fight head-on. You must know that this big guy in front of you can displace someone's head with just one paw. After all, they are people who can leave scratches on even rigid boards, let alone their flesh and blood bodies. The mercenary didn't want to die in the hands of animals before he died in the hands of his compatriots. Although he had thought about shooting, he had to know that black bears have rough skin and thick flesh, and when the black bear came out of the bush just now, he vaguely saw several bears of similar size behind the black bear. He was running wildly there. Unless he wants to ascend to heaven early, this shot will be his death knell. Those wasps have receded a bit. A person here carefully leaned out half of his body, and then talked about the situation. We'll just wait a moment. The boss also took a surreptitious look. Indeed, those wasps were all out in force just now, but now because they dispersed the team, the number suddenly decreased. This is a good thing for them. They can't find us and will disperse automatically after a while. After all, they no longer have a target to attack, so they won't waste too much time. Just as they said, They couldn't find any trace of the mercenaries and gradually began to disperse far away. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a roar came from the distance, mixed with a roar. Although the distance was somewhat far away, the sound still traveled very far and was very powerful. This is the sound of a wild beast. Several mercenaries glanced at each other. In fact, in such deep mountains and old forests, it is not surprising that ferocious beasts appear, but it would be interesting if there were both ferocious beasts and powerful wasps. The moment Zhang Bufang heard the sound from far away, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The fun is about to begin. Boss, isn't that Xiaotai? At this time, a man showed half of his head and suddenly pointed at a certain place and shouted. And everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and it turned out that he was indeed one of their own. But the boss is more dignified, because those people called Xiaotai are running very fast at the moment, and at the same time, behind him, they are chasing after a huge creature. One black bear. The black bear was stronger than ordinary people, and I don't know what happened. The black bear was obviously in a very angry state, and it was running rampant. I saw a big tree with a thick mouth swaying, and then there was a crisp snapping sound. The tree had actually fallen. Roar! The black bear chased me, and its powerful roar made people feel very scared. Boss, what should I do? Everyone has their guns pointed at the black bear at this moment. As long as the boss gives the order, they will shoot it out. Don't move, be careful of accidental injury. The boss stopped him. Xiaotai and the black bear were now very close to each other, and their angles were in a blind spot, so there was a high chance of accidental injury when shooting. Wait a little closer. The boss said patiently. Although he is also anxious, it is useless to be anxious now. It cannot solve the problem. The chased mercenary was running very fast, but suddenly he didn't notice his feet and stumbled to the ground. At the same time, the black bear also launched an attack and slapped it with a powerful paw. The strength of it could be seen from the branches that were smashed by it. Fortunately, the mercenary managed to escape just now. At the same time, the mercenary who fell to the ground rolled over on the spot, then stood up and ran away quickly again. He was also smart enough to sneak into a small place so that he could stop the black bear. But obviously this black bear is the one who stands in the way of killing Buddha and killing Buddha, because anything that appeared in front of it, as long as it hindered it, was knocked away with brute force. The mercenary tried his best to run the least labor-intensive S-shaped route. After all, he had spent a lot of energy avoiding wasps, and now he encountered a black bear. So along the way, his strength was consumed very quickly, and he didn't get much rest, so he was naturally a little tired. The most important thing is that the two types of people chasing him are not slow. Everyone, pay attention. At this time, the boss lowered his voice and asked everyone to prepare. Suddenly, there was the sound of the muzzle of the gun being raised. The pitch-black tube faces the mighty black bear. This will be a unique showdown. Xiaotai looked a little embarrassed. After all, he was chased by a bad-tempered beast along the way, which was quite miserable. Roar! A burst of sound broke through the air behind him, and the mercenary's speed slowed down a bit. The black bear was not stupid. Knowing that the opportunity had come, he immediately took action and hit the mercenary with a bare paw, which was heartbreaking. Although he couldn't keep up with his speed, his instinctive reaction was still there. He turned sideways and rolled using the force to avoid the black bear's attack. Stab it! But obviously he was still a little slower. The sound of scratching the backpack was heard, and the items inside fell to the ground. But at this moment, he could no longer care about it and ran as hard as he could. Fortunately, he had a backpack to block the blow just now, so he was not injured. But next time, it will be hard to say. Grandma's. The mercenary became anxious, made a sharp turn while running, then held a gun in his hand and fired bullets directly. Roar! The black bear was in pain. At this moment, the bullet hit its shoulder, and you could see blood stains. The black bear was completely angered now. It looked up to the sky and roared. The sound seemed to be calling its companions. Then the boss also gave an order, and everyone was ready to shoot. But at this time, the buzzing sound was unusually pleasant, and the wasps that had dispersed at some point suddenly gathered together again to form a large square array. Among them was a wasp that stood out, similar to a queen bee. Thousands of them gathered together, making a particularly loud noise. It is said that enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. The boss just gave the order, so the mercenaries also leaned out half of their bodies, which is more convenient for aiming. After all, they were not holding sniper rifles. The moment the boss heard the sound of the wasp, he secretly thought, bad luck, and thought of a quick victory, but the dust was flying in the distance, and the place was a mess. Big trees fell down, startling many birds. "Boss, another black bear is coming," someone shouted at this time. Needless to say, I knew it was the black bear that called me. In the blink of an eye, the black bear had already rushed over, and the boss suddenly looked a little ugly. Now their situation has suddenly changed. Not only do we have to deal with black bears, but also the eagerly watching wasps above our heads. Now it's quite a battle. We should withdraw. At this time, Zhang Bufang also saw that the time was ripe and whispered to Taylor Chinhe. Now they happen to be in a situation where they are attacking from both sides, so the mercenaries are busy dealing with it. So naturally they can't get past them. This is the best opportunity to leave now. So if you don't leave now, wait until later. Zhang Bufang is not stupid. On the contrary, he is very smart. He knows when to retreat to bring them the greatest benefit. Now the mercenaries of the Yama team are in a passive situation at the moment, which can be said to be an advantage for them. He signaled Zhang He and Taylor to step back first and leave slowly. He was responsible for the aftermath. After all, he has the better physical strength among the three people. Even if it is a bit troublesome, he can handle it by himself. Be careful, we will meet at the appointed place later. Taylor was very reluctant to leave before leaving, but she could also clearly distinguish the urgency in front of her. Don't worry. After Zhang Buxiang gave her a serious assurance, Taylor left with a heavy heart. Now that they have left, Zhang Bufang has less worries. He had to think more about Taylor and the others just now, so it was inevitable that he seemed a little timid. Now that they were in a relatively quiet place, Zhang Bufang naturally had less worries. Nemus, the boss, felt miserable at the moment. Not only did they have to face the ferocious beasts, black bears, but they also had to endure the wrath of wasps and others. Now they can be said to be looking ahead rather than behind. This time I was targeted by wasps, and it was obviously difficult to get rid of them. Everyone, kill the black bear first. The stings of wasps are indeed a bit unbearable, but the strong bears in front of them are not the ones they can bear. So the boss immediately stopped. After all, things should be prioritized first and then urgently. The attack of wasps is indeed a very urgent matter. However, the threat posed by these black bears requires them to be eliminated first. Otherwise, they won't be able to get rid of it at all. Even if they escape the wasps, if the black bears sneak up and chase them from time to time, it will be useless no matter where they hide. The first measure the boss takes now is to reduce their losses as much as possible. During this mission, the boss was already prepared for casualties and sacrifices when he arrived. They are mercenaries after all. The blood flowing on the body must also be cold. Sudden, just as the boss gave the order, a sound broke through the air, and the fierce friction between speed and atmosphere produced little sparks. Only the sound of flesh penetration was heard. Although it was not very obvious in the environment in front of him, the boss was the closest, so he naturally witnessed everything that just happened. The facial expression of the mercenary who was shot was still the same as before, and he fell down. It can be said that this moment is his eternity. The sudden sound of bullets also completely attracted those black bears. Its broad claws slapped its strong chest, and for a moment, there was an endless stream of roars that shook the ground. Although the black bears were huge in size, their speed was not slow at all. A few of them ran to the mercenary who was raising his gun in an instant and slapped him away with a paw. Although the man tried his best to resist, he was still a step too slow. At this moment, his whole body had been blown away, and he hit the relatively strong tree behind him, and then he fell down and lay on the ground. According to Zhang Bufang's estimation, he might have to take care of him for a few days after he returns. But I have to say, something like this is relatively lucky. Although they were a little injured, at least they were still alive. Some of the more unlucky ones were directly slapped on the head by the black bear's paw, and then the unlucky guy was violently pushed away. The man who flew out fell heavily to the ground from a high place. Then his body trembled a few times and then stopped moving. I guess that person is already cold. Zhang Bufang shook his head and thought to himself, after all, after being attacked by these two impact forces, it is simply a fantasy to try to withstand it with just a mortal body. In fact, There are a few people who can be mercenaries who are simple characters. It can be said that they are all people with special skills, extraordinary skills, and extremely smart. But these advantages are only when facing ordinary people. If the opponent turns into a force of nature or a beast in the jungle, the outcome is not known. Zhang Bufang was not too worried about the mercenaries, and he was not an overly kind person. After all, the other party came for them, and even wanted to take their lives. As the saying goes, kindness to others is cruelty to yourself. And just by relying on these people, even if there will be certain casualties, they can still get rid of these ferocious beasts. If these wild beasts didn't block their progress, they would be the ones who would face danger when they turn back. It's so dangerous to be in such a stalemate. Why don't I come to help you? A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Bufang's lips, and then he took out a pistol from his waist, adding another wave to the already imminent war situation. The sound of bullets at this moment broke a string between the two parties at the same time. Those ferocious beasts and wasps flew over at the same time, causing the mercenaries of the King of Hell's team to panic for a moment. But after all, they have rich experience. The commotion is only temporary, and they can recover their mentality soon. Zhang Bufang, on the other hand, hid in the dark and fired 2 cold guns. He was just someone who watched the fun and didn't think it was a big deal. The more casualties the mercenaries have, the greater their chances of winning. Their casualties can buy them more time to escape. This is a good deal. It won't be my business anymore. Zhang Bufang has actually completed his mission of staying behind. Now it's time for him to leave. Otherwise, if those mercenaries come to catch you, you will still be in trouble. But Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he was rushing over to mix with Taylor and the others, before leaving, he also prepared a small gift for the mercenaries who were fighting there. Careful. Following the roar of the mercenary boss, a bottle in the distance drew a beautiful arc and then accidentally fell into their circle. Click. Then there was a crisp sound, which was the sound of the bottle breaking. After finishing all this, Zhang Bufang quickly stepped back without stopping at all. What happens next has nothing to do with him. Just as he walked away, a faint white smoke rose behind him. This white smoke formed very quickly, making the battlefield blurry in an instant. But it is just a kind of nothingness, and in fact it can only bring a little impact. And this bottle was actually the one thrown by Zhang Bufang just now. Cover your mouth and nose. When the boss of the mercenaries saw the white smoke rising when the bottle broke, he quickly stepped back several meters, away from the white smoke that was still spreading. The same goes for other mercenaries. At this moment, they all subconsciously stayed away and paid no attention to the black bear in front of them. It must have been that bastard. The second son was so angry that his head was almost smoking. Although he was very angry in his heart, there was nothing he could do. The reason why the mercenaries had such a big reaction to the white smoke in front of them was actually thanks to Zhang Bufang. Because just now they suffered a hidden loss because of their carelessness. Now when I see this white smoke, I subconsciously want to avoid it. After all, the white smoke made them lose their fighting ability for a while. Now we are in an extraordinary period. If we lose our combat effectiveness, the consequences will be unimaginable. So at this moment, everyone is very clear about the gains and losses. Roar. But these are completely irrelevant to black bears and wasps. Now they only know that these are the people who hurt them. Nemus. The boss's pupils shrank, and the mercenaries stepped back a little again. Because the black bear was not small to begin with, as soon as he shook, the smoke began to drift in the direction of the mercenaries. Now this white smoke is the mercenaries' #1 enemy, even more so than the black bears that keep them on the alert. After all, what they rely on is combat power and physical strength. If they lose these two things, then they can be said to be powerless. So the top priority now is to preserve their own abilities first, and then when the smoke dissipates, they can better deal with the black bear and the wasp. I guess Taylor and the others are too worried to stay here any longer. Zhang Bufang thought to himself. Now, when he thought of Taylor's nervous and pretty face, he couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. Although he knows nothing about emotions, he is not a stone. Moreover, in the kiss just now, apart from Taylor's shy look, there was no hint of anger in her eyes. This also meant that she was not repulsive. Zhang Bufang actually understood vaguely in his heart, but he felt that it was still necessary to have a good talk with Taylor. The air in the dense forest is naturally very fresh. Take a deep breath, and you will feel a sense of comfort flowing to your limbs, which is quite comfortable. However, Zhang Bufang did not see the mercenaries react so much because of the white smoke he threw. If he had seen that scene, he would have burst out laughing. Although he had mixed some narcotic ingredients into the white smoke before, the amount was always limited. And some of the materials in the laboratory are simply not enough to support doing more. So what he threw just now was just ordinary white smoke. It only has a short-term hindrance effect, and there is no other substantial harm. But now these are obviously not of much interest to him. All he wanted to do now was to meet up with Taylor and the others as soon as possible and then leave here. Chunhee, why don't you think Brother Fong is here yet? And at the place they agreed on, Taylor looked anxious, pacing back and forth, and then looking into the distance. What should I do? I'm so worried about Brother Fong now. No, I want to find him. Taylor was very nervous here. As time passed by, her anxiety became more and more obvious. In contrast, Chun Hadao behaved quite calmly. Anyway, he was used to it by now. Ever since they separated temporarily, Taylor was like an alarm clock, having to ask questions every minute. At the beginning, Chunhee would comfort her, but later he realized that Taylor couldn't listen at all, so he wisely chose to shut up. Anyway, it was all in vain, so he no longer chose to waste any more words. Hey, why don't you speak? Taylor was so anxious that she stamped her feet. She looked at Chunhee, who was very leisurely on the side, and her slender embroidered eyebrows were high and tightly knitted together. Chunhee was a little confused for a moment. He pointed at himself, and when he was about to speak, Taylor was immersed in his own world again. If he still hasn't come, I'll go find him. Taylor clapped his hands suddenly, seeming to have made up his mind. Chunhee simply didn't know how to express his feelings at this moment. He howled angrily in his heart. Please, you have to let me speak anyway. But he just thought about it in his heart. He knew how important Zhang Bufang was to Taylor, and he really couldn't calm down. Don't be impulsive. Since Brother Fong said that, everything will be fine. If you go to him in a hurry now, Brother Fong will come back and look for you again. This also brings danger to Brother Fong. Let's continue waiting for him here. Chunhee still couldn't help but tried to persuade him a little more. To be honest, he was still worried that Taylor would really run back to find Zhang Bufang regardless of his situation. So he has been looking at Taylor now, afraid of what he might do when he turns around. Of course I know what you said. Don't worry, I still have sense of propriety. I won't do that. Taylor bit her thin lips tightly and whispered. Chunhee could also clearly see that Taylor was in a particularly bad mood at the moment, but he didn't know how to persuade him. I could only sit by silently, praying secretly in my heart that Zhang Bufang would come back soon. Coming. Just when Chunhee was throwing the branches next to him in boredom, his voice suddenly rose, mixed with unconcealable excitement. What? Is Brother Fong back? It can be said that Taylor is particularly sensitive to these words. So the moment Chunhee finished speaking, she walked over quickly and looked into the distance. It's really Brother Fong. Suddenly, Taylor's tight and beautiful face was blooming like 100 flowers at this moment, and her smile was extremely bright. Although there is a long distance between them, every move he makes about the person he likes the most is deeply engraved in his mind. Although he couldn't see his facial features clearly, Taylor was already sure that it was Zhang Bufang. So she was naturally extremely happy, raising her hands and waving hello. Chunhee wanted to act calmer, but he still couldn't help but said, I know Brother Fong is someone who does what he says. Although he tried hard to stay calm, the slight tremor in his tone had betrayed him. After all, their friendship with each other along the way is self-evident. So it was precisely because of this that they were so worried just now. But now I can finally relax. When Zhang Bufang saw Taylor and the others, his heart felt warm, so he quickened his pace and walked towards them quickly. Taylor was still waving his hands there, with an uncontrollable smile on his lips. Although Chunhee didn't act so exaggeratedly, he still stood up and pretended to be mature. Although among the mountains and forests, tree roots are entangled with each other on the ground, and sometimes they will be tripped accidentally. But maybe it is because they are waiting in the distance. But these cannot be the reasons to restrain Zhang Bufang's footsteps. He walked very quickly, and in just a few minutes, he was already in front of them. Brother Fong. Taylor's voice was mixed with a hint of sobs, and the moment he saw Zhang Bufang, he ran straight into his arms. Taylor's face was buried deeply, her green fingers tightly wrapped around Zhang Bufang's waist, refusing to let go. A muffled sound came from his arms, and it could be seen how nervous and uneasy she was just now. Brother Fong, I'm really worried about you. The moment Taylor pounced on Zhang Bufong, he was stunned at first, and then when he reacted, the beauty was already in his arms. For a moment, a faint fragrance filled the tip of Zhang Bufong's nose, and the tenderness coming from his chest made him feel a little uneasy. Zhang Bufong reached out and patted her back very gently, and then comforted her. Look, am I back safely? Don't worry, since I said it, I will definitely do it. Zhang Bufong slowly patted Taylor's back to soothe her mood. After 2 minutes, Taylor had completely recovered. She got out of Zhang Bufong's arms, her face slightly red. Zhang Bufong thought Taylor was so cute and attractive. I was so indifferent just now, but now I'm shy again. Then where are we going now? At this time, Chun-Hee finally had a name, so he asked aloud what his next plan was. Zhang Bufong frowned in thought. In fact, he had a plan, but at that time, what he wanted to do was to escape the pursuit of the mercenaries, and then walk out of this dense forest to meet up with his people. Let's get out of here first. After Zhang Bufong finished speaking, the 3 people set off. They carefully identified their direction among the woods, and then moved forward slowly. Now that there are no mercenaries chasing behind them, they don't need to leave so urgently. But Zhang Bufong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the dark weather in the distance, fearing that a storm would come later. We have to hurry up. I'm afraid it's going to rain if we turn around, Zhang Bufong said, and at the same time he moved much faster. This is the climate in the forest, which is always hard to guard against. If it doesn't work, we can only find a cave for the time being. Zhang Bufong took a rough look at the road in the distance, but it was still a vast area with no edge in sight. Their physical energy consumption was also huge, and they had no rest at all along the way, let alone food. So it is inevitable that I will feel a little hungry. I'll go to the front to take a look at the situation first. Just follow the direction I point. After Zhang Bufong finished speaking, he took the lead and strode forward. Zhang Bufong raised his head and looked at the cumulonimbus clouds getting closer and closer in the sky, feeling a little worried in his heart. If they can't find a place to hide from the rain, they will have to get wet here. But obviously this is not a good thing. After all, it's getting late now, and it will be dark in the woods in a while. It's not bad during the day because there is warmth from the sun. But once night falls, the temperature in the woods becomes a little lower. If they had been caught in this rain, I'm afraid the night would not have been so pleasant. I wonder if there are any caves around here. Zhang Bufong muttered to himself. He walked very quickly, walking back and forth among the woods without missing anything. As the sky becomes darker and darker, it heralds the calm before the heavy rain. Call. Zhang Bufong wiped the sweat from his forehead and panted slightly. He has walked almost 3 kilometers, but still has not found a place for them to hide. Just when Zhang Bufong was about to take a breath and try again, his sharp eyes saw a cave covered by weeds. However, he did not move forward rashly, but carefully pushed aside the grass and looked inside. This cave is very small, but perhaps because it is blocked by bushes, it appears to be very dry and clean. It can be easily tidied up. He made a mark outside the cave and restored the grass to its original appearance. After hiding all this, Zhang Bufong returned along the original route to find Taylor and the others. I found a cave. We can spend the night there tonight. Zhang Bufong led everyone towards the cave he had marked. After all, no one knows when the rain will stop, so the worst plan now is to spend the night outside. But luckily there is a place. Right here. Zhang Bufong stepped forward and pulled away the weeds and said to them, "This cave is quite nice and very clean inside." Taylor didn't care about this. Zhang Bufong and Chun-Hee went outside to pick up some dry and flammable firewood, which would make burning easier. Although they now have caves that can be used as shelter, it does not mean that they are in an absolutely safe state. So it is still necessary to prepare some self-defense. Then they simply tidied up the cave, and everyone was able to rest. At this moment, the dark clouds have filled the sky and will rain down at any time. All right. Zhang Bufong also got some weeds to cover the entrance of the cave. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to find that there is a cave here. Boom. Just when they had arranged everything, there was a sound of thunder from the sky, and then a drop of rain fell. Then 2 drops, 3 drops. In just a blink of an eye, it was already raining heavily. It seems like this rain won't stop for a while. Zhang Bufong said in a Chun voice, looking out from the gap between the weeds. Due to this rain, the temperature in the mountains and forests has dropped somewhat. Although they were inside a cave and had a certain degree of wind protection, they could still feel the slightest chill. It was fine at first, but as time went by, the heat on their bodies slowly dissipated. Looking at the situation now, the rain won't stop for a while. Zhang Bufang glanced outside, sighed, and then said, "It was better inside the cave, but as the rain slowly gathered together, it seemed a little damp and cold. You'll get cold if you continue like this. Let's make a fire first." Zhang Bufang thought to himself. After all, they had been running all the way and were naturally sweating. Now, because of the heavy rain, they were very cool, but looking back would also make them even colder. Fortunately, they had picked up a lot of dry branches outside just now, so they could last the whole night. The sky outside is very gloomy, and a large amount of clouds are gathering together, which inexplicably adds a bit of depression. You guys open up a little bit. Since they had no tools that could be used to make fire, Zhang Bufang had to think of other ways. If the sun was shining high, they could also use the sun's rays to light a fire, but in this weather, it was obviously not possible. At this time, Zhang Bufang looked at Chun-Hee, who was playing with a gun, and instantly had an idea. It can use the friction of the bullet to break through the air for a moment, and then ignite these miscellaneous fires. So just in case, he asked Taylor and Chun-Hee to stay away. After all, bullets are still very dangerous. After all, they are in a small space now and must consider safety. Well, what's wrong? Taylor asked curiously. I'm going to use the heat generated by bullet friction to make a fire. You'd better stand a little further away. Zhang Bufang explained. Okay. Taylor nodded, very obediently, and led Chun-Hee to stand as far away from the firewood as possible. Zhang Bufang held his homemade gun in his hand, and its tentacles were cold. When he used this gun to deal with those mercenaries just now, he wasn't that nervous. But now, facing the pile of dead things in front of him, he felt inexplicably nervous. Taylor opened his mouth to cheer him up. Zhang Bufang smiled slightly and felt much calmer. He looked calm and took a deep breath. Then he pressed the trigger, and a sweet and clear sound echoed in the cave, making Taylor cover his ears. After all, this echo is a bit loud. Then there was a click sound, which was the sound of a metal bullet casing falling to the ground, which was extremely loud. As the shot was fired, Zhang Bufang felt a little excited. He glanced at the pile of firewood, but nothing about the scene he imagined appeared. The firewood was still piled there quietly, which shocked Zhang Bufang a little. Taylor's smile also faltered, but soon returned to normal. After all, if everyone could master such a difficult shooting skill, there wouldn't be many talented sharpshooters. So she comforted her. Actually, this is a difficult thing to do. I dare you to be the first person to use bullets to start a fire. So it's okay, we can take our time, Taylor said. In fact, Taylor doesn't care about this. Moreover, Taylor feels that Zhang Bufang, a man, always surprises him everywhere. There are many things that were unimaginable before, but in this short time, they all came true. In fact, in Taylor's heart, Zhang Bufang exists to break the impossible. Even if he doesn't have these, Taylor still only likes him in his heart. That's how it is sometimes in love. Chun-Hee, on the other hand, looked indifferent and crossed his hands on his chest. He also wanted to know now, can Zhang Bufang succeed? The latter coughed lightly and wanted to try again. That was a mistake just now. Let's try it again. Zhang Bufang relaxed a little and then got ready to go again. After all, it was his first time to use it in practice, and he often had such a picture in his mind. After all, we must know that there is a certain gap between imagination and reality. And what Zhang Bufang is doing now is to turn imaginary things into reality. Although it was not successful the first time, it does not mean that there was no gain. At the very least, Zhang Bufang could learn the reasons for the first failure and then improve accordingly. He readjusted the angle, calculated the distance, formed a rough sketch in his mind, and then made a simple estimate. Okay, I'm going to try again. Zhang Bufang smiled, appearing very relaxed. In fact, sometimes failure is not terrible. What is really terrible is your heart that is immersed in failure and cannot get out. Now that he has adjusted his mentality, Zhang Bufang doesn't feel any pressure. After all, this is much better than those things that can only fail once. In fact, Zhang Bufang is quite good at enjoying hardships. If you can't make any noise, let's huddle together tonight to keep warm. Before Zhang Bufang tried again, he made a little joke, causing Taylor to raise the corners of his mouth, and the tension just now dissipated a lot. Zhang Bufang was still chatting there, but his hands were already moving. Boom! As a thunder rang out, a trace of white smoke came out from the muzzle of the gun in Zhang Bufang's hand, and a sporadic light of express jumped out of the black barrel just now and hit the ground, making a loud metallic sound. The sound of the gunshot just now was covered up by the thunder, but Taylor was still startled. "Brother Fong, can't you say it in advance when you shoot?" Taylor patted her small chest, a little shocked. Just now, she was listening attentively to Zhang Bufang's speech. The sudden gunshot shocked her. "It's really hard to guard against." "Haha, I just wanted to take advantage of the fire and then shoot it. Look, this method is more effective." Zhang Bufang looked at Taylor's very resentful look and immediately changed the subject, pointing at the smoking fire and murmured, "So, what I just said was a strategy. It's an attack from the east and an attack from the west." Zhang Bufang nodded seriously. If he had a beard at this moment, he might be pretending to be a master. Taylor was completely defeated by him. She patted Chun-Hee's head and said, "Tell me, you scared Chun-Hee too? If you scare him later and something goes wrong, I will definitely cut you into pieces." After saying that, he expressed it with his eyes. Chun-Hee, who was lying on the gun for no apparent reason, was a little unable to react. "So what does this have to do with me?" Chun-Hee just wanted to complain about his dissatisfaction, but he could see it clearly. It seems that there is no place for him at all at the moment. Isn't this also to train him better? He needs to experience more things so that he can grow better. Zhang Bufang laughed, and then quickly changed the topic. "Look, we don't have to suffer the cold tonight." He pointed to the firewood pile that was already on fire and said in a good mood. The burning flame illuminated the entire cave, and at the same time, the temperature inside the cave also made people feel that it had risen a lot. The cold and dampness also dissipated a lot. "We'll spend the night here today, and then we'll leave here tomorrow morning." Zhang Bufang put all the branches next to him together, so that it would be easier for them to add firewood faster. The dancing firelight imprinted on the faces of several people, making them look a little shaky. The fragrance of trees filled the cave, and occasionally the sound of branches cracking and popping could be heard. Goop. It was rare for everyone to enjoy some quiet time, but the inappropriate noise made Taylor blush slightly. "What are you looking at? It's just your stomach growling. Don't your stomachs growl?" Seeing Zhang Bufang's joking eyes, Taylor became a little annoyed and angry. After all, they have been in a state of high tension. Now that they can finally relax, they naturally feel full of hunger. Running around all morning has consumed too much energy, and they need to replenish their strength now. "My stomach does growl, but it can't sing high notes," Zhang Bufang joked with a smile. The latter glared at him angrily, and Zhang Bufang also knew how to give up when he was satisfied, and then he became serious. "Let's see if the rain will stop when it comes back. If it stops raining, we can go and see if we can get some game or something. If the energy consumed is not replenished, it will probably be too difficult to leave here. And they don't know how long it will take them to leave here, so naturally, they need food to sustain themselves. Is that okay?" Taylor looked outside and said worriedly, "They don't have some professional tools, and they don't have experience in this area. Can it really be caught?" Zhang Bufang is much calmer. He is not worried about this problem at all. "It's okay. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than zhuge liang. Look, there are 3 of us here, don't worry." Zhang Bufang swore and patted his chest, but he could see clearly. Taylor was a little bit dumbfounded by his optimistic attitude. "Go. You are the bastard. Chun-Hee and I are not." She pursed her lips slightly, her tone of voice a bit coquettish and cute. Zhang Bufang smiled fondly and followed Taylor's words. Yes, I am a bastard, and you are great geniuses. From now on, I have to trouble Sister Lu to take good care of me." After saying that, he had a very doggy expression. "Go away, I don't want you. I just want my Chun-Hee." Although Taylor said it with disgust, the smile on her face already revealed what she was thinking at the moment. There was a heavy rain outside, but the inside of the cave seemed very warm. From time to time, sweet laughter could be heard, intertwined with the sound of wind and rain, and gradually drifted away. "This rain is really heavy. I guess it won't stop for a while." Taylor sighed as he looked through the gaps between the weeds at the path that had accumulated water pools. "Let's make do with it tonight. and we'll get some food tomorrow to comfort ourselves. Zhang Bufang added a branch and said, "That's all we can do." Taylor hugged himself and stared at the burning fire in a daze. The rain outside is now showing a trend of getting heavier and heavier, and the thick clouds outside have not dispersed, which indicates that there will still be a heavy rain in the future. In fact, everyone was a little exhausted. After all, there hadn't been many stops along the way. If you are sleepy, just take a nap first. Zhang Bufang looked at Chun He's tired eyes and reminded him, "What about you?" Taylor was also a little tired, but she kept holding on. After hearing what Zhang Bufang said, she felt a little distressed. He smiled and said he was not sleepy yet. "Are you touched by my spirit? Do you think I am particularly great?" Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows and started teasing. Taylor rolled her eyes at him weakly, thinking it would be better to ignore him for now. Let him be impressed by himself for a while first. Zhang Bufang didn't say anything, just smiled softly. "It won't be too late for you to take your place after you have rested." He wiped the gun in his hand and lowered his head as he said, "Then I'll take a short nap first, and remember to call me when you get back." Taylor was really tired, and after saying this, he had already fallen asleep. Zhang Bufang glanced at her helplessly, then chuckled and shook his head, ready to continue doing his own thing. But at a glance, he saw Chun-Hee who was still there with his eyes open, so he asked a question, "Why? Aren't you sleepy?" "I'm watching over here. Take a rest when you're tired." Zhang Bufang lowered his voice and looked at him. Chun-Hee shook his head, with some complicated emotions in his eyes. Zhang Bufang was a little surprised, wondering what happened to him. "Are you worried?" he said. Chun-Hee remained silent there, but it could be seen that his mood was not very good. Zhang Bufang also wisely shut his mouth and stopped asking. After all, if he wanted to say something, he would say it. Wow! The sound of rain falling down was like a symphony, washing away everything. After a long time, a faint sigh came from the cave. The sound was very soft, and if it weren't for the environment they were in, they might not have been able to hear it. Zhang Bufang was still fiddling with his pistol, occasionally frowning in thought. "You said, why did my parents put me in the laboratory?" Chun-Hee's mood was a little depressed. Although he was expressionless at the moment, people could still feel the sadness in his words. "Lonely. I have been in the laboratory all the time. Many times I wonder why they are so cruel. Leave me cruelly." Chun-Hee's tone seemed a little excited, with a hint of roaring. Zhang Bufang was stunned. There were some things that he wanted to comfort, but he didn't know how to speak. "Chun-Hee, sometimes everyone can't help themselves. Sometimes what you see must be the truth," he said seriously. For a moment, the air seemed a little condensed. Neither Chun-Hee nor Zhang Bufang spoke. Except for the sound of Taylor's shallow breathing, there was silence. Chun-Hee covered his head in pain and murmured in a low voice, "But what could possibly make them choose to abandon their own flesh and blood? You can even care about life or death." He was now completely immersed in his own world. Zhang Bufang also knew that no matter what he said now, Chun-Hee would not listen, so he chose to wait for Chun-Hee to calm down before having a good talk with him. But Zhang Bufang also knows that he still needs to rely on himself for some things after all. The help provided by others is only temporary. The truth of the matter still needs to wait for him to find out by himself. Regarding the matter of Chun-Hee's parents, Zhang Bufang did not dare to say anything more. Although he had a vague guess in his heart, it was just his feeling now. So these are not enough to persuade Chun-Hee, so we can only think about it in the long term. "It's okay, you have us now." Zhang Bufang patted his back gently, and his deep voice seemed to be mixed with a kind of reassuring magic. Chun-Hee gradually became calmer under his comfort. "I'm sorry, I was a little too excited just now." He narrowed his eyes and his voice was choked with sobs. "It's okay. If you have anything unhappy, you can come to me and tell me. Remember, don't keep it in your heart. It will be bad for your health." Zhang Bufang shook his head. No matter what he said now, his words would seem weak. In fact, staying by his side is more effective than any words. "I just don't understand. Why are they so cruel?" Chun-Hee's voice seemed a bit muffled, and Zhang Bufang tried his best to make his voice sound as soft as possible. He cautiously persuaded them. "I'm not sure. They also have unspeakable difficulties. Think about it. Every parent loves their children. They also left a laboratory in that cave, and they also left clues for you. Perhaps all this means that they have been missing you in their hearts and want you to find them based on these clues. As Zhang Bufang spoke, he carefully paid attention to his situation. It was said that Zhang Buzong was ready to stop at any time when he saw some resistant reaction from him. However, Chunhe's appearance was completely different from what he had imagined. This also made him, who had been worried, relax a little. This situation now indicates that things will turn around. In fact, Chunhe pretended not to care about anything on the surface, but in fact he was still concerned about it in his heart. This is not only a kind of unwillingness, but also mixed with a desire for family affection. At least he listened to Chunhe's reaction. Although I don't know if I have heard it in my heart, but if I can, it is already very good. After all, it's like a thorn that has been stuck there for a long time. You need to take it out slowly and little by little. This process cannot be rushed. Okay, everything now is just my own guess. If you really want to know the truth, then go find the answer. Zhang Bufang looked at Chunhe seriously, and then said word by word. If you want to find out the truth, then find the answers yourself. These words were like a Bodhi initiation, and Chunhe instantly made up his mind. His originally confused eyes were now filled with firm determination. He raised his head and looked directly into Zhang Bufang's eyes without escaping. He clenched his fists, and although his voice was not loud, it was full of power. I will definitely find the answer. Know the truth. Okay, this is you. You are so full of energy and energy. The one who was dejected just now was not you, Chunhe, at all. But before that, your body is the capital of everything. You'd better take a nap first, and when you're full of energy, we'll find the answer together. Zhang Bufang punched him and said, Yes. The latter responded, and immediately leaned on the side obediently, and soon he heard the snoring coming from him. It seems that they are really exhausted today. Zhang Bufang thought to himself. He moved forward to help Taylor and the others block some of the wind that leaked in, so that they could sleep more peacefully. And taking advantage of this period of time, Zhang Bufang was not idle much. He began to think about what kind of game he should find to fill his stomach later. As Taylor said before, they do not have the professional tools or experience in this area, so it is estimated that it will be difficult to catch some game. But Zhang Bufang is not someone who gives up easily. No matter how many difficulties he faced, he still solved them. So this time, it is obviously no exception. But a good woman cannot make a living without rice. Besides, he is not Jiang Taigong, so he cannot take the bait willingly. Zhang Bufang thought about it for a while, but he didn't have any good ideas. If I can't help it, go back to the river and have a look. We should be able to catch some fish. After thinking about it for a long time, Zhang Bufang felt that this idea was feasible. Rather than setting traps in the woods, it would be better to try fishing. However, it does not prevent you from trying both, so the probability will be higher. After paying attention, he simply processed the branches, sharpened one end of them, and placed them aside. Taylor seemed to have had some bad dream at this moment, frowning there. No. Suddenly, she woke up suddenly, gasping for air, and then subconsciously glanced in the direction of Zhang Bufang. The moment she saw him, the fear in her heart dissipated. I have a nightmare. Zhang Bufang put down the things in his hands and turned to look at her and asked. The latter wiped the cold sweat from his bones, obviously still feeling a little frightened, because the dream she had just now was really terrible. Well, but fortunately, this is all just a dream. Taylor nodded, then forced a smile. Are you okay now? Zhang Bufang was a little curious about what exactly Taylor had dreamed about and why he had such a big reaction. But curiosity is curiosity after all, and he can't just ask directly. It would be too rude. The latter shook his head, indicating that nothing serious was wrong with him. I was just scared, but I'm fine now. By the way, you should rest too. I can't sleep now. Why don't you do it for me? Taylor asked with distress as he saw that Zhang Bufang seemed to be in a bad mental state. If that's the case, then I'd rather be respectful than obey your orders. Zhang Bufang laughed, and he also felt that he should take a rest and recuperate his energy. At some point, the heavy rain outside stopped, and everything seemed peaceful. When Zhang Bufang opened his eyes again, it was already dark outside. Night has arrived. The flames are still doing their job of the tower conscientiously, which is to dispel the cold and damp and bring them light and warmth. Taylor was still guarding there dutifully, and the shadow of the firelight fell on her face, with a somewhat hazy and drunken beauty. Although they were embarrassed along the way, it did not affect Taylor's beautiful appearance at all. Thanks a lot. Zhang Bufang actually didn't expect that he would sleep until now. But maybe it was because he was too tired that day, so he slept so deeply. Hearing the noise coming from behind, Taylor turned sideways. Her eyes were like stars, very clear and charming. As soon as she saw Zhang Bufang, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth and seemed to be in a good mood. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Taylor's eyes have never left Zhang Bufang's side since he woke up. Now Taylor feels more and more that he can't leave Zhang Bufang. The latter came over and sat next to her. Both of them were quiet. Zhang Bufang glanced at Chun-Hee and found that he was still asleep. He hasn't woken up yet. He is probably exhausted. Following Zhang Bufang's gaze, Taylor seemed to already know what he would ask, so he spoke in advance. That's right. He nodded. I originally thought that I could sleep for a long time, but I didn't expect that this kid could sleep better than me. Thanks to you staying here for a while. Otherwise you should go and sleep for a while. Zhang Bufang looked at Taylor and said. She shook her head and said she wasn't very sleepy now. Okay, if you can't sleep, we can still chat. Zhang Bufang smiled and said, after all, the night is long, and sometimes it can be quite boring to watch alone. Now that someone happens to be by your side and chatting with you, it doesn't feel so boring anymore. At this time, a cold wind blew, and the flames were trembling there, as if they might be blown out at any time. Taylor and Zhang Bufang subconsciously leaned forward and blocked the air outlet. The two were so close that they could hear each other's heartbeat. They just looked at each other like this, as if everything had nothing to do with them at this time. Taylor didn't know if he was burned by the fire, but his face felt very hot. She wanted to move her eyes away, but her body didn't seem to obey. But in Zhang Bufang's eyes at this moment, Taylor looked so shy, which made his head roar. Especially those eyes that were shining like spring water, like a deer, so watery that it made people feel pitiful. Those thin and tender lips were shiny, like jelly, and made people want to take a bite. At this critical moment, Taylor didn't know how tempting he was, and subconsciously bit his lip. This was simply a test for Zhang Bufang. Taylor felt that the atmosphere was a little breathless, especially Zhang Bufang's eyes, which made her heart beat faster when he looked at her. Just when Taylor opened her mouth, the feeling coming from her mouth made her open her eyes wide. Taylor didn't even know what was going on. He looked a little confused. But when her thoughts finally came back to her senses, her heart was filled with sweetness for some reason. It turned out that at that moment just now, Zhang Bufang actually kissed her. This scene was a bit unexpected for Taylor. You must know that everything before was done on his own initiative. Although some unexpected situations occurred, in general, Zhang Bufang never expressed anything. But now he actually kissed her for the first time. This made her very happy. Gradually, Taylor closed her eyes and began to respond to his enthusiasm. When the two finally separated, Taylor's face was as red as a cooked prawn, tender and attractive. If you touch it with your hands, it will feel a little hot. Taylor was a little nervous just now, so he almost couldn't breathe. And he didn't expect Zhang Bufang to be such a domineering person. Although he felt very sweet and happy in his heart, he couldn't help but hit his chest with an angry little pink fist. Zhang Bufang didn't hide, but smiled stupidly. The taste just now was so sweet that it left him with endless aftertaste. Although he is a fool when it comes to relationships, it doesn't mean that he is so stupid that he doesn't understand anything. Now that Taylor has done this, even an idiot can feel the affection in it. Zhang Bufang actually had some feelings for Taylor, but he had never noticed them before. But now once you understand it, you understand everything. You are so beautiful and so sweet that I can't help but fall in love with you. Zhang Bufang's love words are also readily available. Although they have little experience, he has an enviable photographic memory. So now is a good time to say a few words of love. It can not only increase the romantic interest between each other, but also make their relationship sweeter. So why not? I really wonder if you were just faking it before. Although Taylor said this, it can be said that he was happy in his heart. Zhang Bufang scratched his head and said in a good mood, "Pretend? What do you mean?" Taylor glared at him, but it obviously didn't have much effect. It was a glare, but it was actually more like a coquettish act. You just took advantage of me. You have to be responsible for me. Taylor pointed at his red mouth and complained from the side. Zhang Bufang smiled brightly and responded quickly, "Don't worry, I will definitely be responsible for you." After speaking, he patted his chest and promised, "How do you want me to be responsible? Otherwise, Marry me and be my girlfriend. Zhang Bufang smiled with a cunning look on his face, which made Taylor blush with embarrassment. Shameless, who wants to marry you and be your girlfriend? Taylor looked disgusted, but could not control the smile on his lips. Zhang Bufang looked stunned, and then said thoughtfully, in that case, you are not willing to let me take responsibility and be my girlfriend. Okay, it seems I can only blame myself for being sentimental. After saying that, he shook his head with regret. Who said I won't be your girlfriend? Taylor was a little anxious, but when he saw Zhang Bufang smiling so happily, he immediately knew that he had just been fooled. Okay, you really have a way with it. You just said it yourself, I didn't force you. Zhang Bufang looked successful, which made Taylor very angry. But as he said, I can only blame myself for not being as good as others. I sold myself like this, but there was nothing I could do. The two of them fought and joked for a while, but their voices were kept as low as possible for fear of disturbing Chunhee. Suddenly, there was a squealing sound that made them stop playing and then turn to look at Chunhee. At this moment, his forehead was tightly bunched together, his face was very red, and there were big beads of sweat falling from his forehead, and he looked a little uncomfortable. Chunhee. The two looked at each other, and Taylor stretched out his hand to touch his forehead, then suddenly pulled it back. It's so hot, she said worriedly. Zhang Bufang also touched it and found that the temperature was very high. He has a fever and must be cooled down. Taylor looked at Zhang Bufang and said, although they don't know exactly how many degrees it is now, it is at least 2 degrees higher than normal body temperature. If the temperature is not lowered quickly, as long as the temperature rises a little higher, it will be fatal to Chunhee. What should we do now? Taylor asked Zhang Bufang if he had any good ideas. He first asked Taylor to support Chunhee, then took off his coat and wrapped it around Chunhee. Then some more branches were added to make the fire burn brighter. After all, the only way to cool down is to let him expel this sweat. Moreover, it is late at night after all, and it has just rained, so it is more exposed and naturally cooler. I'm so cold. Chunhee's lips were trembling, and their color had gone, but his face was extremely red. Since they don't have any good cooling tools now, they can only rely on their own manual help. Zhang Bufang rubbed his limbs to make him feel warmer. The two of them kept busy, and finally when they were exhausted, Chunhee's temperature finally dropped. Zhang Bufang and Taylor breathed a long sigh of relief and finally felt relieved. Both of them were a little tired. After all, they had been busy all night and didn't get a good rest. Especially Taylor, so she took advantage of the small window of dawn to take a nap. Zhang Bufang also took a short rest. Seeing that it was getting bright outside, he added a handful of branches and then tiptoed out of the cave. The air outside is very fresh, that special smell after the rain. It can make people instantly full of energy and forget all their worries. Since it had just rained, the mountain road was very muddy. Each step made a mark, and the soles of the shoes quickly became sticky. I have to say that walking on mountain roads after raining is a very unwise choice. But there is no other way. None of them had eaten much yesterday, and Chunhee had just cooled down and was very weak. So he also needs some food to replenish his strength. Otherwise, the next journey will be really difficult. Since the road was difficult to walk, with rotten leaves and mud, every step required a lot of effort. So in order to save effort, he broke off a branch and used it as a crutch. With this crutch, it will be much easier to explore the road. He stopped for a moment, rested here, and then started walking towards the river again. At this time, catching fish is relatively easy. After all, it had just rained, so those swimming fish would naturally float to the surface to take a breath, which would be more conducive for him to come back and get a few more. Finally, after a long journey, he finally arrived at the stream. This stream can be regarded as a branch of the upper river. Although the water flow is not as fierce as the upper reaches, it is still very fast. The bed of this small river is not very deep, and it is very clear, and you can see the stones inside. Next, a big battle is about to begin. He thought to himself. Zhang Bufang took out the equipment he prepared yesterday. It's actually just a simple fork with a particularly sharp end. He rolled up his pants until they were no longer wet, and then carefully slipped them in. Because the bottom is relatively clear, you can see some carps swimming back and forth between the rocks. These carps were quite big, and they swam happily in the water. After Zhang Bufang got into the water, he carefully walked in the direction where they were. He held the fork in his hand, and kept himself motionless. This way, the swimming fish can think that everything is still the same as before and that no foreign objects have invaded. And Zhang Bufang took advantage of these carp's slackness to take action against them. But this is clearly a competition of patience. It just depends on who can keep his composure better, Zhang Bufang or Li Yu. Zhang Bufang stood there quietly like a statue. His eyes never left the carps under the river for a moment, watching their every move closely. But because of Zhang Bufang's arrival, those carps that were frightened and scurrying around slowly gathered together again and swam towards Zhang Bufang because they did not feel the danger. Concentrate, exhale, be sure to calm down your heart. Zhang Bufang said silently to himself. He knows that these carp are actually not easy to catch at all. They appear to be in front of you, but they are not. After all, there is also the phenomenon of river water refraction here. So you can't catch the carp from the angle you see, but you need to calculate the approximate techniques. Slow down, a carp is coming. He narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly exerted force on the fork in his hand, and then stabbed into the water with lightning speed. Wow! Just hearing water splashing, the frightened fish immediately ran away, and Zhang Bufang also smiled with satisfaction. He held up the fork, with the fish he had just caught on it, but he didn't expect it to be hit. But one obviously wasn't enough, so he started preparing to catch the second one. Because they are frightened, those fish may not swim here in a short time. So we can only change places and continue using this method. It seems I'm pretty lucky. It can be said that Zhang Bufang has gained a lot from this short time of hard work. He has now caught 3 fish, and they are all of good size, which can fill their stomachs and replenish their energy. Although he wanted to catch a few more, Zhang Bufang was afraid that Taylor and the others would be worried if they couldn't find him when they woke up. So he had to give up. After he packed up all the fish, he turned around and headed back the way he came. He did not throw away the branch he had just used to borrow strength, but continued to hold it in his hand and walked forward step by step. At this moment, the sky has turned white and the warm sun is hanging in the sky. The forest, which has been quiet all night, is beginning to become lively at this moment. The sweet chirping of birds came from high in the sky, and some unknown wild animals jumped quickly among the grass, all showing the vitality of the forest. The humid atmosphere dissipated a lot, and the temperature began to slowly rise again. These fish can only be grilled and eaten. Zhang Bufang had already planned in his heart how to deal with these fish. But, isn't it too tasteless to eat it like this? He muttered secretly in his heart. But there is no other way. After all, you can't find any condiments here, so you can only make do with it. That's... Suddenly Zhang Bufang's eyes were attracted by a plant not far away. That seems to be wild chili peppers. Zhang Bufang's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked towards the pile of peppers. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of seasoning. This way they don't have to think that the fish is tasteless. He picked some peppers and put them in his pocket. These peppers are very fresh, with crystal water droplets hanging on them, which makes them look very tempting. Zhang Bufang was not idle either. He looked around as he walked to see if he could find some more delicious ingredients. He had read a book before, which recorded some of the raw materials for making condiments needed in daily life. If he could come across them, their fish would be even more delicious. Although they were in the wild, they couldn't treat themselves badly. Sichuan peppercorn. Sure enough, he found another one, and he went up to pick some, and turned back to put them into the fish's belly. However, this also delayed some time. By the time he hurried back into the cave, the sun was already shining brightly and hanging in the sky. As soon as she arrived at the door, she saw Taylor, who kept looking around. Her eyes were full of worry. She finally calmed down after seeing the person who reassured her. But soon, his face became serious. Where did you go without saying a word? Do you know that I was very worried when I woke up and couldn't see you? I was wondering if you were captured. Although Taylor tried to keep himself calm, his voice was trembling. He didn't know when he woke up. He opened his eyes and looked towards Zhang Bufang. Although he didn't speak, his meaning was similar to Taylor's. Zhang Bufang felt guilty and quickly admitted his mistake. I'm really sorry for making you worry. Because I saw that you were still asleep at that time, and I was afraid that you would be hungry later, so I went to catch some fish for you. After that, he showed them his victory items. Okay, don't use this expression anymore. I already know I was wrong. I will tell you next time, and I won't worry you anymore, okay? Seeing that the anger of the 2 men had not subsided, Zhang Bufang took advantage of the victory and pursued them. I don't even know how to say good to you. Taylor wanted to say something more, but in the end it turned into a helpless sigh. Zhang Bufang smiled and started to work. Wait for me. I'll go outside to find some branches. I'm afraid these branches are not enough. Zhang Bufang looked at the few firewood left and said, after all, if these branches were used to grill fish, they would probably be useless. And although the sun is already shining outside, the branches have become very wet. Although it will probably take some effort to burn them, there is nothing they can do now. After all, at this moment, everyone is hungry. So Zhang Bufang planned to mix things up with each other. Taylor frowned, looked at Zhang Bufang whose pants were covered in mud, and said, forget it, I'll go for it. After all, you have been idle all morning, and now you have to go get these fish. I happen to have nothing to do, so I'll go pick up the branches. That's fine, but you have to be careful. The road outside is a bit difficult, so don't go too far. Zhang Bufang thought for a while and finally let Taylor go. But he gave a few more warnings very uneasily. Okay, I get it. Taylor smiled, looking impatient on the surface, but actually he was already very excited inside. After all, this is concern from Zhang Bufang. Taylor has already gone out, and Zhang Bufang is handling the fish there. In fact, it had already been briefly processed when it was caught. What we need to do now is to get the raw materials picked on the road. Are you feeling better? Do you feel uncomfortable? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Bufang did not forget to ask Chun-He about his current physical condition. Although his fever has gone down, it does not mean that his illness is cured. Chun-He still looked weak. He kept coughing and his voice sounded hoarse. I'm much better, but I just don't have the strength. You still need to have a good rest. You should feel much better if you eat something later. Zhang Bufang quickly applied the ingredients on the fish, then took out the branches he had just cleaned, inserted the fish on it, and placed it on the fire. At this time, Taylor also came back with a bunch of branches and put them on the ground. The wood is still a little wet. I took a look and found that everything is fine inside. I'm afraid it will take a while. Taylor picked up a branch from the ground and conducted a simple analysis there. Fine. Zhang Bufang filled 2 more sticks into the fire, and the fire suddenly became much smaller. However, this phenomenon did not last long and became vigorous again. In fact, as long as the outer layer is burned off, the inside will not be affected at all. Taylor looked at the fish that was gradually turning golden and swallowed unconsciously. And gradually, the aroma of grilled fish began to slowly spread, which was very tempting. They were already very hungry, and when they smelled this smell again, their stomachs growled all of a sudden. Goop. Even Zhang Bufang's stomach made a sound of protest. Be good. Wait a few more minutes, and you can eat. Zhang Bufang patted his belly, and then reasoned with it seriously. Uffed. Taylor was amused and laughed. It was obvious that Zhang Bufang's belly didn't give him any face, and he still screamed happily. Hey, my stomach has its own ideas and won't listen to me anymore. Zhang Bufang looked heartbroken, but he had not forgotten the fish in his hand. Come on. Taylor rolled her eyes at him, but her eyes never left the fish in Zhang Bufang's hand. Although the conditions here are indeed a bit more difficult, and the things that can be seasoned are limited and may not necessarily taste that good, but when the 3 of them are so hungry that they almost have no energy to speak, the aroma of the food is exuding. Fish are still very attractive. Zhang Bufang noticed Taylor's eyes and couldn't help but feel a little funny in his heart. A beautiful and charming girl will always give people the impression that she is a bit otherworldly. Zhang Bufang thought so before getting to know Taylor. But the beautiful girl in front of her was not just any pink lady. She was still breathtakingly beautiful. The only difference was that she looked a little cute and charming as she stared at the grilled fish. It should be every man's dream to have such a woman by his side with all his heart. Zhang Bufang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Suddenly thinking of his emotional actions last night, he realized that he was just such a man. Yesterday, the 2 of them were just close friends, but they were just a little ambiguous, and now this woman is his girlfriend. When I thought of this, my heart suddenly moved, as if I was filled with something, and I felt an indescribable feeling of happiness. It was precisely because of too many mental activities that Zhang Bufang only focused on looking at Taylor and forgot that he still had fish in his hand. At this moment, Taylor also looked at Zhang Bufang with a blushing face. Seeing how her ears were completely red, She must have thought of her current identity change, becoming more shy and charming. Seeing this situation, Chun-Hee couldn't help but lament his redundancy in his heart. Although he had a high fever last night, he did not sleep deeply. He still had a glimmer of consciousness that allowed him to know more or less what happened between Zhang Bufang and Taylor. He was a little suspicious at first, but when he woke up early in the morning, he saw. The two people just saw some awkward words and deeds, and it became clear in their hearts. Why is God so unfair to him? He escaped from the laboratory with a narrow escape, but now he is so weak that he can hardly speak. It is already a very sad thing. But these two people keep talking in front of him. Dog food. The most important thing is that he is really hungry. As they look at each other like this, he doesn't know how long it will take to fill his stomach. Ahem. Chun-Hee broke the beautiful gaze between the two people with some embarrassment, and soon received a dissatisfied look from Taylor. Let me interrupt you first. Chun-Hee, who was hungry and cold, could only choose to ignore Taylor's eyes for the time being, touched his nose uncomfortably, and said to Zhang Bufang angrily, "Brother Fong, I think the fish should. Turn it over. If it continues to bake like this, we may not eat anything." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bufang quickly looked at the fish in his hand. Sure enough, the side close to the flame had begun to turn black, and the fish was sizzling with oil under the grill, which made people unbearable to see it. Live to drool. It's almost time to eat. Zhang Bufang took the fish off the flame, and when he brought it close to his face, he smelled a strong aroma of food, which made his already restless stomach become even more restless. Taylor and Chun-Hee's eyes lit up when they heard this. From the moment the fish was grilled on the fire, they had been waiting. They had never thought that a grilled fish could be so attractive. But it was still a bit burnt by my roasting. Zhang Bufang looked at the piece of fish with a black char color with some pity and shook his head. How is it possible? It tastes better when baked this way. I like this. Taylor responded quickly. In her eyes, there is no more perfect person in the world than Zhang Bufang. If a perfect person does something wrong, it is definitely not his problem, but because the matter itself is a mistake. Although Chun-Hee has sincerely accepted the reality that these two people are together and wishes them both blessings from the bottom of his heart, he still can't accept Zhang Bufang's unprincipled performance as the best nymphomaniac in the world in Taylor's eyes. Zhang Bufang was silent when he heard the words, just smiled, and broke open the fish that was still a little hot to reveal the white and tender meat inside. Although the outside looked a bit mushy, the inside was still very good. Putting the fish meat on 3 clean large leaves of an unknown variety, Zhang Bufang handed one of them to Chun-Hee, who had already lost his patience, but he was not in a hurry for Taylor's portion. Give it to her. Taylor looked eagerly at the white and tender fish meat on the dark green leaves, which looked particularly appetizing. He couldn't help but swallow secretly. Seeing that Zhang Bufang had not given it to him, he was still a little anxious, but just. The little sense she had left told her to remain reserved, especially in front of the man she liked. I saw Zhang Bufang holding the big leaf in the palm of his hand and carefully picking out all the spines in the fish meat. Such a serious attitude seemed to be only seen in the laboratory before. Taylor saw Zhang Bufang's intentions and couldn't help but be moved. His eyes looking at Zhang Bufang were a little more tender. She knew that the person she liked would be right, and Zhang Bufang would definitely be someone worthy of her trust. I hope they can escape from here smoothly this time and live a stable life. But even if everything gets better, she will not forget this period of life and death, which will be the most precious memory for them. After barely filling his stomach, Chun-Hee finally looked better, but his lips were still a little white. He had been trapped in the laboratory since he was a child, and there was no chance of exercise in the small space. Leaving the experiment. It must be the first time that I have to travel around the room like this, so it makes sense that my body can't bear it. However, staying in this cave is not a long-term solution. They still have to find a way to make Chun-Hee's body recover faster so that they can be in a better condition to compete with those people. Just eating these is not the answer. I'll go out to take a look later and bring back some fruits. I'll add more vitamins, and maybe it will heal faster. Zhang Bufang said to Chun-Hee. Now the 3 of them are grasshoppers on the same rope, and they already have a relationship, so naturally they will not abandon any of them. What he wants is for everyone to become strong and have no shortcomings. It doesn't matter to me. I don't know if those people are still looking for us nearby. It might be dangerous to go out hastily now. Chun-Hee was a little worried. Don't worry, I already did some tricks around the area when I went out to catch fish. As long as that group of people comes close to here, I will know it immediately. As long as I don't leave this safe area, there won't be any problems. Zhang Bufang said confidently, and it seemed that he was very satisfied with the results of his labor. What tricks were used? Taylor asked, looking at Zhang Bufang with interest. This man could always give himself great surprises, as if nothing in the world could stump him. Seeing the curiosity in Chun-Hee's eyes and the look of admiration on Taylor's face, Zhang Bufang felt a little proud, raised his eyebrows and replied, "When I was in the laboratory, I found some small electronic flip-flops. As long as the controller is, leave it on your body and install these triggers in fixed positions. Once someone approaches, the triggers will sound an alarm and the controller here will vibrate to warn you." Chun-Hee couldn't help but admire him when he heard this. He had stayed in the laboratory for so many years and rarely knew what the things in the laboratory were used for. However, Zhang Bufang knew their uses just by looking at them. How could this be allowed? People don't admire it. You can think of this in such a short time. It's really amazing. Taylor's admiration for Zhang Bufang was so overflowing that she wanted to throw herself into Zhang Bufang's arms and give him a big hug. But now, during the day, and with Chun-Hee as a little light bulb in front of me, I could only hold back my excitement for the time being. It's nothing. It's the rigorous attitude a scientific worker should have. Zhang Bufang felt the heat in Taylor's eyes, and the grown man's face couldn't help but feel a little hot, and he responded with a smile. There is a stream nearby, with water and fish in the stream, and there are a lot of fruits on the trees. With these things, even if they are trapped here for 10 days and a half, it will not be a problem, as long as those people can't find it. To them. Besides, the team of the King of Hell thought that they were the most powerful mercenary team and had an absolute advantage in numbers. It would be easy to catch these 3 people, but they did not expect that they would be repeatedly frustrated. What was originally thought to be accomplished quickly has taken so long, but there has been no progress at all. Not only has there been no benefit gained from the 3 of them, it has even cost many brothers. While looking for those 3 people, they also had to pay attention to the potential dangers in the forest. Some team members were already beginning to lose their strength. "Boss, this place is so big. Should we just walk around aimlessly to find them? Then we can only rely on luck." Lao Chi supported a brother beside him, and he endured it again and again, but still couldn't hold it back. Asked. The boss was already in a depressed mood, but now he frowned even more when he heard such words. "Our team, the King of Hell, has never been unable to complete a task. You all, please listen to me. If you want to continue to complete the task with me, just stay there. If you feel you don't want to do it anymore, get out now. Go back. I won't need your presence in the King of Hell's team from now on." The boss let out his angry breath, causing everyone in the team to hold their breath involuntarily, fearing that they would be dragged out as cannon fodder and executed if they made a loud gasp for air. He doesn't often get angry like this, but as the boss, he still has a kind of majesty that is hard to resist. Now he is even more arrogant and dare not show it. Knowing that he had said the wrong thing, Lao Chi lowered his head and did not dare to speak again for fear of becoming cannon fodder. The boss is not targeting Lao Chi. To put it bluntly, he is targeting the situation and the person. He knows that this mission has encountered a bottleneck, and it has also caused self-doubt in the hearts of the team members around him. They are all wilting and thinking about how to beat them. Unexpectedly, Lao Chi hit the muzzle of the gun first. Seeing that no one dared to speak, the boss paused and continued. "From the first day we entered the Yama team, the reputation of the team is everything to us. Failure to complete the task is equivalent to throwing our own faces on the ground. 2 feet. If you can't find these people for a while, there's nothing to be upset about. Just conserve your strength and look for a few more days. I don't believe they can get their wings and fly away from here." "I understand, boss." Seeing the boss tone softening, the team members quickly responded. "Okay, let's stop here and rest for a while. Second child, you stay here and continue to think of ways to see if you can find their whereabouts. Third child, you take a few people around to see if there is anything." Found it. After a pause, he added another instruction. "Be careful and don't miss anything." "I understand, don't worry." The third child's face remained expressionless. Even after hearing the boss's instructions, he just agreed lightly, and then picked out a few people from the team who seemed to be in good physical condition and left with him. The second child found a flat place to sit down, took out the equipment from his backpack, put on his headphones, and carefully listened to everything going on around him. The remaining few people stayed in place to rest or treat their wounds. "Boss, those bees are poisonous. Let me squeeze the wound for you." Lao Chi hesitated for a long time before finally summoning the courage to walk to the boss. Seeing that the boss was concentrating with his eyes closed, he was silent for a long time before speaking. After hearing this, the boss opened his eyes and looked at him. He said nothing, but he could see the expectation and anxiety in Lao Chi's eyes. After a moment of pause, he nodded slowly. "This bee is indeed very poisonous. As soon as it comes into contact with it, a big bump will bulge on the body. It will be sore and swollen, and slowly it will cause burning pain. The pain will become more and more obvious and even extend to every part of the body, and finally reaches the brain." When he directed the team members to dive before, he was the last one to jump, so there were relatively many wounds on his body. Fortunately, he had very strong endurance, otherwise he might not have been able to hold on long ago. After taking off his shirt, everyone saw that his back had almost no good skin. Every place where he was bitten by bees had large pustules. So many of them were connected together. His entire back. Almost everything is swollen. Lao Chi had just squeezed out a pustule on his arm and already felt that it had almost exhausted all his strength. Now when he saw the boss's back and thought of what he had just felt, he began to shiver involuntarily. "What are you still standing there for?" Seeing Lao Chi's delay in moving, the boss said in a deep voice. This kind of grinding and whining look is not what a member of the Hell King's team should have. Lao Chi suddenly came to his senses and quickly put his hand on the boss's back. Before exerting force, he still wanted to remind the boss, "Boss, it may hurt a little when squeezing the venom. Please bear with it." The boss frowned with dissatisfaction. "Why are you so long-winded? Let's do it." This man can be cruel to himself, but that's right. He has been in the Yama team for more than 10 years. As long as his life is not lost, pain is nothing to them. After taking a deep breath, Lao Chi finally made up his mind to take action. Every time he exerted force on his hand, he would see dark red and even black blood being squeezed out of wounds as small as the size of a pinprick. There are toxins in this dark red blood, which is not life-threatening. However, the metabolism of this toxin is very slow. Before it recedes from the human body little by little, you can only endure this unbearable pain. So the harder you squeeze out the poisonous blood, the easier it will be, but the process is also painful. Lao Chi could clearly feel that when his hands were trembling and exerting great force, the muscles on the boss's body would be obviously tense, and sometimes they would even shake violently, but he didn't hear anything from his mouth from the beginning. At the slightest sound, Lao Chi was convinced of his boss, and now he admires him even more. "Boss, it's okay." Finally, Lao Chi stopped what he was doing and said behind the boss. The boss originally had his eyes closed, but opened them after hearing his voice. Although he was in pain and sweating all over during the process, his eyes were not blurred or wavered at all, and he still looked determined. If it weren't for his forehead, sweat dripped down his cheeks from time to time, and everyone would mistakenly think that nothing happened just now. Silently, he took the clothes and put them on himself. He stood up and nodded to Lao Chi. "Thank you for your hard work." When Lao Chi opened his mouth to answer the dignitary's answer, he suddenly heard a burst of rapid footsteps. Everyone turned their heads in alarm and looked in the direction of the footsteps. When they saw that it was Lao San who was leading a few brothers back, they turned around. The guard was relaxed a little. "What's going on?" The boss's face didn't show any unusual movements or expressions. "There is nothing beneficial to us. Either those 3 people did not come here, or their traces have been covered up." The third child answered with a slight frown. "This place is no less than a primeval forest. In addition to the ones they have experienced, there are also many large animals that they have not seen. Just looking at the footprints left by them, they know that if they encounter them, they will be in big trouble, so still have to be careful at all times." This news was not what the boss wanted to hear, so he just remained silent and didn't speak. "Also, we found a crashed helicopter not far away. It should be one of our people." We went over and took a look. No 2 people in the helicopter survived, Lao Chi continued. There were 2 helicopters following them, and one of them was shot down by Zhang Bufang and the others right under their noses. They thought there was another helicopter that could help them search for traces of the 3 people from the air, but it didn't happen. I thought I saw the wreckage of the helicopter directly here. Now they really don't have any assistance and can only rely on these few people to dig out the 3 of them. But that is not easy. Just when everyone was looking at the boss, waiting for his words, the second brother, who had been looking for the whereabouts of the 3 of them, suddenly took off his headphones, walked to the boss, raised his hand, and handed the headphones over. What did you find? Seeing the second brother's behavior, the boss suddenly felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. After asking this question, I found that the second child's face looked a little solemn, and he shook his head and said to him with lip language, "It's the captain. These 2 captains are a nightmare to everyone here, including the boss." This description does not seem to be entirely accurate. He is said to be a nightmare because he will become the shadow of others for life. Like a devil, even just mentioning his name will make people tremble all over and be scared to the point of being unable to control themselves. But the paradox is that while you are afraid of him, you have to be impressed by this person's ability, and you will stand on a high place like a god and accept the worship of everyone. Such a person is like a shining sun. If you want to be near him, you will risk being burned by him. Only if you are strong enough can you stand beside him and enjoy his halo. Seeing the second child's lips, he was as calm as the boss, and his heart skipped a beat. He took the device and hung the headphones on his ears, and his body straightened involuntarily. "Captain, it's me." The boss's voice was still calm, but he was a little panicked in his heart. No one present could notice it, but he knew it very well. "It's been so long, how are things going?" A stern voice came from the other side. Although the expression and demeanor of the person opposite could not be seen, and it was far away from the night, the voice seemed to have magic power and could be followed. "The signal freezes people in place. My subordinates are incompetent, and there has been no progress so far." The boss only felt a drop of liquid rolling down his back very quickly. It was sweat caused by his nervousness. After saying this, he held his breath and waited quietly for the person opposite. Reaction: "I have encountered difficult problems before, and it took a long time to deal with them. But the demon captain has never personally called to inquire about the situation like this time. So it can be seen that this mission is of great significance to the captain and even the Hell team." It was a big deal, which made the boss feel very uneasy, and the waiting process seemed particularly long. The reaction of the captain he imagined would be that he would be furious. He was even ready to go back and receive punishment even if he completed the mission. Time passed by second, and everyone's eyes here fell on the face of the boss, who focused all his energy on his right ear. I used to think that the term "every day seems like a year" is too exaggerated, but now I feel that in this oppressive atmosphere, let alone every day feels like a year, I am afraid that only every second feels like a year can express their mood. It's true that you are incompetent. 3 people with no strength can't handle it. What's the use of our team, the King of Hell, raising you? The devil captain's voice came over, like a thin and very sharp thread. Lifted everyone's heart. It's over, I'm dead this time." Hearing the word incompetent from the demon captain's mouth is definitely not a good sign. It seems that even if I have the chance to go back, I won't have a good life. Everyone was thinking in their hearts, and their thoughts were surprisingly the same. Some people even thought with luck that the person talking to the demon captain was the boss. If it were him, he would have been frightened by the aura on the other side. He fainted, and his death might have been even worse. It was really not easy for the boss, and he shouldered a lot for them. While everyone felt sorry for the boss, they also sympathized with him. "Captain, please give us a chance. We will definitely find their traces as soon as possible and complete the killing mission." The boss knew that he must not be silent at this time. He must have the determination to complete the mission, otherwise in the eyes of the demon captain, they will be trash, and Team Hell really won't allow trash to exist. "Okay, then I'll give you another chance, but this time what I want you to do is not to kill them to death, but to keep them alive." The demon captain's somewhat evil and sycophantic voice came from the receiver. The boss was a little confused. The mission I received before was to kill them mercilessly, but now I suddenly wanted to leave them alive. This has never happened before. Anyone who comes to Team Hell to ask for a task is a one-time deal. The demon captain will never allow anyone to change the task. Does the person who entrusts the task have any special identity? Although there are countless questions in my mind, I can only think about them in my heart. I can't express them in my mouth or tone, because their duty is to obey orders. Yes, I understand. After the boss received the information about Exine's mission, he was already thinking about what method he would use to capture the 3 people without harming them, and to capture them to complete the mission. It seems that I still underestimated his ability. You, the most proud people around me, can't do anything to him. It seems that the deal I made is worth it. The demon captain seemed to be saying to himself there. It's like talking to someone again. You remember, I must get that scientist. He is indeed not someone you can easily deal with. Don't take it lightly. As for the others, you can do whatever you want. The demon captain finished these words. Then the signal was cut off. Boss, what did the captain say? After everyone was sure that the signal had been cut off, they gathered around because they saw an expression that was hard to explain on the boss's face for some reason, which made people a little confused. It took a lot of effort for the boss to accept this new task. The most important thing was that he seemed to hear the importance and appreciation for the scientist from the captain's tone. After reorganizing it in my mind, I spoke to everyone. The captain just gave the order, and there are new changes in the mission. As expected, the boss saw the surprised expressions on everyone's faces just after he finished speaking. This was what he expected. Only then did everyone understand why the boss had that expression on his face just now. Everyone among them would do this when they heard such news. Because this is not in line with the rules of the King of Hell team, this is simply impossible to happen in their opinion. So everyone looked at the boss with curious eyes, trying to get an answer from his mouth. I know what you are thinking. This is indeed not in line with the previous rules of our Yama team, but these are not important. The rules in the Yama team were originally set by the captain, and the current task of the heart was also spoken by the captain himself. So the captain is the real rule, we just need to obey. The boss said this, and the others thought about it and felt that it was true, so they nodded. It's just, the boss continued. In my opinion, this heart task is much more difficult than the previous one. Everyone couldn't help but feel discouraged when they heard this. They originally thought that changing the task would be good news, but they didn't expect that it would be more difficult. The current task was already difficult. The captain asked us to bring the living people back. The boss said solemnly, "How is this possible? We can't even find anyone anywhere now." A weak voice spoke out, expressing everyone's feelings. In normal times, if this situation happened, the boss would directly arrest this person. Come out and let him get the punishment he deserves. Because when completing a task, you are absolutely not allowed to say the word impossible. But today's situation is indeed a little special. It seems that we are indeed facing some difficulties at the moment. But no matter how big the difficulties are, we still have to find ways to solve them. The boss must maintain his calm leadership skills at this time. Let's talk about it. Do you have any good ideas? Of course, leadership ability does not mean that all commands must be completed by one person. Only by gathering the abilities of everyone can we get closer to the destination. Since we want a living person, it's actually not that difficult. The only thing is to replace the military person with a civilian person. The best way is, of course, to bring the person back without spending a single soldier. So let's negotiate with him. A slightly younger voice tentatively expressed his thoughts, but was quickly rejected. Young man, you are still too young. How about you use your brain more or less before speaking? We wanted someone's life at the beginning, and now we suddenly say that I won't hurt you. Come with me. I'm afraid you are a fool. Then you will follow us obediently. Lao Wu has always been an outspoken person and will say whatever comes to his mind. Fortunately, although he is outspoken, he is never reckless, so after he finished speaking, everyone fell into silence again. Everyone came together and thought of almost all the ways, but all the ways were rejected one by one. So the final conclusion was to take it one step at a time. Now that it has been decided, we will depend on the situation for everything else, but the first priority now is to find their hiding place. The boss turned to the second child and said, "Second child, have you found their location information?" The second child shook his head. "I have tried almost every method, but I still didn't find any movement. The set of equipment I brought is very sensitive. I have adjusted it to the most sensitive level. It stands to reason that the signal within a radius of 5 kilometers. I should be able to catch them all, but I didn't find any movement. At this point, he paused and spoke out his guess. So there are two possibilities now. One is that they have left this range, and the other is that they no longer have anything with a signal on them. For them, this is equivalent to one less way to find those three people. Now, trying to find them in this forest is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Check how much dry food is left on each person and calculate how long it can last with the minimum consumption. The second brother said hello to the person in charge of supply in the team and asked them to send more things. We will carpet this place. I can't believe that we couldn't find three people even if we searched like that. Yes. Now the boss is the backbone of all of them. As long as they see the boss's determined look, their hearts will also settle down. If the mission is not difficult, then I'm sorry for their status as the King of Hell's team. Just find a way to solve it. After their respective divisions of labor, all the remaining members of the Yama team regained their energy and carried out their respective tasks according to the arrangements. Although a lot of energy has been spent, no one will choose to take it lightly, because the more careful they are, the greater the possibility of finding clues, and then they can complete the task earlier and leave this ghost place. So everyone started fighting 10 times. The spirit of dichotomy. After 2 days of searching, there was still no trace of those three people. The three people in the cave have almost never gone out, because this is really a perfect opportunity to hide. Zhang Bufang had already gone out to get a lot of food and firewood and came back. Even if they stayed here for 3 to 5 days without going out, it wouldn't be a problem. During this period, the warning siren in Zhang Bufang's hand vibrated several times, but it only rang briefly a few times and then returned to calm. This meant that those outside had found this place before, but they did not find them. It just exists, which further proves that the place they chose is very safe. However, no matter how safe they are, they cannot stay here for a long time. The reason why they stay is because Chunhee's health has not recovered yet. Now that Chunhee has been taken care of and his face is rosy, it is time to leave. Just like in the cave in the laboratory before, as long as they leave here, they are in danger of being exposed to those people. Naturally, they have to be more careful. In the laboratory, he can use the equipment in the laboratory to create some. They had weapons for self-defense, but now that the conditions were not so good, and their weapons were all out of bullets, they had to think of other ways. Zhang Bufang did not take any time off in the past 2 days. Instead, he found some strange-looking plants and trees. After a lot of effort, he squeezed out the juice inside, and then stood alone in the corner of the cave. I don't know what they are tinkering with. When Taylor wanted to go over to help, Zhang Bufang would be a little nervous and ask her to go away, because the juice mixed with those things in proportion is highly toxic. He is used to doing such delicate things, and subconsciously he will make himself more careful, but Taylor and the others are different. They have no experience, and no matter how careful they are, they will inevitably make mistakes. So during these 2 days, Chunhee just rested and recuperated, while Taylor was placed in a safe position and looked at Zhang Bufang, who was busy attentively with fascination, even though his heart itched to say a few words to him. But seeing how serious he looked, she still obediently didn't disturb him. It's done. Zhang Bufang suddenly shouted excitedly after being silent for a long time, attracting the attention of 2 people at the same time. The 2 people hurried over and saw something strange-looking lying quietly on the ground in front of Zhang Bu. When I saw you hiding yourself here mysteriously, I thought you were doing something great, but this is obviously just a slingshot. When Chunhee and Taylor saw the thing, they each raised their heads and glanced at each other, and at the same time saw a confused look in the other's eyes. The 3 made by Zhang Bufang are indeed slingshots, but they are different in size. At a glance, you can tell that they must have been designed according to the size of each hand, but the slingshots do not look any different. Everyone on the other side has different levels of light and heavy weapons in their hands, and the 3 of us are going to fight them with something that is only used by children to play house. Chunhee asked incredulously. Of course, Taylor also thinks so in his heart, but he just doesn't feel comfortable speaking out. Of course there is nothing different about the slingshot, the difference is this. Zhang Bufang stretched out his hand, letting Taylor and Chunhee see what he had in his hand. It was a small meatball with a suspicious green color. Apart from the weird color, there was nothing different about it. However, since Zhang Bufang said that this thing was different, it must be different. Can you shoot a slingshot? Zhang Bufang raised his head and asked 2 people. I have been exposed to this kind of thing before. As long as I become more familiar with it, it will be fine. Taylor looked at Zhang Bufang with 100% trust and replied, Okay. Zhang Bufang nodded. He knew that his woman was never just a beautiful vase. For Chunhee, things like slingshots were nothing more than child's play, because in the previous years, he didn't have any other entertainment activities in the laboratory. He could only hit a dozen pebbles on the wall. Although it was boring, it allowed him to develop a good skill in shooting slingshots. As long as it was in an environment he was familiar with, he could hit the target just by relying on his voice. Because he had a very good understanding of slingshots, he felt that Zhang Bufang was a bit unreliable this time. The slingshot was just a toy. How could a firearm be more lethal? But now that Zhang Bufang asked about what he was good at, he naturally wanted to show it off. So after Taylor finished speaking, he did not directly answer Zhang Bufang's question, but stretched out his hand to grab the one in Zhang Bufang's palm. I brought the green beads over. With lightning speed, it hit the opposite wall. Don't move. Zhang Bufang's attention was originally focused on Taylor, but suddenly he felt that his palms were empty. He suddenly turned around and saw Chunhee holding the bead and hitting it out with a slingshot. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't. It's too late. Zhang Bufang pushed Taylor, who was relatively close to Chunhee, away, then rushed to Chunhee's side, looking down at his hands with some panic in his eyes. Why do you want to take this away without your own authority? Zhang Bufang frowned and growled. What's wrong? Why are you so nervous? It's just a big slingshot. What's the big deal? Isn't this the only thing you did? Chunhee curled his lips and asked. When Chunhee saw Zhang Bufang's nervous expression, he felt very strange and even felt like teasing him. In his eyes, this movie was just an ordinary slingshot and clay balls. He even felt that he was a bit nervous today. His performance was abnormal. In the past, he could play more accurately. You don't even know what this is, and you don't know what the consequences will be if you touch it. How can you touch it at will? Zhang Bufang suddenly became annoyed when he saw that Chunhee still didn't look worried at all. Taylor saw that Zhang Bufang was losing control of his emotions and knew that things might not be that simple. He frowned and asked, What on earth is going on? Why are you so nervous? That little mud pill is highly poisonous. I mixed many poisonous plant juices together to prepare this kind of thing. As long as it touches the body will start to suffer severe pain and ulceration, which is not inferior to those with poisonous plants. A highly venomous snake. Zhang Bufang looked at Chunhee's hands worriedly. What? Chunhee was a little panicked when he heard this. He never thought that that thing could be poisonous. You must be lying to me. Your acting skills are really getting better and better, but have you forgotten that little? I clearly picked up the Naiwan from your hand just now. Since it will be poisoned if you touch it, aren't you still fine and nothing is wrong? There was still a trace of luck in Chunhee's heart, hoping that this was really just a little joke by Zhang Bufang. But when he saw Zhang Bufang shaking his head solemnly, his heart slowly sank. His eyes involuntarily fell in the direction of the clay ball that he had knocked out just now. Due to the light problem, he could no longer see where the little clay ball was, but he was very sharp and saw a weed that had begun to wither. He was really impressed by that weed, because he had targeted it just now, but before it was still fresh and strong. After he hit a leaf, it was now completely withered. Only now did he really begin to accept the fact that the mud pill Zhang Bufang said was poisonous. Then are you okay? Taylor heard that the thing was poisonous and thought of the ball lying in the palm of Zhang Bufang's hand. He suddenly became nervous, and his whole heart was focused on Zhang Bufang, worried that something would happen to him. I'm fine. Zhang Bufang sighed and pulled off a piece of cloth from his body. He soaked the piece of cloth in a liquid in a depression on the ground similar to a stone basin, then wrung it out and dried it. A piece of cloth was tied around Chunhee's hand that touched Naiwan. This is what I made in advance. As long as you wash your hands with this first, you will be immune to the toxicity of that thing. Zhang Bufang said helplessly. Seeing Chunhee's pale face, he still couldn't bear to blame him. Speaking of which, he also has his own responsibility. He did not speak clearly at the beginning, and Chunhee still has the mentality of a child, which is inevitable. Then there won't be any problems now. Taylor patted Chunhee's shoulder reassuringly, not wanting him to think too much. After asking this question, he saw Chunhee looking at him with expectant eyes. With a piece of cloth, this can only play a preventive role. What I do now is just treating a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Then am I going to die? He asked Zhang Bufang in great frustration. He had just come out of the laboratory where he had been trapped for so many years. He originally thought he could follow Zhang Bufang and live happily in this huge world. After a lot of adventure, I didn't expect that I would have to hand over my life here so soon. I won't let anything happen to you. Zhang Bufang already regards Chun He as his younger brother. Since he brought him out of the laboratory, he will definitely take good care of him. How could he let him because of this? It was my own mistake that cost me my life. It's just that we can't stay here anymore. We have to find a way to get out. I know the solution, but the premise is that I must be able to find what I need. It seems that Chun He's condition is not bad now, but we must not take it lightly just because the current situation is not bad. If it is not handled properly, it will be life-threatening. Okay, let's leave now. Don't waste any more time. Taylor was already ready. Under Zhang Bufang's guidance, he washed his hands with the strange liquid and then took the slingshot and clay balls. I'm sorry, it's me who has dragged you down again. Chun He felt as if he was always causing trouble to Zhang Bufang and Taylor and apologized very uneasily, but now he couldn't do anything and instead became the two of them. Of burden. Don't say that. We are all in the same boat now. We are both prosperous and devastated. No matter what happens, we will never leave you behind. Taylor comforted Chun He with a very warm tone. Such words made Chun He burst into tears. He thought of his parents for a moment. They were the ones who gave birth to him. Why were they inferior to two people he had just met not long ago? If his parents had been like Zhang Bufang and Taylor and never gave up on him no matter what situation they encountered, then he might not have had to suffer for so many years, and he might have lived a worry-free life like other boys. These seem like luxuries now. However, it was precisely because of his misfortune in the first half of his life that God allowed him to meet Zhang Bufang and Taylor. This can be regarded as his luck. Chun He secretly vowed in his heart that if he could escape this disaster and survive, then Zhang Bufang and Taylor would be his closest people in the world from now on. We may still encounter those people when we go out now. Although their strength has been reduced a lot by us, we still can't take it lightly and try to avoid them. Zhang Bufang took the only remaining gun on the three of them. He handed the bullet to Chun He's hand and warned. They have a large number of people, and the weapons in their hands are much better than ours. If possible, we should not conflict with them head-on. It is best to leave here quietly. He saw a map in the laboratory. It was not just a topographic map, but also marked several different places. Zhang Bufang thought that it should be the arsenal and transportation deployed by those in the laboratory. Tools, he can still find those places based on his general impression. As long as he finds one of them, the lives of the three of them will be guaranteed. Are you ready? Zhang Bufang and Taylor turned around and asked the two people behind them after packing up the things they wanted to take away. Taylor and Chun He stood opposite him and nodded firmly. Although the strength of the three of them seemed very small, it had to be said that there seemed to be an invisible force between them that could twist the three of them together. This power allows them to fear nothing. If you're ready, let's set off. Zhang Bufang took a deep breath and walked out of the cave first. It rained outside for some time, and the road was a little muddy. What's even worse is, on this muddy road, they will leave footprints when they walk on it. Once someone finds their footprints, they can follow the direction of the footprints, so their movements must be very covert and very fast. There is not much time left for them. Just as Zhang Bufang led Taylor and Chun He to their destination as quickly as possible, the King of Hell's team also encountered some situations. Boss, it seems we have already passed this place. After feeling something was wrong, the second child hesitated a few times and whispered in the boss's ear. I also discovered this problem. The boss frowned and replied in a low voice. He is very cautious by nature. It is impossible for him to walk to a place 2 or 3 times in a row without noticing anything. In fact, the second time he passed by this place, he had made a mark that was difficult to spot, and not even his team members noticed it. When he passed that place just now, he found the mark he had made, and he already knew it in his mind. The reason why he hasn't told his brothers yet is because he has been thinking of a solution. In fact, it is not that we have never encountered such a situation before. In this case, we still need to be more careful and find loopholes to break the situation before we can get out. It seemed that he was not the only one to find the problem, so he raised his hand and said when everyone stopped, "We encountered a ghost and hit the wall." One sentence was like thunder on the ground, and everyone was frightened. Those who have realized that the abnormality is not normal are silent at this moment. They only feel that their mood is a little heavy, because although this situation is not impossible to solve, they don't know how long it will take to solve it. Although they are members of the health team, each of them is also a human being. They need to eat and drink to survive. However, the supplies they have called for so far have not arrived. They don't have much dry food on them, and they don't know how they can survive. Not tender enough to support getting out. However, there are still people who are not so sensitive and just blindly follow the big group. They only realize the seriousness of the problem after hearing what the boss said. "Boss, what should we do now?" Lao Chi was the one among them who asked the question first, not because he was afraid, but because he saw that some of their team members were injured and were already very weak. And now I have to drag my tired body for so long. It would be okay if the supplies can arrive in time. At least I can get medicines. But now it seems that hope is particularly slim. Why are you panicking? The boss didn't feel too panicked. After all, he had seen many such scenes, but he knew that there was indeed not much time left for them. Let me try it. Different places have different magnetic fields. If there is any abnormality in the magnetic field, just keep walking in one direction. The fifth in the team still has some knowledge about traditional feng shui and the like. The basic understanding comes in handy at this time. Let's do this for now. The boss nodded, but I'm afraid he still can't find any better solution. I saw Lao Wu carefully taking out something like a pocket watch from his pocket. He looked so careful, as if this palm-sized thing might be worth hundreds of millions. Once it knocked or touched them, they would. It will completely ruin everything. But this is indeed a treasure for Lao Wu, because this thing is indeed worn by their ancestors. When his grandfather passed away, he said that even if the person is gone, this thing should be kept intact, because this thing is related to them. A family's luck. But when it comes to Lao Wu's generation, he is actually the only one left in their family. He alone is a family. So to put it bluntly, this thing affects his luck, so he must be careful. He would not easily take out this lifeblood thing, and there is really no other way around this situation today. When Lao Wu opened the thing, what appeared in front of everyone was something similar to a compass. Although it looked no different from a compass, it was actually a completely different thing. This thing is just like Lao Wu said, it never indicates the direction, but the magnetic field. The compass turned aimlessly in Lao Wu's hand for a few times, as if he wanted to stretch his muscles first, then slowed down, and finally stopped in one position as Lao Wu moved. The most amazing thing is that no matter how the old 5 turns, the direction pointed by the pointer is the same direction. Although each of them has a compass on their body, the compass is greatly affected by the magnetic field. If it is in a place with a very strong magnetic field, the compass will be greatly disturbed, and then it will completely become a display. Several people thought that Lao Wu's behavior was simply feudal superstition. They took out their compasses and found that the compasses were either spinning like crazy or that their compasses were pointing in completely different directions. Take it heartily. Okay, Lao Wu, you lead the way from the front, and the others will follow. After a brief rest, the team started again. Lao Wu's hand was always kept straight, and he walked forward carefully according to the direction indicated by it, fearing that there would be any changes in the middle. He stared at the pointer without blinking, but fortunately, this family heirloom was really up to date. After the group of people had been walking for another 2 or 3 hours, Lao Wu's hands were almost cramped when he suddenly heard the boss's heavenly voice ringing in his ears. "We have come out." These words came out of his mouth, making all the team members feel that this boss, who had always been very strict, had become very cute. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after walking out of the place that kept going in circles. Although he was exhausted, he still felt instantly relaxed. After a simple physical supplement, the boss was about to instruct the brothers to continue working hard to find traces of Zhang Bufang and the others. Although the captain also said that this task is quite arduous and not very easy to complete, they still have to try their best to get it done in the shortest time. Otherwise, even if the captain doesn't say anything, they will still feel bad about themselves. Doubts about one's ability. The people in the Hell team are never fixed. If you want to stay here forever, you must always ensure that you are the strongest person, because their demon captain will never accept a useless person staying with him. In the team, while the boss was making arrangements, the second boss suddenly said, "Boss, I found a signal that's not quite right. It's very weak and difficult to catch, but I think it's likely to be a good clue. Everyone is currently trying to brace themselves up to complete the task. If we don't hear any good news, we may not be able to sustain it for much longer." But hearing the second child say something like this at this moment, although it is only a possibility, it can cheer people up. At least they can see hope in the darkness, right? "Are you sure?" the boss asked the second one very cautiously. The moment he got his affirmative answer, the slightly heavy look in his eyes changed. If it continues to drag on, he may not know what to do. "Let's go in the direction that the second brother can detect. Please cheer up," the boss said steadily. "Understood." Although the voices of everyone responding were no longer as powerful as when they first arrived here, they were full of confidence. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was better than running around like headless flies. The second brother always had headphones hanging on his ears, and he followed the direction pointed by the signal and walked forward cautiously with his teammates behind him. The other team members who were following him just followed quietly, without making any sound in order not to cause any disturbance to the second brother in this situation. Just when the second child felt that they were getting closer and closer to their destination, someone suddenly discovered that they had been to this place 2 days ago and were back again. "If I remember correctly, we have walked through this place a few days ago," the fourth child said cautiously. The eldest and second eldest brother looked at each other and then nodded and said, "Yes, we have indeed passed this place. But now that a signal has been detected here, it means there are still clues here." Because there was no signal before, they left this area after a brief search. Now it seems that they were not careful at that time, and they really should not have missed a blind spot. "Just search carefully within this area, and you will definitely find the clues we want." The boss pondered for a moment and then said to the brothers in the team, "Yes." After receiving this order, everyone consciously divided into several groups and spread out across the land to carefully search for the whereabouts of Zhang Bufang and the three of them. The place where they were moving was the place where Zhang Bufang had tampered with the tree before. As long as someone walked around here, the trigger would detect it very sensitively, and then sound an alarm to the alarm in Zhang Bufang's pocket. At this time, Zhang Bufang was walking towards the destination they were looking for according to the map in his mind. Because Chun-He's strength was just right, and now in such a situation, his physical strength could not be fully restored. So the walking speed still slowed down a bit. Fortunately, I didn't meet that group of people along the way. It was always quiet and quiet. Maybe I went in a different direction than them. If that was the case, they were lucky. Zhang Bufang calculated the time and felt that he had walked about half the distance. He looked back at Chun-He's pale face, stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder and said, "If we grit our teeth and persist, we will soon. It'll be there soon." Chun-He nodded. In fact, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. He just felt that his physical strength was a little unable to keep up. Even so, he still gritted his teeth and persisted, because he didn't want to hold back Zhang Bufang and Taylor because of his own reasons. He had already caused enough trouble to them. So no matter how painful and tiring he is, he will definitely grit his teeth and persevere. Just when Zhang Bufang was about to stretch out his hand and help Taylor move forward together with Chun-He, he suddenly felt a vibrating touch coming from his pocket. I thought it was an illusion and didn't pay much attention to it, but the continuous vibration was clearly real. Zhang Bufang subconsciously put his hand into his pocket to see what was going on. After taking out the vibrating object, he found that it was the warning device he had taken out from the laboratory. When this thing goes off, it means that those people are now appearing in the place where they were hiding before, and the alarm vibrates so hard, which means that the activities of those people are quite frequent. "What is this?" Taylor, who was supporting Chun-He, asked casually when he saw the vibrating warning device and Zhang Bufang's unhappy expression. "This is the warning device I told you about before. They are now near where we were hiding, and they don't seem to have any intention of leaving. If this continues, they may soon find our traces there." Zhang Bufang guessed. He turned around and happened to see the footprints made by the three of them on the ground. He suddenly had a headache. If they found these footprints, they might catch up soon. We still have to speed up, otherwise they will come in the direction of our footprints. As soon as Zhang Bufang finished speaking, he saw Chun-He and Taylor looking like they were facing a formidable enemy. But you don't need to be too nervous. Even if they have discovered our traces and are chasing us here, It will probably take more than an hour at the fastest to catch up here. Zhang Bufang looked around, trying to find a path that would not leave footprints, but there was no suitable one at the moment, so he could only bite the bullet and keep walking forward. Not long after the alarm in Zhang Bufang's pocket went off, the King of Hell team made a discovery. "Boss, a cave was found here." Someone shouted very excitedly. After hearing the words, everyone walked in the direction of the sound, and sure enough, they saw a cave with a small opening behind a few clusters of weeds. When they passed by here before, they simply thought it was just the most common weeds, so they ignored it. After entering the cave, I saw signs that someone had lived there. It seemed that they had been in this cave for a long time, and it was very possible that they had been here for the past few days. But since the cave entrance no longer had any trace of being hidden when they discovered it, and was open wide, it meant that the three of them had already left here. But it doesn't matter, at least we have got some clues. "Boss, we found some footprints at the door. It looks like he is the person we are looking for." The boss was looking at the cave carefully, trying to find any flaws in it. After all, he didn't want to do it again like last time. ASOSO miss. Now on the surface it looks like they have left, but wasn't it the same time they were in the cave before, but couldn't find their whereabouts? The more they deal with Zhang Bufang, the more they feel that they cannot underestimate the enemy. This time, their mission goal is very thoughtful, and they really cannot take it lightly. I was investigating carefully, not wanting to let go of any clues. Suddenly, I heard someone shouting loudly outside, which was undoubtedly a boost for the members of the Yama team. "Let's go out and take a look." The boss reacted quickly when he heard the words and led the people around him outside. After seeing the footprints left on the ground, the boss felt that all the blood in his body was alive. Looking at the number and size of these footprints, they were exactly 3 people. Isn't this the Zhangbu they were looking for? 3 people? And because of the rain, the footprints on the muddy road were particularly clear. They could easily see the direction in which the footprints were going. As long as they kept walking along these footprints, they would be able to find their whereabouts. Just follow their footprints until you find them. Even the boss, who had always been calm, was a little excited at this time, and his brothers were even more excited and wanted to fly to Zhang Bufang right away along the footprints. The 3 of them had to stand in front of each other. Zhang Bufang and his party quickened their pace after receiving the warning. However, Chun-He among them was very weak after all. In addition, the 3 of them had never received any training. Even if they used their strength, they could not move as fast. It is absolutely impossible to compare with the well-trained Yama team. They thought it wouldn't take long to reach the destination they wanted to find, but they didn't know why they couldn't get there despite walking around. Could we be lost? Taylor saw that Zhang Bufang, who was leading the way, was getting worse and worse, and his steps were no longer as firm and strong as before, but hesitant and seemed unsure. Should I go in this direction? So I couldn't help but ask. Zhang Bufang paused, turned back to look at Chun-He and Taylor, and said with some frustration, "I'm afraid that's the case." They had now entered a dense forest. Ever since entering the dense forest, Zhang Bufang's sense of direction had been very poor. Some methods that could usually be used to identify the direction seemed to be ineffective now, so he had been walking hard for a long time. So far it seems that I really have to admit it. I don't know where we are now, Zhang Bufang said helplessly. It seemed that he was too confident in himself at the beginning. He only knew that he could remember the topographic map, but he didn't think about it at all. The situation is obscured and complicated. It doesn't matter. If we look slowly, we can always get out of this dense forest. The last thing Taylor wants to see is the frustrated expression on Zhang Bufang's face, because in her eyes, Zhang Bufang is the most perfect person, no matter what she encounters. He can figure out a solution for any situation. But now Zhang Bufang himself has little confidence. Although he has absolute confidence in his achievements in science and weapons, this kind of wilderness survival is really not his strong point. Now that the lives of 3 people are on his shoulders, it is inevitable that he will feel some pressure. The most terrible thing is that he has nothing to do now. If we can't find an exit as soon as possible, those people may catch up soon. We have wasted too much time in this place. The 3 of them did not have any advantages in physical fitness, and now they have encountered a roadblock. No matter what, let's go forward in one direction first. It's better than sitting here and waiting. Taylor thought for a while, bit his lower lip with his white teeth, and suggested, "You're right. We can't sit here and wait for death. We should leave this place early. Zhang Bufang sighed, and now he can only take one step at a time. When the three people were walking forward step by step with great difficulty, the team of the King of Hell behind them also shortened the distance between them at a very fast speed. Chunhee was already a little weak. After running around for a long time, he got caught in the rain, and now he started to show signs of fever again. Chunhee, if you keep insisting, we will be able to walk out soon. Taylor felt that the pressure on his hand holding Chunhee was getting stronger and stronger, which meant that Chunhee was becoming less and less able to use it. Strength. I turned around and saw his pale face. His eyes were a little blurry, so I hurriedly talked to him, trying to make him wake up. Don't worry, I can still hold on. Chunhee smiled reluctantly when he heard this. At this time, no matter how uncomfortable he would grit his teeth and persevere. There was absolutely no way that he would drag Zhang Bufang down because of his own reasons. And Taylor both. Although the three people moved forward very hard, they still heard the footsteps following behind. No, they are following. Zhang Bufang was very alert and looked behind when he heard the sound, and found that there were several small dots in the distance moving in this direction. You can determine it by looking at the color of the small dots. Those must be a few people from the King of Hell's team, because they have had head-to-head confrontations, so they know their clothes very well. What? When Taylor and Chunhee heard what he said, they turned their heads to take a look. Sure enough, they saw those people moving very fast, and they suddenly panicked. Let's speed up, we can't delay any more time. Zhang Bufang frowned, and after speaking, he squatted down and carried Chunhee on his back without any explanation. Although this was a bit difficult for him, it was still much faster than Chunhee walking alone. The three people ran in the front direction without looking back. They had already walked out of the dense forest, so the view from this place was very good. They could see the Yama team behind them, which meant that the people in the Yama team had also seen the three of them. It was impossible to find a hiding place at this time, so I had no choice but to run forward. Brother Fong, there is no road ahead. Just as Zhang Bufang gritted his teeth and ran forward, he suddenly heard Chunhee saying in a panic from behind. Although he heard it, Zhang Bufang did not stop for a moment until he suddenly realized that there was really no road in front of him, and there was a cliff lying in front of him. Below the cliff is the bottomless sea water. It turns out that they have really reached the edge of the island by mistake, but what's the use of reaching the edge? There is not even a means of transportation here. Are they going to jump from here? What should I do? Taylor almost didn't stop the car and stepped on the edge of the cliff with her left foot. A lot of sand and gravel were rubbed out at once, and she almost slipped out. Fortunately, Zhang Bufang reached out his hand in time to hold her, and she did not fall off the cliff. Such a thrilling scene made Taylor break out in a cold sweat, but he still managed not to scream. At this time, even if he had to pretend to be calm, otherwise it would cause chaos to Zhang Bufang. The three people were forced to the end of the cliff. On the other side were the members of the Yama team who were approaching infinitely. There was no way left in front of them. In fact, it is not that there is no way to escape, but it is simply impractical. Either they have the ability to go to heaven, or they have to jump directly from here into the sea. It seems that both paths are almost impossible to achieve. Brother Fong, what should we do now? Taylor asked Zhang Bufang in a low voice, keeping his eyes on the people from the King of Hell's team who were approaching step by step. Don't panic, there will always be a way. Even at this time, Zhang Bufang was still able to remain calm. He always believed that there would be more solutions than difficulties. If they were really desperate, the three of them would jump from here. If we go down, there may be a glimmer of hope. Okay, don't go forward. The boss of the Yama team also saw the situation of Zhang Bufang and the three people at this moment. He remembered that the captain's mission was to keep alive, so he stopped and raised his hand to stop behind him. Of team members, looking at the three people in front of them, a woman and a weak experimental subject, the only one who might have some physical strength and energy is Zhang Bufang. Despite this, these men in their prime have no ability to catch them, nor can they. I know whether to say that the three of them are tough enough or that they themselves are useless, but they really can't go any further, otherwise they will be forced into a desperate situation. If they jump or accidentally fall, their mission will really fail. Who are you? And who sent you to hunt us down? Zhang Bufang was observing the surrounding terrain, trying to find a suitable route, and waiting for a suitable opportunity to escape from under the noses of these people. Suddenly, I found that these people stopped not far away from them. I couldn't help but feel a little strange, so I asked, "We never reveal our identities when we perform missions, and even if you know our identities, you can't change the fact that we will become our targets. So I advise you to just surrender and be captured." The boss said to Zhang Bufang, "Then even if I am going to die, I want to die clearly. At least I want to know who is trying to kill me." Zhang Bufang asked tentatively. These people were chasing them along the way. In fact, there were only two of them. There are several possibilities. One is because of Chunhee. After all, he is the experimental subject of that laboratory. Maybe Chunhee's departure will cause great losses to them. The other possibility is that he came here for Zhang Bufang. In fact, it is easy to analyze which situation it is, and you can know the answer by just using your brain a little. When they were in the laboratory in the cave before, it could be seen that these people were not merciful to the people in the laboratory. He had never heard of anyone accepting the task and responding by any means necessary to complete the task. The employer is displeased. So the biggest possibility is actually the second one. These people may clearly be coming for him, but why they do this is still unknown. The boss heard the question from Zhang Bufang and replied, "We just accept the task and complete it according to the orders in the character. So I can't answer your question for you. So it seems that we are sure to die today." Zhang Bufang thought of the deadly attack they had made when he fought with them before, and knew that the three of them might be really desperate now. These people have weapons that are 100 times more powerful than them. All they have in their hands is a simple slingshot. Although the projectiles have been manipulated by him, things like slingshots need to be within a certain range. Okay, in this case, it seems that the three of us can't escape this disaster. Zhang Bufang looked at the cliff behind him with the corner of his eyes, looked at Taylor and Chunhee beside him, and felt already in his heart. Having made the decision, although I don't know what they think in their hearts, I hope they are the same. Let's do it. Zhang Bufang looked at the boss and the others, staring at the people on the opposite side without blinking. He would react as soon as those people took out their weapons. "You may have some misunderstanding about us. What we want is not your lives, but we want you to follow us back." The boss said, "Want to live?" Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is it possible that your employer thinks we have some value that can be exploited?" The three of them are actually unknown people. How could anyone go to such great lengths? Reality wants their lives, and now it wants to take them back alive. That's right. Now that we've made it clear, you should stop resisting in vain and come back with us. You won't suffer anything." The boss said calmly. It would be best if Zhang Bufang and the three of them could really follow him back obediently, but if they still wanted to resist, they would have to think of other ways. "Don't you really think of us as birds trapped in a cage and can only wait for your fate?" Zhang Bufang suddenly sneered when he heard the other party's somewhat arrogant tone. "Although the three of us are far inferior to you in terms of strength, we still won't just follow you without any struggle. How is that different from throwing ourselves into a trap? In this case, it's not up to you." Seeing that persuading with words was of no use, the boss could only take another measure. In addition to carrying deadly weapons, they also carry some anesthetics, which can be used when necessary. The boss just looked at him, and the brothers around him already understood what he meant. They quietly prepared all the things they wanted to use. After the boss gave the order, some of them moved the guys towards Zhang Bu. The direction of the three people came to greet them, while the other people rushed over as quickly as possible to hold them back to prevent them from losing their footing and falling from the cliff. Then they would really fail in their efforts. Zhang Bufang knew what they wanted to do when he saw the expressions on their faces and the movements of their hands. After they took out the water pipes, they even aimed at them. Zhang Bufang looked at Taylor beside him and said, "You guys are ready. Are you ready?" "Ready." Taylor's and Chunhee's voices came almost at the same time, and their tone was very firm. "Okay, then we'll meet down below." After saying that, Zhang Bufang took a step back before the people from the King of Hell team took action, and then felt his body falling suddenly. Zhang Bufang kept his eyes open and watched helplessly as Chunhee and Taylor jumped down together. When he was confronting the opponent just now, he had roughly visually measured the height of this place and calculated how much water pressure the three of them would bear after jumping from this place. The result was probably within their ability to withstand, so this decision was made. The boss had already made all the plans and was mentally prepared for this, but he was still shocked when he saw them actually jumping. He originally thought this was the most unlikely possibility. I didn't expect that these three people had such strong bones and actually jumped like that. Boss, they jumped. Lao Chi was originally arranged to catch the three of them, but suddenly found that all three of them were missing and shouted to the boss with some collapse. I saw it. The boss's heart sank, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Find the nearest road to take a look. You will definitely be injured at such a high place, even if you die. Take their bodies back. I don't know why, but the boss has a bad feeling in his heart. Their mission may really fail this time, and he doesn't know what kind of punishment they will receive if they go back. Thinking of the possible reaction of the demon captain when he heard that they could not complete their mission, even the boss felt his heart beating continuously. Someone had already found the nearest road to find Zhang Bufang and his two companions, but found nothing. When Zhang Bufang saw his boss and the others catching up, he had already whispered his plan to the two people around him. How they are going to leave the island where they are now, and where they are going after leaving, is still unknown. If the time is delayed for too long, it will not be conducive to the recovery of Chun-Hee and Taylor, so if they can find a way to do it as soon as possible. If the unfinished parts of the machine are completed within the time limit, both Chun-Hee and Taylor will be saved. Thinking of this, Zhang Bufang thought, went out and walked around to find the main power generation place here, opened the switch that can drive the machine, and then got some weapons suitable for them from the arsenal. He still doesn't know the condition of the people outside. If those people see the three of them falling from the cliff and still refuse to give up and even find their bodies, they will inevitably not go into the water. It is very likely that he will find this place. Even if he has very carefully locked the door of the cave from the inside, it is theoretically difficult to enter from the outside, but those people seem to be well-trained and well-equipped, and they must not be simple people. So we still can't take it lightly. After getting some simple weapons back, he took a gun with him and put the rest next to Taylor, and told Taylor to be vigilant at all times, knowing that once he concentrated on doing something. When you are doing something, you will be so immersed in it that you may not hear anything, so you still have to rely on Taylor to listen to the sounds around you. Taylor nodded. Although she didn't know what Zhang Bufang was going to do now, she firmly believed that no matter what decision Zhang Bufang made, there was a reason for it. Zhang Bufang opened the machine and browsed the progress records put aside as quickly as possible. He already had a general idea in his mind. Fortunately, he also understood some mechanical principles. The basic principles on the remaining drawings here are all. That's right. As long as he puts some more thought into modifying it, he can complete the machine, and then both Taylor and Chun-Hee's physical problems will be solved. Watching Zhang Bufang and the three men jumping off the cliff, the Yama team almost ran to the bottom of the cliff as fast as possible, but found nothing. Now they have no diving tools or anything else that can help them salvage, and there is no trace of the three people at all. Boss, will these three people fall into the sea and die? Lao Chi looked at the boss's frowning frown. Although he knew that speaking at this time would probably make him cannon fodder, he still couldn't help but ask. Come out. It's not impossible. The boss was also at a loss at this moment, not knowing how this character could continue. Their people have gone down to search and can't see any trace of them at all, and even now they are not sure whether they are still on the island. Moreover, the current below was very fast. Regardless of whether they died or not, there was no way they could have been washed away to other places. Then what should we do now, boss? The second child had never seen such a solemn expression on the boss's face, and he couldn't help but become nervous. There is no other way, and we cannot stay here indefinitely. In the end, we may not be able to bear it. Along the way, they not only had to pay close attention to the movements of Zhang Bufang and the three of them, but they also had to avoid various dangers from this island. If they continued to stay here, they would probably break their team. Contact the captain. After standing on the edge of the cliff and thinking about it for more than 10 minutes, the boss whispered to the second one. Almost everyone's heart trembled when they heard the boss's words. If they contact the captain now, it means that their mission has really failed. This is probably the first time in the King of Hell team. I don't know the devil. Just thinking about how the captain would punish them after knowing it makes me feel scared. Okay. The second child was still reluctant to speak as usual, but at this moment, even if there were only 2 words, everyone could still hear a hint of nervousness and heaviness in his tone. Just when the second brother connected the signal from the devil captain in full view of everyone, almost everyone held their breath, fearing that they would personally hear the devil-like voice coming from the other side. As if to make them feel even more nervous, the signal was never connected. Everyone's heart was always hanging, and they didn't know when the person on the other side would be able to pick up the call. What's the matter? Just when everyone thought that no one would answer and were feeling relaxed, a very cold voice came. That voice seemed like the coldest piece of ice on a warm sunny day. It almost froze everyone's heart. Even taking a breath would freeze all the blood in their body. Everyone could no longer think too much at this moment, but looked at the boss with very sympathetic eyes. Every time, it is the boss who has the most direct contact with the demon captain, and therefore bears a lot of additional pressure. The boss seemed to have done a lot of mental construction before he dared to speak to the demon captain. Captain, even though he had a backbone like the boss, he felt a little guilty after saying these two words, and he didn't even dare to take a breath. Have you been caught? The demon captain's voice did not sound very deep, which showed that he was in a pretty good mood, but they knew that soon they would not hear the same voices now. Captain, we still didn't catch the three of them. The mission failed. Please ask the captain for punishment. The boss almost finished this sentence with force. The 4 words, mission failed, were carried over at extremely fast speeds. It seems that the other party will not be able to hear clearly, and if he cannot hear clearly, it means that the incident did not happen. God knows that tough guys like them, who seem to outsiders, can have such psychological activities. Sure enough, after hearing the boss's words, there was no sound at all, and no one knew how much time had passed. The demon captain suddenly let out a cold sound. I really overestimated your ability and underestimated that person. It seems that you are indeed no match for him. In this case, don't continue to make unnecessary efforts. From the tone of the demon captain, it seemed that he was not angry because their mission failed, but rather seemed more interested in that person. You have set a precedent for my team, the King of Hell, to fail in its mission. Even if you come back, you will not be able to escape the punishment. You don't need to see me after you come back. You can go and collect the punishment yourself. I have repaired that machine, and I have tested it myself. There should be no problems. The fracture in your arm cannot be delayed any longer. If it continues, even if it is treated, there will likely be sequelae. Zhang Bufang said softly. Taylor said, I know, but it doesn't matter, I can bear it. Although the broken arm still hurts, she can already bear the pain. Follow me. Zhang Bufang saw that her face had turned pale and bloodless, so he carefully helped Taylor walk towards the machine. Is this what you have been busy with these days? Taylor looked at the somewhat mysterious machine and asked Zhang Bufang. Although he didn't know what it was, since it was made by Zhang Bufang, it must be very powerful. That's right, this machine turned out to be a semi-finished product. I just completed the remaining parts of it in the past few days. Zhang Bufang nodded. This thing can now use energy to treat your fractures. How can it be done without a doctor? Taylor had never heard of anyone being able to perform surgery without a word. Yes, you can do it without a doctor. As long as the corresponding program is set inside, its hands-on ability will be more reliable than that of a human doctor. Zhang Bufang said very confidently. After the machine was completed, he checked it again and again. Tried it many times to ensure nothing goes wrong. I have already gone in and tried it. Do you dare to be its second patient? Zhang Bufang knew the capabilities of this machine, but he knew that not everyone could accept a new patient so easily. Taylor hesitated, but the hesitation only lasted a few seconds. She nodded firmly and said, I believe you. After saying that, she asked Zhang Bufang to help her into the machine's treatment room. After Zhang Bufang helped Taylor in, he slowly backed out, because if 2 people were inside, it would affect the diagnosis results. Even though he had withdrawn, Zhang Bufang's eyes were still on Taylor, because he could only support Taylor in this way, and Taylor's eyes never left Zhang Bufang, because only Zhang Bufang was with him. Within her sight, she is the Taylor who is fearless no matter what she does. If you're scared, just close your eyes. Although Taylor didn't say a word, Zhang Bufang could still feel the tension on her body, so he comforted her. If possible, he would of course be willing to accompany Taylor well, but she could only let her face this hurdle in front of her. Taylor originally wanted to close her eyes, but the moment she closed her eyes, she immediately felt the fear of the unknown. She would feel much better when she opened her eyes and saw Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang is almost the source of her courage. As long as Zhang Bufang is by her side, she has the courage to face everything. After Zhang Bufang turned on the switch of the machine, he quietly waited for it to start running. After a beep sound, a blue light appeared inside the glass cover, and then a red thin line-like laser scanned from Taylor's head to the soles of his feet. This was a preliminary inspection. Determine the approximate location of the problem, and then proceed to conduct a more detailed inspection of a certain part. As expected, the machine very accurately displayed the scan of Taylor's arm on the big screen. It even gave a perspective image, in which her fractures could be clearly seen. It even used different eye wizard very considerately. The color is marked. Zhang Bufang looked at the basic position and felt it was accurate, and then added the required medicine to the corresponding position of the machine according to the prompts given by the machine. Of course, getting the test results is only the first step, and the subsequent wound treatment is the top priority, and this is what Taylor thinks will really make her nervous. Brother Fong, I'm still scared. Taylor never dared to hand over her arm to a machine. This was really unbelievable. Although she believed in Zhang Bufang, she couldn't believe that this machine could act like a machine. Zhang Bufang is equally reliable. Don't be afraid. I'll give you an anesthetic later. You won't feel anything. Close your eyes and don't look. I'll be by your side. If there is any problem, I will solve it immediately, so you don't need to worry at all, you know? Zhang Bu. Fong couldn't bear to see Taylor's appearance, but her injury couldn't be delayed any longer. Zhang Bufang said this, and Taylor had no choice but to nod. Taylor, who didn't dare to look, closed his eyes for a long time while the anesthetic was being injected. Because he had been concentrating on observing the surrounding environment and listening to the noise, Taylor's spirit had been in a very tense state. Now after the anesthetic was injected, although it was not under general anesthesia, but her nerves relaxed, she still fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Bufang also felt a lot more at ease when he saw her sleeping peacefully. This was good. She would not be afraid after sleeping. Taylor didn't know how long he had been asleep. When he opened his eyes, he only heard two people talking in low voices around him. Although he couldn't really hear the content of what the two people were talking about, he knew it must be Zhang Bu just by listening to the voice. Fong and Chunhee. I moved my body and found that my arms were neatly fixed. Then I remembered that I had undergone a minor operation before falling asleep. It seemed that everything had been completed, and I felt pretty good now, just a little bit numb. Feeling a little hungry. Relying on the strength of his other arm to support his body, Taylor felt that he was going to collapse first. The two people who were talking in a low voice also came over with joy when they saw Taylor sitting up. You've been sleeping for a long time. How do you feel? Zhang Bufang asked later. Taylor's strength now is only enough for her to nod, and speaking is almost impossible. You were really tired before, so you slept for a full day and night after the operation. I checked you and found that there was nothing wrong with your body. You should eat something first to replenish your strength, and then take a bath and change clothes. Zhang Bufang said to Taylor very thoughtfully. The moment Taylor saw the food, she felt that her stomach was about to shrink together. If she could, she would have just stuffed the food in front of her directly into her stomach, so that she would not have to endure this discomfort. It's a maddening hunger. Eat a little slower, there is no one here to compete with you. Chunhee said, somewhat dumbfounded when he saw that Taylor was eating without any image. But even so, Taylor didn't even raise his eyes to give him any response. He was completely devoted to the food. What I'm talking about is that your stomach has been hungry for too long. Suddenly overeating can cause problems. I know you feel hungry now, but you still have to take your time. Zhang Bufang also agreed with Chun. Crane's point of view. It was only at this time that Taylor had already eaten the first bowl of rice in front of him. At this time, he listened to what the two people around him said and began to chew slowly. After thinking about my behavior just now, it seemed that it was indeed a bit too rude, and I didn't know if Zhang Bufang would dislike him after seeing it. Taylor was upset when she thought that her image in front of Zhang Bufang was completely lost, but her appearance seemed a bit cute to Zhang Bufang. Chunhee didn't have any major problems at first. He was just sick and weak. He was shocked when he jumped down, so he was unconscious. After Zhang Bufang used a machine to treat Taylor's arm, he gave it to Chunhee. After a detailed examination, it was found that there were no pathological problems on his body, So Chun-Hee woke up not long after. Now he looks completely normal and has no uncomfortable symptoms. This is much larger than the laboratory we saw before. Not only does it have arms and medical equipment, but there are also many things for living. If you don't want to go out now, we can stay here for a while. The things inside are enough for us, Zhang Bufang said to the two people. Although this place is indeed a good and very hidden place, it is underwater after all. It is not a good thing not to see the sun all day long. It can only be used as a temporary shelter, and it is impossible to stay there for a long time. Here, Zhang Bufang had a new idea when he saw this place. If possible, he could change all the passwords and facilities here to his own, so no one would be able to open this place in the future. It will become his base belonging to Zhang Bufang. While Taylor was recuperating his arm, Zhang Bufang and Chun-Hee were not idle either. Zhang Bufang told Chun-Hee all the operating methods and even the principles of the machine that could diagnose and treat diseases, and asked him to study it in the future. This is much better than if he just came out of the laboratory and didn't know anything. If you want to survive in this world, you must learn at least one skill that others don't know. Only in this way can you ensure that your life is valuable and you can have enough capital to negotiate with the other party even in the most critical moments. After Zhang Bufang had a very detailed understanding of this mountain cave, he secretly rearranged the place according to his own ideas. Soon the place was no longer what it was before. Before, all the functional areas here were mixed together, and the outermost one was the arsenal. If someone came in, they could tell at a glance what this place was about and what was in this place. But after Zhang Bufang's renovation, if someone is really lucky enough to open this door, all they can see are some of the simplest tools and materials that can guarantee a person's life, and they will regard this place as a temporary shelter. But the real content is actually behind. So in the next few days, Zhang Bufang had almost no time to spare, studying all the equipment here, and spent a lot of effort to change all these things into existences that bear his Zhang Bufang mark. Just after he set the door program here, there was a sudden ding sound. The system prompts you that you have obtained an equipment storage location, and the level has been increased by 1. This voice has not appeared in Zhang Bufang's mind for a long time. Sometimes Zhang Bufang even thought that it had completely disappeared, but it seems that today what we have done can be regarded as an achievement of the system. Then what is my next task? Zhang Bufang was a little confused about his current situation because he didn't know how he should go on, and he didn't know when he would be able to leave here. The system has sent a mission map. Please check it. The voice appeared in Zhang Bufang's mind again, and a map also appeared at the same time. This map shows a location and also prompts relevant transportation information. It seems that it is not far from here. Can you help me investigate the surrounding situation? I want to know if the group of people who are chasing us are still outside. Those people outside are what he is most worried about now. The system is being monitored. Please wait. The cold voice in my mind rang again, and after about 10 seconds, it continued. The danger alarm has been lifted. Please feel free to continue completing the task. After saying this, Zhang Bufang originally wanted to ask something more, but the system actually made another ding sound, and then there was no more movement. It happens every time. After saying a few words, the system shuts down. Could it be that the battery is low? Zhang Bufang muttered dissatisfiedly. Brother Fong, what are you talking to yourself there alone? At this time, Taylor's voice came from not far behind him. Zhang Bufang turned around and saw Taylor not far behind him. It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something, and I said it to myself without thinking. Zhang Bufang smiled and said, We have been here for a long time, and we still have to leave. After all, this is not a place of eternity. Okay, if you decide to leave, then I will follow you no matter where you go. Taylor smiled brightly. This was his sincerity. As long as he can follow Zhang Bufang, he will follow you wherever he goes. It's the same, because Zhang Bufang can give her enough sense of security and satisfy her fantasies about her lover. Now that the decision had been made, Zhang Buzong took Chun-Hee and Taylor out of the cave hidden under the water. After all, Chun-Hee is the son of a scientist, and he is still very talented and experienced in research. Zhang Bufang asked him to study the machine that can both diagnose and cure diseases. In the past few days, he studied that thing very thoroughly, and what's even more exaggerated is that he also added some of his own ideas. Just when he was immersed in this thing and felt a little sleepless and forgetful of food, he suddenly heard Zhang Bufang saying that he was leaving, and he felt a little reluctant to part with it. This machine is really too big and inconvenient to carry. If there is a chance and his ability allows it, he should consider making this machine smaller and more portable. Zhang Bufang has stamped everything here with his Zhang Bufang mark, and has marked this place in the system, which means that if he needs military or medical equipment here in the future, he can dispatch it at any time. After locking the cave, Zhang Bufang took Chun-Hee and Taylor to the place with transportation shown on the map. Sure enough, there was a speedboat there, which could allow them to leave here as soon as possible. There was already a target location set on the speedboat, so Zhang Bufang actually only had a simple location information about where they were going, but he had no idea what was waiting for them at that place. The speedboat sped away on the sea. They had been trapped here for a while, so they had forgotten the feeling of being able to gallop freely. Now they were finally free again, and even breathing felt much easier. Although he knew that there were still many unknown difficulties waiting for him in the future, he was still mentally prepared. No matter what he encountered, he just had to work hard to solve it. Now he is much better than when he was at the beginning. At the beginning, he was alone, but now he has friends who will never leave him. As long as he can endure the hardship, he will definitely be able to reach the peak he wants. The speedboat galloped forward according to the set route. I don't know how long it took, but it still didn't reach the destination. Zhang Bufang had already seen that the meter showing the fuel level had begun to flash. Zhang Bufang secretly screamed in his heart. Good. He thought that the system would prepare everything for him, and then he would only be responsible for completing the task after arriving at the destination. However, what he never expected was that this system was like a stepmother to him, and would not only let him go. To fend for yourself in one place, sometimes even the necessary supplies needed to complete the task are not provided. It would be fine if they were in other places or doing other things, but now they are at sea. If the speedboat runs out of gas, do the three of them have to paddle to the destination by hand? The system seemed to sense Zhang Bufang's dissatisfaction and appeared in Zhang Bufang's mind after a ding sound. It had not appeared for a long time. When it first appeared, Zhang Bufang even felt a little uncomfortable. Excuse me, is the host dissatisfied with the system? This is simply asking knowingly. Of course he is dissatisfied, and very dissatisfied. The system that sensed Zhang Bufang's emotions was surprisingly naughty. The system can only provide you with the most basic support. You are a mature host. You must learn to prepare for a rainy day and learn to solve problems by yourself when you encounter them. Zhang Bufang Wenyan's expression suddenly changed. Okay, that's very okay. Since he is already a mature host, does that mean that he can forcibly turn it off? Host, your current thoughts are very dangerous. Forced shutdown will cause damage to the system. After saying this, Zhang Bufang closed himself without waiting for any reaction. Upon seeing this, Zhang Bufang couldn't help but rolled his eyes to the sky. He didn't expect that the system was so unreliable. But now that this is the case, he can only find a way to solve it. Who let him get involved in such an irresponsible system? I want to tell you in advance that our speedboat is about to run out of fuel and may not be able to sustain it for much longer. Zhang Bufang wanted to say it more tactfully, but if he didn't make it clear now, it's really not even possible. It's even harder for people to accept it when it's difficult to move forward even one step. When the two people heard Zhang Bufang's words, they looked at the fuel gauge at the same time. When they saw the flashing indicator light, they seemed to have seen despair with their own eyes. I thought I would be able to get a new life by escaping from that island, but I didn't expect that I would jump into another big pit. Looking around, they could see no other objects except seawater in this area, and they didn't know how long the remaining oil could last. As if to verify their guess, the fuel gauge flashed crazily for a while and then suddenly went out, which meant that the speedboat they were traveling on was really out of fuel. Although the speedboat was still moving forward due to inertia, the three people, who were a little lucky, hoped to move forward a little further, but the next second they felt that the engine had stopped running. The little bit of hope that he had had was extinguished, and this time, even Zhang Bufang really had no choice. If he was given a laboratory, he was absolutely confident that he could create fuel, but now that he had nothing at hand, he couldn't conjure something out of thin air. Seeing that the speedboat could only float helplessly on the sea, They could only follow whichever direction the waves went. The sun above their heads was very strong, and the people who were shining were a little dizzy. Although they brought enough food supplies, because of the hot weather, their fresh water was consumed very quickly, and there was not much left, so they could only be very frugal. As long as you save it, one day it will completely disappear. Seeing that they had been floating on the sea for 2 days, the temperature difference between day and night, and the shortage of fresh water gradually made them unable to hold on. They also tried to find a tool on the speedboat that could control the direction and even move forward, but there wasn't even a wooden board on it, so it couldn't really be paddled by hand. "Brother Fong, what should we do?" Taylor finally couldn't help but speak out, "Because we don't know how long this floating situation on the sea will last. If this continues, it is very likely that they will eventually die from dehydration. Danger. Now I don't have any specific solution. I can only try my luck to see if I can encounter a passing ship or an island." Zhang Bufang was also a little helpless. In the past 2 days, he also tried to start the system, hoping that the system could give him some prompts. But he didn't know if there was something wrong with the system or if it was still holding a grudge. No matter how hard Zhang Bufang tried, it never responded at all. This gave Zhang Bufang a headache. "We have plenty of food now, but I'm afraid we only have enough water for today. If we can't find a place to replenish some fresh water, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive." Chenyi said solemnly. "It would be nice if it rained a little now. Although it would be a bit embarrassing, at least I could collect some for drinking." Zhang Bufang said and raised his head to look at the sky, but there was not even a single cloud in the sky at this moment. No children. The sun hangs high in the sky, and the sunlight shines directly on people's bodies, seeming to evaporate all the water on their bodies. How can it rain in such weather? Zhang Bufang shook his head, and the 3 of them lay side by side on the speedboat. This way, they could have a little bit of shelter and would not expose their whole bodies to the sun. Fatigue and sleepiness caused the 3 of them to fall into a deep sleep at the same time. Just when Zhang Bufang was sleeping soundly, he suddenly felt a drowsy push on his shoulder. He was so tired that he didn't even want to open his eyes. He just wanted to have a good sleep, no matter what. "Let's wait until I wake up to talk about anything else." With this thought, Zhang Bufang was about to ignore the other person and continue to sleep, but suddenly he heard Chun-Hee's voice ringing in his ears very excitedly. "Brother Fong, wake up quickly, don't sleep anymore." Chun-Hee's voice was full of excitement and anxiety, and he pushed Zhang Bufang's body as he spoke. "What's the matter?" Zhang Bufang tried to ignore him and continue to fall asleep, but failed. So he had to open his eyes and looked at Chun-Hee's somewhat crazy look. He wondered if this boy had spent too much time at sea. There must be something mentally wrong after a long time. "Brother Fong, look quickly, what is that?" Chun-Hee saw that Zhang Bufang had woken up and quickly pointed in one direction and said to Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang felt that he was being pushed around by the waves on the sea, and his whole body became a little limp and weak. At this moment, he could only drag his tired body to slowly sit up. Turning his head and looking in the direction pointed by Chun-Hee, he saw a vague thing in the distance. Because the sky was already a little dark and the distance was really far away, he couldn't distinguish it for a while. "Is it an island?" "Brother Fong, did you also see it?" Chun-Hee noticed that Zhang Bufang's eyes suddenly lit up when he came into contact with the thing, and asked quickly, "When I first saw it, I thought I was hallucinating. Now it seems to be true. Does this mean we are saved?" "Yes. It is indeed not your hallucination. It is real and I saw it too." Zhang Bufang nodded and continued, "But we can only see a vague shadow. It is difficult to judge how far away it is from us. How far it is, I don't know how long it will take us to get there." It looked dark and very quiet. "It must be an island," Zhang Bufang guessed in his mind. "How about I swim over now to see where it is, and then come back to pick you up?" Chun-Hee was very anxious and wanted to find a way to improve their current situation immediately. There was such a good opportunity in front of him. If he delayed it any longer, he didn't know where the wind and waves tonight would push them. What if they got further and further away from that place? No, that would be too dangerous. As soon as Chun-Hee finished speaking, Zhang Bufang shook his head firmly, expressing disapproval of Chun-Hee's idea. They have always been on tenterhooks these past few days at sea, because from time to time they will see very large and aggressive sea creatures appearing in front of them, and even spinning around them in circles. Maybe they didn't dare to attack easily, but they hoped they could fall off the speedboat so that they could easily get a hearty meal. It's already dark now, and the smartest thing to do is to stay on the speedboat and don't act rashly, because you never know what will be secretly coveting you again. But we can't sit still and wait for death. Chunhee was a little anxious. He felt that he had almost exhausted his energy at sea these days, and he might collapse after one more day. Of course I won't sit still and wait for death. Don't worry first, I will think of a way. Zhang Bufang first calmed down Chunhee's emotions, and then sat quietly looking in that direction to think of a way. Whenever Zhang Bufang was lost in thought like this, Chunhee and Taylor would tacitly agree not to say a word so as not to disturb him. How much fresh water do we have left now? Zhang Bufang asked without thinking for a long time. When Taylor and Chunhee heard him asking this question, they knew he must have an idea. So without saying a word, they put all the fresh water they had left together and found that they could barely make up enough for a pot. That's all there is left. Taylor handed the not quite full kettle to Zhang Bufang. Now we have two choices before us. Zhang Bufang took the pot of fresh water that they had given birth to and said to the other two, "First, we can keep the water as drinking water, and maybe also. It is enough to sustain us for a day, but where we will be drifted in this day is unknown." As Zhang Bufang spoke, his eyes fell on the other two people. Seeing that they were both frowning quietly, he continued to talk about the second possibility he could think of. "Second, we can put these fresh water. Pour it into the fuel tank of the speedboat. Logically speaking, it should be able to support the speedboat to move forward for a while. We can get as close to the destination as possible, but whether we can reach it is still unknown." After saying this, Zhang Bufang stopped talking. None of these two choices are foolproof. They are all based on luck. In fact, this kind of choice is the most difficult to make, so he must give them both enough time to think, and then make a judgment. Sure enough, after listening to Zhang Bufang's words, Taylor and Chunhee fell into silence at the same time. This choice is indeed a bit difficult, but the most terrible thing is that you can't escape. You must choose between the two. Come to think of it, it's actually a bit cruel. Brother Fong, I believe in your choice. Taylor thought about it, and still chose to trust Zhang Bufang unconditionally. Zhang Bufang nodded when he heard this. Instead of feeling happy, he felt that the burden on him was heavier. "Chunhee, what do you think?" Zhang Bufang turned to Chunhee. After Zhang Bufang mentioned these two possibilities, Chunhee had been frowning and carefully weighing which of the two options was better. Now he had a general idea in his mind. After hearing Zhang Bufang, ask yourself and express your thoughts. If I had to choose, I would choose to pour the water into the fuel tank with all my might. At least this way we are closer to a visible target. It makes sense to do this. But if you resign yourself to fate simply because you want to keep drinking water, then you are really taking your own life for granted. Chunhee said what he was thinking very seriously. This should be the first time he has expressed his views so clearly, and it is also the first time he has said so many words in one breath. Zhang Bufang nodded after listening to Chunhee's words, and turned to Taylor and said, "My idea is the same as Chunhee's, so now we have reached an agreement. Are there any questions?" Although the atmosphere is a bit solemn, everyone's decision is unanimous, which is the best thing. Then since everyone has no objections, I will start now. Zhang Bufang would give them sufficient psychological preparation for every step he took. He said it because it would give them time to think and object. Only in this way can everyone. You won't regret it. Seeing the two people nodding at the same time, Zhang Bubong started to take action. He carefully poured the water in his hand, which was less than a bottle, into the fuel tank, and then tightened the lid of the fuel tank. His heart was slightly lifted because he himself is not sure that this will really work. Although there should be no problem in theory, there will be various objective problems in practice. Taylor and Chunhee also stared at Zhang Bufang's hand without blinking, watching helplessly as he pressed the start button. Their hearts almost lifted into their throats. The moment Zhang Bufang pressed the button with his finger, all the indicator lights of the speedboat lit up. The red indicator lights were simply beautiful in the dark night. Then he felt a big engine coming from underneath him. The roar and vibration. It's successful, great. Taylor and Chunhee looked at each other with extremely shocked eyes and suddenly cheered. Zhang Bufang also felt relieved, but being able to launch the speedboat was only the first step, and the next thing was more important. We can't stay here for too long, because we are not sure how long the oil can last, so we have to set off now. Zhang Bufang said, and the movements of his hands did not stop, but he quickly moved on the screen. The destination is selected above. The direction he set was the direction of the black object. Within a few seconds, the speedboat that had lost any vitality actually set off again towards its destination, drawing a pattern on the sea under the night. A silvery, white line formed. The sea breeze at night was already a bit cool, but now that the speedboat was moving forward at an extremely fast speed, you would naturally feel that the temperature around you suddenly dropped, and you even felt a bit chilly. But no matter how cold the cold wind is, it can't extinguish the fire of hope in their hearts at this moment, because they can already see with their naked eyes that their destination is getting bigger and bigger, which means that the distance between them is getting closer and closer. Just when they thought they were not far away, they suddenly felt that the speedboat under them was stuck. This caused the bodies of the 3 people on the speedboat to shake violently at the same time. The engine stopped running for a second, but only. In that second, it quickly resumed operation. What's going on? Chenyi thought that their speedboat encountered some marine life, but Zhang Bufang knew that it was not what he thought. I'm afraid this speedboat won't be able to hold on anymore. 2 people around Zhang Bu's team said that the engine is burning oil floating on the water. There isn't much in the first place, and there will inevitably be oil floating on the water. It is unevenly distributed, so it is normal to have occasional lags. But once all the oil floating on the water is burned, they really have no way to start the engine again. Sure enough, not long after Zhang Bufang finished speaking, the speedboat's engine finally became completely silent, and they were still some distance away from their destination. The hope that was originally ignited was extinguished after supporting them for a period of time. The current situation is really embarrassing. This location, which is neither far nor close, and the night when you can't see anything clearly, can indeed bring you a feeling of despair. Look at that thing carefully. Even in this situation, Zhang Bufang still did not panic, but observed the surrounding environment very calmly, and also carefully studied the huge object opposite them. It seemed that, what discoveries were made? Brother Fong, do you think our speedboat was going too fast just now? Everything I look at now feels like it's floating. Chenyi was a little suspicious of his own eyes, so he asked Zhang Bufang for confirmation. Why do I feel that? Things move on the sea. Taylor and Zhang Bufang also looked at the thing carefully, and finally the 3 of them reached an agreement. The thing was indeed floating and sinking with waves. At least until now, they knew that it was not an island. Actually, this thing looks like a big ship to me. Chenyi guessed. The shape does look like a ship. Taylor nodded. But it's rare to see such a big ship without even a little light at night. Could it be an abandoned ship? It's possible. Zhang Bufang nodded. He agreed with Chun, he and Taylor's guesses. It's just that it's too late now and we can't see anything clearly. Anyway, the distance is not far away. It's better to stay on the speedboat safely and wait until daybreak before we can find a way to get there. Even if we abandon the ship, there will always be something on it that we may use. After they arrived at this sea area by speedboat, they found that the water here was very calm, with no wind and waves. Their speedboat just stayed in place and did not move for a long time. So if they waited quietly all night, there should be no problem, right? That's right. Anyway, there are only a few hours until dawn. Why not wait until dawn and then go over and see what's going on? Chenyi also agreed, and the 3 of them happily reached a consensus. The sea was so calm that the 3 of them lying on the speedboat felt like they were lying on a comfortable waterbed. Perhaps because they were in a much better mood now. Even sleeping in the open air on the speedboat felt much better than before. As long as these few hours pass, they may be able to completely get rid of the original embarrassing predicament. Just thinking about it makes them feel very relaxed. With very good expectations, the 3 people closed their eyes with great satisfaction, enjoying this rare peace, and gradually fell into sleep. Even in his dream, Zhang Bufang was still thinking about the ship not far from them. This was really like thinking about it day by day and dreaming about it at night. The ship in the dream was not waiting for them to think about. He tried to get closer, but moved closer to their direction bit by bit. At first they were very happy, because they didn't need to think hard about how to get over, but gradually they stopped laughing, because the blackened ship was controlled by someone who didn't know what it was, and it turned out to be an escape. It came closer and faster, and in the end, it hit their speedboat without any control at all. Zhang Bufang trembled violently in his dream, and only after his brain was pulled out of his sleep did he realize that this was just a dream of his. Just as he was about to open his eyes to see if it was daylight now, he suddenly felt a strange smell very keenly. And now that he was recalling it, the impact just now seemed to not only happen in a dream, but actually happened. In reality, their speedboat was hit by something. Zhang Bufang's first reaction when he thought of this was that they might have encountered marine life, such as sharks or whales. If that was the case, once their speedboat was overturned, they would really have to feed the fish. Opening his eyes suddenly, Zhang Bufang stood up and immediately looked under the speedboat. He didn't find any large marine life, so he felt a little relieved, but when he turned his head to the other side, he was frozen in place. I didn't know what to do for a while. Nearly an hour later, Zhang Bufang and the three of them were already on the ship that they had discovered and wanted to wait on, but the way to get on the ship was different from what they thought. "Brother Fang, do you think these people are pirates?" Chenhe asked Zhang Bufang quietly when no one was paying attention. They slept peacefully on the speedboat, but when they opened their eyes, they found that they were surrounded by some small boats. Then the people on the small boats took them to the big boat they had seen last night. Until they got on the boat, Then I realized that the ship looked very much like an abandoned ship on the outside, but in fact there were quite a lot of people inside. "It seems so," Zhang Bufang replied in a low voice. "Then what should we do now? I don't know why they arrested us, but we have nothing on us." Chenhe thought about the current situation of the three of them and felt that the existence of pirates should be to rob money, but money, this kind of thing doesn't exist at all among the three of them. So when these pirates find out that the three saints have nothing at all, will they kill them and silence them directly? Thinking of this possibility, Chenhe couldn't help but tremble in his heart. This was really like escaping from the tiger's mouth and then entering the wolf's den again. "Don't panic yet. It seems like they don't mean to hurt us yet. We'd better wait and see." The three of them are now locked in a dark room. From the sound of footsteps, someone should be guarding the outside. It's strange to think of these people. They captured them but didn't say anything. When it was time to eat, they would be sent to them and they wouldn't starve them. They never mentioned what they wanted from them. In the middle, someone came to the room, looked at the three of them, and muttered something. Unfortunately, the three of them couldn't understand a single word, and the other one couldn't understand what they said at all. But what can be seen is that the other party had no intention of letting them go. In the dark cabin, they had no way of judging how much time had passed outside, but there was no way they could wait passively like this. Just as the three of them were trying to find a way to escape, they felt the ship moving. The ship that had been parked here suddenly started moving, and they didn't know which direction it was going. "Are we going to be taken away by them like this? I don't know where they are going to take the boat," Taylor said with some worry. "They are now being controlled by others and can't find a way to escape. Isn't that right? I can only act like a lamb to the slaughter. Actually, it's not necessarily a bad thing." Zhang Bufang shook his head. "We are now trapped on the ship, surrounded by the sea. Even if we escape, we will not be able to find a place to hide. If we are lucky enough to escape, with the eyes and ears of these people, we are trapped in the sea and there is no way to survive." Zhang Bufang has thought of all the possibilities while being imprisoned here. Leaving now is definitely not the smartest thing to do. In comparison, if they are taken to a shore, no matter what kind of shore it is, there will at least be land. As long as there is land, they will have the possibility of escaping. "Then let's wait quietly like this now until the ship docks?" Chenhe asked, and Zhang Bufang nodded with certainty. Although this ship is very large, it gives people a very old feeling. If you are locked in this cabin, you will smell a very strong smell of metal rust from time to time, and the sound is very loud when sailing. Big, it's very old compared to its time. We are now in Central America. Even if we go ashore and escape, we may not be able to find any support that can help us. Everything may be completely unknown. Are you prepared? Zhang Bufang remembered the position given to him by the system before, and based on that, it could determine their current approximate location. However, he didn't know whether the next mission mentioned by the system was the one in front of him. Maybe the place where the ship took him happened to be the destination on the mission map. Since everything is still uncertain, don't think so much for the time being, and just take it one step at a time. This group of pirates had also left their station for a long time, because Zhang Bufang's rough estimate should have taken at least 1 day and 1 night from the time the ship started returning to when it stopped. When everyone swayed in the same direction out of concern as the ship stopped, they knew that the ship had arrived at their destination. There were noisy sounds outside, and the sound of people moving around nonstop, as if they were moving something. Although nothing can be seen in their cabin, you can still feel the high emotions of everyone outside. It seems that these pirates have gained a lot this time. Maybe there are others like them in different cabins. Captured people. Although the ship has docked, they are still locked in the cabin and seem to have been forgotten. It would be great if it could really be forgotten. With the skills of the three of them, it shouldn't be a problem to open the cabin and escape without anyone noticing. But it turned out that they were overthinking it, because after a period of silence in the cabin, footsteps suddenly came from outside, and the sound was obviously coming in their direction. Sure enough, in just a few seconds, the room they were in was unlocked from the outside, and then two people came in and were chattering. I don't know what he said, but they could understand his gesture asking them to get up and follow him. It's not that the three of them were obedient, it was because the other party held a weapon in his hand. If they didn't obey obediently, they might risk their lives here. After being escorted out of the cabin and onto the deck, they discovered that their original guess was correct. Unfortunately, they were not the only ones captured by the pirates. The language spoken by the pirates was completely incomprehensible to them, but they still divided the captured people into two groups very neatly. One group was men, and the other group was women and children. Taylor panicked when he saw that he was forced to separate from Zhang Bufang. He refused to leave Zhang Bufang no matter what, but he was easily thrown into the crowd of women by a burly black man who looked about 1.9 to 2 meters tall. When Taylor came back to her senses, she wanted to continue struggling, but she gave up when she saw Zhang Bufang shaking his head at her. There is little gain in openly confronting these people at this time. The smart approach is to comply for the time being and wait for the right time. The pirates treated them completely like prisoners, drove them all from the deck to the shore, and then locked the two groups in two places that were not far apart, but completely inaccessible. The second before they separated, Taylor looked at Zhang Bufang and Chun He uneasily. They had always been three people together before and would discuss whatever situation they encountered, but now they were alone. How can I keep her from panicking? Zhang Bufang seemed to feel Taylor's eyes, turned his head at the right time, opened his mouth, and gave Taylor a silent mouth shape. Don't worry. Although the situation is still unclear, with these two words from Zhang Bufang, Taylor can feel at ease. What she has to do now is to protect Zhang Bufang and Chun He when they are not around. She must always accumulate strength. If Zhang Bufang has any plans in the future, then she must ensure that she does not hold back. Zhang Bufang and Chun He were locked in a large room along with the crowd. There were about 10 people who came in with them. No one spoke, and there was no sound in the huge room. You could only hear your own breathing. This kind of atmosphere can make people feel a hint of despair. Zhang Bufang looked at these people. Every one of them was decent. They looked completely different from the two of them. They seemed to be living a pretty good life. But looking at the looks of these people, there are almost no Asian faces. There is only one young-looking man with yellow skin. However, he has been leaning in the corner with his eyes closed since he was brought in. He can't see any emotions or emotions. I don't know if I fell asleep or fainted. Brother Fong, why did they capture us? The pirates captured them but did not indicate their intentions. They still entertained them with delicious food and drinks. If it were not for restricting their freedom, they would even think they were. He was invited as a guest. Chun He asked Zhang Bufang after filling in his stomach. Zhang Bufang shook his head. This time he really couldn't see what the other party would do to them. Will they trap us in this place and do hard labor? Chun He saw that he could not get any useful information from Zhang Bufang, so he began to think wildly. He had also heard that someone would use robbing methods to rob people. The method is to hoard a group of labor force for themselves, so that these people can be supervised and work within their own fields, and they may not be able to escape for the rest of their lives. Impossible. Zhang Bufang rejected his guess mercilessly. None of these people look like they can do any physical work. To support some laborers who don't know how to work, do you think these pirates? Are you a fool? Hearing this, Chun He felt that it seemed reasonable, so he curled his lips and continued thinking. Then if we extrapolate based on your observation, these people all look respectable and should be considered to have status. Could it be that they are being raped? The kidnappers came here and then sent messages to their families asking for money. Zhang Bufang originally wanted to close his eyes and take a good rest, but Chun-He kept talking in his ear, as if this could relieve his nervousness. He originally planned to just listen to what he said, but when he heard this, feeling that he couldn't bear it any longer, he opened his eyes and squinted at Chun-He and said, "If what you say is what you say, the two of us who can't even get in touch with our families are likely to be ripped off directly, right?" When Zhang Bufang didn't say this, Chun-He didn't feel very panicked, but it was different now. He had just escaped from the cave laboratory on the desert island. He thought that this colorful world was waiting for him to explore, but he didn't expect that his life would end just now. Just when Chun-He was so sad that he couldn't control himself, he suddenly heard the voice of a traitor, saying in a low voice, "Your worries are unnecessary." To Chun-He, this sentence was like the sound of nature. Turning their heads and looking in the direction from which the voice came, what caught Zhang Bufang and Chun-He's eyes was the young man who had been keeping his eyes closed and silent in the corner. Zhang Bufang saw that the young man opened his eyes at some point and was slightly stunned when he saw his eyes. This man looked about the same age as Zhang Bufang, maybe a little older than Zhang Bufang, but his eyes were much deeper than those of his peers that Zhang Bufang had ever seen, and there was a lot of content in them. People who didn't feel the same way wouldn't understand what they meant. It seems that this person has a lot of life experience, and a person will never be born with such eyes. The man felt Zhang Bufang's eyes, but he did not dodge at all. On the contrary, he looked straight into Zhang Bufang's eyes. "Can you speak Chinese?" Just when the eyes of the two people were about to collide in the air and sparks were heard, Chun-He's voice suddenly jumped in with great joy, breaking the tense atmosphere. When Zhang Bufang looked at the man again, he found that there was a smile in his eyes, and the two people unexpectedly laughed at each other. Chun-He didn't know what happened between the two people from the beginning. Suddenly, he saw the two people laughing, and he was a little confused for a moment. Zhang Bufang looked at the young man, suppressed his smile slightly, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you mind if we sit next to you?" His intuition told him that this young man should know something they didn't know, even if my intuition was wrong. It would be good to get to know one more person to chat with in such a boring place. The man nodded and even turned his body sideways, so that there was just enough space for two people to sit next to him. Zhang Bufang and Chun-He moved their positions and sat down next to the young man. They got closer so that they could see the man's face. This man was gentle, wearing a pair of glasses. He looked very educated, but unlike Zhang Bufang, a scholar who studied science, Zhang Bufang guessed that this person should be in the field of humanities. "Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Bufang, and he is Chun-He. Our speedboat ran out of fuel on the sea, so they brought us here," Zhang Bufang said in a very brisk tone, as if it was a surprise to him. Being caught and locked up here is not a very bad thing. In fact, it is tolerable. Hearing this, the young man's pale face gained a meaningful smile, and he introduced himself like Zhang Bufang. "Lin Na, I and the other people detained here were all controlled on a passenger ship. The passenger ship encountered a storm." Zhang Bufang suddenly realized when he heard this. No wonder he thought that the clothes and decorations on each of these people were valuable, but everyone was in some embarrassment. It turned out that it was not the pirates who made them embarrassment, but the people they encountered. "Storm, aren't these pirates bringing us here just for money?" Zhang Bufang asked the young man, remembering the conversation just now. "No. Have you ever seen that pirate who wants money and lets those people keep famous watches and expensive jewelry on their bodies?" After he finished speaking, Zhang Bufang turned around and looked at the people around him and found that all the valuables on these people were still there, and the pirates had no intention of taking them for themselves. Then if it's not for wealth, then why? Zhang Bufang also couldn't figure it out. This was different from what he thought was a pirate. Is there anyone among you that they need? Maybe there is someone among them. The value of this book is very high. You're only half right. Lin Na's eyes were a little empty, but he was actually listening to Zhang Bufang's words seriously and was able to give the most timely response. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.